Chapter 284. Chapter 284. Chapter 284. A lesson. 549690339. Xianxia stood up and looked at Lu Ming smugly. How is it? What's a mere king level 3rd rank bloodline? Now take my palm. Xianxia shouted and struck out with his palm. A black palm print formed with terrifying power. Human Dao palm. Lu Ming threw out a palm as well. His essential qi surged and formed a huge palm print, which collided with Xianxia's black palm print. With a loud bang, the two of them trembled and took a step back. You've broken through to the 2nd level of the martial ancestor realm. Xianxia exclaimed. Of course. Lu Ming said with a smile. Before Xianxia's breakthrough, he had consumed 20 bottles of Yuan ancient panaceas and broke through to the early stage of the 2nd grade martial ancestor realm. Don't think that I can't step on you just because you've broken through to the 2nd stage of the martial ancestor realm. Xianxia shouted as his body glowed with a blood-red light. He was about to activate his bloodline. Roar! The golden-eyed blood corpse appeared beside Xianxia and glared at her with its mouth wide open. Xianxia shrieked and quickly stepped back. Lu Ming, you're shameless. So what if I'm shameless? Every day, you say that you will step on me. Today, I will step on you. Do it. Lu Ming chuckled coldly. With a light shout, he pounced on Xianxia. At the same time, the golden-eyed blood corpse growled and pounced on Xianxia. Xianxia's body glowed with a blood-red light as he was about to activate his bloodline. However, the golden-eyed blood zombie charged forward and a blood-red light shot towards Xianxia, interrupting the activation of her bloodline. At the same time, Lu Ming pounced forward and sent a palm strike into Xianxia's dantian, temporarily sealing her essential qi and restraining her. Get lost! Xianxia screamed and struggled with all his might. What are you shouting for? Lu Ming used some force and Xianxia's essential qi was temporarily sealed. How could he resist? He was restrained by Lu Ming and could not move. Lu Ming, let me go. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Xianxia shouted. Now that you're completely in my hands, you still dare to threaten me. It seems that I was too honest in the past. I need a beating. Lu Ming said and then gave him a lesson. Lu Ming, I hate you. I'll definitely trample you under my feet. Xianxia said through gritted teeth. In the end, she gritted her teeth and cursed in a low voice, looking as if she was ready to let him do whatever he wanted. However, as she scolded, her tears started to flow down. This time, Lu Ming was a little helpless. He quickly let go of Xianxia and said, Hey, why are you crying? I haven't even done anything yet. However, Xianxia's cry was like a river that had its gates opened, and he couldn't stop crying. She was crying so sadly and pitifully. Her tears flowed like a string of pearls and fell to the ground. It was as if she had a great grievance that she wanted to vent out through this cry. Lu Ming was at a loss for words. He felt as if he had done something wrong. But he hadn't done anything yet. So, he could only stay by her side. After a long while, Xianxia finally stopped crying. He stared at Lu Ming in a daze for a long time before he suddenly gritted his teeth and said, Lu Ming, I'll let you off for today. One day, I'll trample you under my feet. This again. Lu Ming was completely speechless. I'm leaving, are you coming? Lu Ming asked. Of course we're going. Don't even think about escaping. Xianxia snorted and followed Lu Ming. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. The two of them left the stone forest. Of course, the golden-eyed blood zombie was also with them. However, Lu Ming took out a very large black robe and a bamboo hat for the golden-eyed blood zombie to put on, as it would be too conspicuous. The two of them randomly chose a direction and advanced. Along the way, they encountered a few blind martial artists who were easily dealt with by Lu Ming. 2 hours later. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of a bell came from the distance and reverberated in the world. No one knew how far the bell came from, but it sounded like it was ringing right next to their ears. What a wondrous sound. What does this mean? Lu Ming was a little curious. Xianxia shook his head and did not say anything. Let's go take a look. Let's go, Lu Ming said. Essential qi gushed out of him as he soared into the sky and flew in the direction of the bell. After stepping into the martial arts grandmaster realm, he could finally fly as he pleased. Xianxia and the golden-eyed blood corpse moved and followed Lu Ming. Clang! A moment later, the second bell chimed. It sounded similar to just now, but Lu Ming and the rest were clearly a distance away from the location of the bell. Lu Ming and the rest continued to fly towards the source of the bell. A moment later, the bell rang for the third time. The volume of the sound was the same as the previous two, as if it was right beside his ear. Buzz. And NBSP, whoosh. From time to time, the sound of the air being cut could be heard in the air. Not only Lu Ming and the rest, but the others also heard the bell and headed in the direction of the bell. Not long after, the fourth bell rang. At that moment, Lu Ming and the rest saw a huge mountain. This mountain was so tall that it reached the clouds. It was extremely majestic. And the bell was ringing from the top of this mountain. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, they discovered that the mountain was blocked by a layer of light screen, and they couldn't enter at all. At this moment, hundreds of young experts had gathered at the foot of the mountain. Buzz! A flash of sword light appeared, and a young man wearing a swordsman's robe stopped in the air. The crowd was shocked. Some of them recognized Wang Lin from the Dark Moon's 9 heroes. Following that, experts appeared from time to time. Other than Wang Lin, 2 of the Blood Zhao Empire's 50 super rookies had also appeared. Clang! Clang! The bell was long and would ring once every moment. When the 8th sound rang out, a demonic-looking young man with his hands behind his back walked over from the air. Yang Liuji is here, someone exclaimed. Even the super rookies of the Blood Zhao 50 had their expressions changed and became extremely serious. The geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking were too strong. At this moment, more than 1,000 people had gathered at the foot of the mountain. Clang! A moment later, the 9th bell chimed. When the 9th bell rang, the light screen shrouding the mountain trembled and actually dissipated, turning into nothing and revealing the mountain's true appearance. Chapter 285. Chapter 285, Snatching the Mountain Path. 549690339. There were 8 paths in front of him that led straight to the top of the mountain. On every path, at every set distance, there would be a ball of glittering things that revealed the light of treasures. That's a treasure. That's right, those who can stay here must be extraordinary. Many people's eyes lit up. Look, there's a stone tablet over there. There are words on it. Someone shouted. At the intersection of each road, there was a platform. In front of the platform, there was a stone tablet. Everyone went up to take a look, and their eyes lit up. The meaning of the stone tablet was obvious. It said that this was the competition path given to the disciples by the Cloud Emperor Palace. Each path was set up with inscription formations and only one person could walk on each path. Only 8 people could pass through the 8 paths, and there would be some treasures as rewards along the way. Everyone's eyes lit up. This path is mine. It's mine. Immediately, more than a dozen people rushed to the platform on the first road. Boom! But immediately after, a ball of hot fist energy, like the sun, blasted towards the platform. More than a dozen young experts were directly blasted into ashes without even letting out a scream. A young man stepped forward and looked around. It was the 6 extremes of Yang. Most of the people's faces changed. It was clear that Yang Liuji had taken the first path, and this path was now his. The second one. Some people rushed towards the second path. Swish! An iron rod swept across, and a dozen young men screamed as they were swept off the platform. A young man with messy hair and an iron rod in his hand walked onto the second platform. One of the 50 super rookies of Blood Zhao, Blood Staff Iron Demon. Someone exclaimed. Many people's eyes flickered. They wanted to rush forward, but Iron Demon was extremely powerful. With one iron rod, he swept away thousands of soldiers. Whoosh! A ray of sword light appeared on the platform of the third path like a flying immortal. It was Duan Ling, one of the 9 talents of the Dark Moon. Boom! On the 6th path, there was also an expert, one of the 50 super rookies of Blood Zhao. Immediately, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 6th paths were all occupied. The 4 of them stood on top, and the others retreated in fear. No one went up to court death. As for the remaining 4 paths, the competition was intense. Groups of people charged forward and fought with all their might, causing people to fall one after another. This was the martial arts Grandmaster's battlefield. It was difficult for the Grandmaster realm martial artists to interfere. I want one. Xianxia murmured. Then, his body moved and he rushed towards the 5th path. Great Demonic Palm. Xianxia's demonic palm print was a martial technique of unknown level. As her cultivation level increased, its power became more and more terrifying. Ah! Ah! With a series of screams, 7 or 8 martial ancestor realm experts were sent flying by Xianxia. Some of them even exploded in the air. So strong, who is this person? Someone was shocked. If you don't want to die, get lost. Xianxia shouted coldly. Some people didn't believe it and wanted to rush forward, but they were killed by Xianxia in one move. The remaining people were helpless and could only move to other routes. Then I'll have one too. Lu Ming dashed toward the 8th path with the golden-eyed blood corpse following closely behind. Die! A ray of saber light was aimed at Lu Ming's head. It was very powerful. He was a warrior at the peak of the 1st level of the martial ancestor realm. You're the one who's going to die. The demon subduing spear appeared in his hand, and he swept it out. Bang! The young man's body flew out like a cannonball. He flew for an unknown distance and disappeared without a trace. Kid, it's you! All of a sudden, a cold voice rang out near Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the room and he was amused. Wasn't this the young man in the brocade robe who had snatched the Yuan ancient spiritual pill? The young man in the brocade robe swept his gaze across Lu Ming's surroundings. Then, his eyes gleamed coldly as he sneered, "Brat, now that you're here alone, I'd like to see how you die." "Oh really? I'm afraid that you're far from enough." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "Brat, it's useless to be stubborn." The young man in the brocade robe shouted as he emitted a violent aura. 3rd stage martial ancestor realm. This embroidered robed youth had actually reached the 3rd stage martial ancestor realm. A while ago, his cultivation was still at the peak of the 2nd level of the martial ancestor realm. It seemed that the youth in the brocade robe had a fortuitous encounter in the past few days, allowing his cultivation to break through. Die! The purple light on the young man's body turned golden in the blink of an eye. He struck out with his palm and a golden true dragon flew out, pouncing toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not even look and pulled out his gun. Bang! The golden true dragon was like tofu. It was smashed into pieces by Lu Ming's spear. The violent spear's gleam continued to sweep toward the young man in embroidered robes. How did this happen? The embroidered-robed youth cried out in disbelief. His cultivation had broken through to the 3rd tier of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. Moreover, Lu Ming was alone. He had thought that killing Lu Ming would be a piece of cake. He had never expected that the martial arts technique he was most proud of would be shattered by Lu Ming's spear. At this moment he shouted and used all his strength to resist. Bang! The violent spear radiance struck his body, shattering all his defenses. His body made a series of cracking sounds, and many of his bones were broken. He fell off the platform like a pile of meat paste. He couldn't be more dead. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and sucked the storage ring of the young man in the brocade robe into his hand. Then he went to kill the others. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming's attack was direct and domineering. He formed a huge spear ray with his long spear and swept away the army. Bang! Bang! Those young men were swept away by Lu Ming like broken gunny sacks. The bodies of those with weaker cultivation exploded immediately. In an instant, Lu Ming was the only one standing proudly on the platform at the intersection of the 8th road with a gun. Who is this person? He's too strong. Many people looked at Lu Ming in shock and did not dare to step forward. Just like that, the 5th and 8th paths were occupied by Lu Ming and Xianxia respectively. There was only the 4th and 7th paths left, and the competition was extremely fierce. The killing continued, and blood flowed like a river. In the sky, inscriptions appeared, and blood-refining crystals were formed. A moment later, the 4th and 7th paths also had their respective owners. The 4th option was a bald youth with the strength of a peak martial ancestor 3 Dan. He was extremely powerful. Of course, compared to the geniuses of the Burning Sun 6 heroes, he was still slightly inferior. The 7th path was occupied by a short and chubby youth. This person's cultivation was also at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial ancestor realm. No one dared to challenge the 8 paths. Charge! Then, the people on the 8 platforms all rushed towards the road. Lu Ming also rushed toward the mountain road, the golden-eyed blood zombie following closely behind. The golden-eyed blood corpse was not human. That was why it could travel with Lu Ming. Not long after he rushed out, light and shadows flickered in front of him. 4 tiger-shaped demonic beasts suddenly appeared and blocked his way. It was obvious that these 4 demonic beasts were formed by the inscription formation and were not real. 4 demonic beasts, all in the early stage of the martial ancestor 3 Dan. Lu Ming could tell the strength of the 4 demonic beasts at a glance. Roar! The 4 monsters pounced at Lu Ming. Chapter 286. Chapter 286, Generous Reward. 549690339. Whoosh! Xiu! Xiu! Lu Ming's long spear trembled and 4 spear lights burst out. Pooh! The 4 demonic beasts were pierced by the spear's radiance, turning into energy particles and dissipating. Given Lu Ming's current cultivation, an ordinary 3rd-tier martial arts grandmaster was no match for him at all. He could easily kill him in one move. After the 4 demonic beasts were killed, Lu Ming walked a dozen meters forward. There was a ball of light with a secret manual floating in it. He inhaled the essential qi and the secret manual fell into Lu Ming's hands. The 10-swing sword technique, a low earth-grade martial skill. Lu Ming flipped it open and was slightly disappointed. Lu Ming had no use for the swordsmanship. Currently, Lu Ming had the ancient shield technique and the 3 palms. These 2 martial arts techniques were extremely ancient and were definitely top-tier among the low earth-level martial arts techniques. He had not cultivated the divine martial arts technique, 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps. It could be said that Lu Ming was not lacking in other martial arts techniques for the time being. What he wanted was a spear technique. He was still using the black-grade low-level martial skill fire gun technique, which was completely insufficient. However, it was an earth-grade martial skill after all. If he couldn't use it, he could sell it for a shocking price. Some of the top geniuses of the large sects naturally did not lack earth-level martial arts techniques, but many small sects, and even martial arts grandmasters among the individual cultivators, could not have an earth-level martial arts technique at all. For an earth-grade martial skill, they would be willing to go bankrupt. Therefore, the price of an earth-level martial skill was at least 1 million spiritual crystals. Lu Ming kept the secret manual and continued to move upwards. After walking for 100 meters, there was a flash of light, and another demonic beast appeared. This time, it was 8 demonic beasts of the early stage of the 3rd level of martial ancestor realm. It still did not hinder Lu Ming at all. Xiu! Xiu! 8 spear lights were shot out and 8 demonic beasts were killed. There was another ball of light in front. This time, the ball of light contained a spiritual weapon combat sword. It was a 4th level upper spiritual weapon. Lu Ming sighed. Why were they all related to swords? However, Since it was a 4th level upper spiritual weapon, its price was not any lower than the 10-swing sword technique. Naturally, Lu Ming quickly kept it. Then he continued to move upwards. But the next moment, he was slightly stunned, because he saw a short and fat figure. It was the chunky young man from the 7th route. At this moment, Lu Ming realized that the 8th path was actually going to merge with the 7th path. They were going to merge into one. It was the same for the other paths, where the 1st and 2nd paths converged. The 3rd and 4th converged, and the 5th and 6th converged. The two people on 2 different roads were about to meet. In the end, there were only 4 paths left. Obviously, the short and fat young man had also seen Lu Ming. A look of fear flashed in his eyes. His figure flashed repeatedly, wanting to rush up quickly. However, at the point where the 2 paths merged, light flickered and demonic beasts formed one after another. There were a total of 16 demonic beasts, and each of them had a stronger aura than the previous ones. The 16 demonic beasts were all at the peak of the martial ancestor 3 Dan. As soon as the 16 demonic beasts appeared, they pounced on the chunky young man. For a moment, the chunky young man was in a tough battle. Lu Ming rushed over quickly and spear lights burst out. The demonic beasts at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial ancestor realm could not put up any resistance and were killed by Lu Ming one by one. Soon, only a few of the 16 demonic beasts were left. Do you want me to do it myself? Lu Ming looked at the short and fat young man coldly. The short and stout youth's expression was extremely unsightly. Although he was a genius and his cultivation was at the peak of the 3rd grade Great Martial Master realm, his combat strength could even fight with an ordinary 4th grade Martial Ancestor realm martial artist. However, it was obvious that Lu Ming was stronger. He was not someone that an ordinary 4th level martial arts grandmaster could compare to. Although the short and stout youth was unwilling, he finally gritted his teeth and turned to leave. After all, no matter how precious the treasure was, if he lost his life, everything would be for naught. Lu Ming waved his spear and killed the remaining demonic beasts. He then walked toward the 3rd ball of light. This time, the ball of light was still a martial technique. Lu Ming picked it up and took a look. Earth-grade high-level martial arts technique, 100 steps divine fist. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This time, it was actually an Earth-level upper-level martial arts technique. It was really shocking. For a sect like the Mystical Sword Sect, the highest level of martial skills was only Earth-grade upper level. The price was frighteningly high. Lu Ming kept it excitedly and then swept his gaze to the other roads. The young man on the 2nd path was the unluckiest. As one of the 50 super rookies of the Blood Zhao Empire, he had met Yang Liuji. Without even fighting, he had voluntarily withdrawn. In the battle with Yang Liuji, he would definitely die. Duan Ling easily killed his opponent in the 3rd and 4th path. The battle between the 5th and 6th paths was the most intense, causing the others to stop. Xianxia had a fierce battle with another super rookie of the Blood Zhao 50. Xianxia displayed his terrifying combat power. A 7th level king bloodline was too powerful. The battle between them was extremely intense. This was a battle on the level of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun. After exchanging hundreds of blows, Xianxia waved his hand and a huge, beautiful woman's arm appeared out of thin air. She slapped her opponent and sent him flying, causing him to spit out blood. Xianxia won this battle. This little girl is so powerful. If she goes all out, I might not be able to defeat her. It seems like I have to master the 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Step as soon as possible after I get out of here. I also have to break through to the 5th stage of the True War Dragon technique as soon as possible. Otherwise, my advantage will become less and less obvious compared to the other geniuses. Lu Ming pondered secretly and continued to rush upwards. After a while, more demonic beasts appeared. This time, there were only 4 of them, but each one of them had a much stronger aura than the previous demonic beasts. The 4 demonic beasts were all in the early stage of the Martial Ancestor Realm Level 4. The 4 demonic beasts roared and pounced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming fought with his spear. A 4th-tier martial arts grandmaster could not be killed in one shot. It gave Lu Ming a lot of pressure. Lu Ming did not use the human path palm. He only used his long spear and the power of wind and fire to fight. He wanted to use this battle to properly comprehend the fusion of wind and fire. Bang! One of the demonic beasts was sent flying by Lu Ming's spear, but it did not dissipate. It roared and charged at him again. Just like that, the demonic beasts charged at him one after another, only to be sent flying by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's usage of the wind and fire forces gradually became more skillful. However, he was still far from being able to integrate them completely. After 100 moves, the 4 demonic beasts suddenly exploded and disappeared. Lu Ming was stunned. It seemed that after the continuous attacks, the energy of the 4 demonic beasts had been exhausted and they had dissipated automatically. Lu Ming smiled. He walked forward and the 4th ball of light appeared. There was a jade box inside. Lu Ming kept it and was overjoyed when he opened it. In the jade box, there were actually portions of demonic beast blood essence. There were 9 points in total. It was written on the jade box that this was the blood essence of a Class 6 Level 4 demonic beast. Lu Ming was overjoyed. 9 portions of 6th grade 4th level demonic beast blood essence was a terrifyingly high price. It was equivalent to a 6th grade martial arts grandmaster. It would be very difficult for the outside world to buy it. Lu Ming kept it carefully. As they continued to advance, not long after, 8 demonic beasts of the early stage of the martial arts Grandmaster 4 Dan appeared. Lu Ming continued to practice with the spear. After a while, the 8 demonic beasts exploded and disappeared. This time, the thing that appeared in the ball of light made Lu Weiming a little disappointed. It was a low-rank earth cultivation technique. Chapter 287. Chapter 287, Chapter 287 A Withered Vine. 549690339. Lu Ming kept the cultivation technique and continued to move forward. After walking for a while, Lu Ming realized that the 2 paths overlapped again. In front of him, Xianxia stood quietly, as if waiting for him. Xianxia glanced at Lu Ming and walked forward without saying a word. With a flash of light, 16 demonic beasts were formed. This time, there were 16 demonic beasts at the peak of the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm. Xianxia and the demonic beast were fighting. "Little Qin, why didn't you wait for me to go together?" Lu Ming rushed forward and smiled. Xianxia snorted coldly and glared at Lu Ming. He clapped his hands repeatedly, as if he had mistaken the demonic beast for Lu Ming. He vented all his anger on the demonic beast. These demonic beasts were in a miserable state. A few of them were defeated on the spot. "This woman is so violent," Lu Ming muttered, and the spear's gleam burst out. With the 2 of them working together, the demonic beasts were all killed in a short time. The 2 of them stood facing each other, looking at each other in silence. Only one of them could continue forward. "Little Qin, if we keep going, we'll probably have to fight Yang Liuji. If you can do it, I'll let you go," Lu Ming said with a smile. "No need. I'm no match for Yang Liuji. I'll give you this chance. But let me tell you, if you lose to Yang Liuji and lose the treasure at the top, I'll never let you go," Xianxia said through gritted teeth. Lu Ming had the golden-eyed blood corpse by his side. Perhaps she could compete with Yang Liuji directly. Xianxia knew that she was not Yang Liuji's match, so she might as well give her to Lu Ming. Thank you," Lu Ming said with a smile. Xianxia glanced at him and turned to walk down. At the foot of the mountain, more than 1,000 people were looking up. They had no idea what was happening on the mountain because after the mountain road went up for a while, it was covered by a layer of hazy light, and they could not see clearly. "What do you guys think is up there?" "There must be some treasures." The stone tablet said it was the way for the disciples of the Cloud Emperor Palace to compete. "The reward must be extraordinary. It's a pity that we're too weak." We can't go up at all. I know the other 6 of those 8 people. There's also a young man and a young woman, but I've never seen them before. I wonder who they are, to be able to suppress all the heroes and seize a path. As soon as Lu Ming and the rest disappeared, the crowd below started to discuss. After that, they began to wait, wanting to know what kind of treasure was on the mountain path. Look, someone's coming down. Not long after, someone called out. Everyone looked over and saw the short and fat youth walking down the 7th path. It's Kudong. Why did he come down? What happened? Everyone was confused. Guys, look. The 50 super rookies have also come down. At this moment, 2 people walked down from the 2nd and 6th roads. These 2 were 2 of the 50 super rookies from the Blood Zhao Empire. Even the 50 super novelties have come down. What kind of danger is there up there? Where are the others? Why didn't he come down? Did he die up there? Kudong, what's going on? Everyone was guessing and someone asked Kudong. Kudong was silent for a moment. He did not hide anything and explained what had happened. I see. After a few rounds, the 2 roads will meet and have a battle. No wonder it's said to be a competition for the disciples of the Cloud Emperor Palace. I'm not surprised that Yang Liuji won, but according to what Kudong said, the beautiful woman on the 5th path actually defeated the 50 super rookies. It's really unbelievable. That's right. According to this speculation, Duan Ling will definitely lose when he meets Yang Liuji later. The 2 strangers will face each other, and the person who wins in the end will face Yang Liuji. Yang Liuji has reached the end without a doubt. I wonder which of the 2 strangers will win. We'll see. We'll have a result soon. The crowd discussed as they waited. Not long after, someone came down. It was Duan Ling. His body was staggering, and his clothes were stained with blood. Duan Ling is injured. Could it be that he fought with Yang Liuji? I think so. He's overestimating himself. He wants to fight with Yang Liuji. He's lucky to have survived. That's right. Even Yin Jiuyo, the head of the Yin Moon's 9 talents, is no match for Yang Liuji. Hey, look, that woman is coming down. Someone suddenly called out. Everyone looked at the 5th road and saw Xianxia coming down. This woman is so powerful. She defeated 50 super rookies and she still lost? It seems like the other unfamiliar man is stronger? There are really crouching tigers and hidden dragons here. I wonder if that man can compete with Yang Liuji? That's impossible. That man's cultivation is too weak. He's far from the 6 extremes of Yang. That's true. Even so, everyone's eyes were still wide open as they stared at the mountain path, revealing looks of anticipation. Who would be the first one to come down? On the mountain path, after Xianxia went down, Lu Ming continued to go up. There was a ball of light in front. This ball of light was actually a section of withered vine. The withered vine was only half a meter long and as thick as a finger. What is this? A withered vine? What's the use of it? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He held the withered vine and looked at it from left to right, but he could not see anything special about it. It was like an ordinary withered vine, without the slightest vitality. Forget it, I'd better keep it first. After all, he had obtained it from the ruins of the Cloud Emperor Palace. He wouldn't really give it to a withered vine, right? Perhaps it would be useful. After keeping it, Lu Ming continued to move upwards. After a while, more demonic beasts appeared. This time, 4 demonic beasts of the early 5th martial ancestor realm appeared. The 5th level of the martial arts grandmaster realm was 3 levels higher than Lu Ming's. It gave him immense pressure. Boom! Lu Ming did not hesitate to activate his blood meridian. It was not the 9-dragon bloodline that burst out, but his 2nd bloodline. An ancient stone tablet appeared. The stone tablet was shrouded in a gray mist, making it look mysterious and unfathomable. Then, the stone tablet entered Lu Ming's body and his strength increased rapidly. In the past, Lu Ming rarely activated his blood meridian. It was not that he did not want to activate it, But the duration of the activation of the 9-dragon blood meridian was too short. It only lasted for a few breaths. But now that he had awakened his second bloodline, this problem would no longer exist. At the martial arts Grandmaster realm, the duration of the bloodline eruption was increased to an hour, which was enough for him to fight without restraint. Lu Ming's blood meridian exploded. He was so powerful that he charged at the 4 demonic beasts with an imposing aura. Bang! He pulled out his spear and it collided with a demonic beast. With a loud boom, a burst of energy shot out, and he and the demonic beast retreated together. Roar! The other 3 demonic beasts charged at Lu Ming again. Good! Lu Ming let out a long howl and charged forward with the demon-subduing spear in his hand. The demon-subduing spear was shrouded in the power of wind and fire. When it was waved, it was extremely fast. At the same time, it exploded with waves of heat. Its lethality was extremely shocking. Boom! Boom! The rumbling sounds continued. During this process, Lu Ming did not let the blood corpse attack. This is great. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He was completely immersed in the battle. His fusion with the wind and fire forces had also deepened. Chapter 288. Chapter 288. Chapter 288 Battling the 6 Extreme Yang. 549690339. With the second blood meridian activated, Lu Ming felt that there was an inexhaustible amount of power in his body. Every time he struck with the spear, it was as if there was a stone tablet integrated into the spear. This made Lu Ming's every move and every form extremely terrifying. Bang! With a sweep of the spear, a demonic beast was sent flying. The 4 demonic beasts were like 4 leather balls that were constantly sent flying by Lu Ming. After about 100 moves, the 4 demonic beasts dispersed. Although these demonic beasts are not as strong as real demonic beasts, they are not that far off. It seems that if I unleash my full power now, I should be able to fight against an ordinary martial arts Grandmaster 5 Dan fighter. Lu Ming had a rough estimate of his own ability. After all, the difference in strength between each major realm was different. Following that, Lu Ming walked forward. There was another ball of light in front of him. This time, it was a secret manual. Lu Ming flipped it open and was overjoyed. The wind and cloud mantra was an earth-grade upper-level cultivation technique. This was an earth-grade upper-level cultivation technique. Cultivation techniques were different from martial arts techniques. Cultivation techniques were the foundation of a martial artist. Only with good cultivation techniques could one continue to cultivate and break through. A good cultivation technique would allow one to cultivate faster, and the true qi that one could cultivate would be more condensed and robust. One could also cultivate to a higher realm. A cultivation technique could create a sect. For example, the mystical sword sect cultivation technique was called the mystical sword technique. An upper earth level cultivation skill was many times more precious than a martial technique of the same level. Earth grade top rank was much more precious than earth grade low rank. Lu Ming was overjoyed as he kept it. Then he continued to move upwards. Not long after, 8 demonic beasts at the peak of the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm appeared in front of Lu Ming. Roar! One of the demonic beasts roared and pounced on Lu Ming like the wind. Human Dao Palm. Lu Ming threw out a palm and the huge palm print collided with the demonic beast. Boom! Lu Ming's body trembled and he was forced to retreat by a huge force. As for the demonic beast, it only took a few steps back. The strength of a demonic beast at the peak of the 5th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm had already surpassed Lu Ming's. Blood corpse. With a thought, Lu Ming asked the golden-eyed blood zombie to take action. Lu Ming would definitely not be able to defeat 8 demonic beasts at the peak of the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. He might as well let the blood corpse take action. Roar! The blood corpse roared and pounced forward. It waved its claws continuously, sending out claw lights. Chi-chi! The 8 demonic beasts at the peak of the 5th martial ancestor realm were torn apart by the blood corpse like rags and disappeared. Lu Ming did not find it strange. He had long discovered that the golden-eyed blood corpse was in the 7th tier of the martial ancestor realm. It was extremely powerful and could easily deal with a 5th tier martial ancestor realm demonic beast. After killing the demonic beast, Lu Ming advanced forward with ease. There was still a ball of light waiting for him in front. This time, it was a wooden box. Lu Ming opened the wooden box and found a strange piece of metal lying inside. Is this the heavenly fire lava gold? After a careful identification, Lu Ming's heart trembled and he was overjoyed. The Skyfire lava gold was a rare treasure of heaven and earth. It was also the main material for forging a 5th-grade spiritual weapon. A 5th-level spiritual weapon was known as a king's spiritual weapon and was a weapon used by martial kings. Even a martial king would be envious of such a precious metal. We're rich, we're really rich. Lu Ming laughed and kept it happily. There's an upper earth grade cultivation technique and a heavenly fire lava gold. I'm really looking forward to what's next. Lu Ming was filled with anticipation. Carrying the blood corpse, he continued to move upwards. In front of him, a figure stood there with his hands behind his back. Yang's 6 extremes. The last 2 paths had finally converged. Lu Ming and Yang Liuji had finally met. I didn't expect that someone could really walk up here. It seems that you have some skills. Now, I'll give you a chance. Go back the way you came and I can spare your life. Yang Liuji put his hands behind his back and looked down at Lu Ming, his tone extremely overbearing. Who do you think you are? I'll return these words to you. Fuck off, or you'll be the one to die. Lu Ming sneered. Yang Liuji's face instantly darkened as he said in a low voice, I promise you that you will regret what you said. His voice was cold and filled with killing intent. Lu Ming smiled faintly and walked up the stairs unhurriedly, step by step. When Lu Ming approached the intersection of the 2 paths, demonic beasts began to form at that spot. There were 16 of them in total, and each of them was emitting a terrifying aura. The 16 demonic beasts were all in the early stage of the martial ancestor realm level 6. When they gathered together, their aura was extremely terrifying. Roar! The 16 demonic beasts roared and pounced at Yang Liuji. Die! Yang Liuji coldly shouted and threw a punch. A sun appeared in the sky, and a terrifyingly hot energy exploded. The demonic beasts exploded one after another, turning into a rain of light and dissipating. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking were indeed powerful and terrifying. A demonic beast in the early stage of the martial ancestor 6th realm was completely crushed. Bang! Bang! Like fireworks, the 16 beasts exploded in the air one after another, creating a rain of light. Now, you know the difference between you and me. But it's too late to leave now. After Yang Liuji killed the 16 demonic beasts, he glared at Lu Ming and strode toward him. Who said I'm leaving? You're so full of yourself. Let's talk after you defeat my pet. Lu Ming sneered and waved his hand. Roar! The blood corpse roared and pounced forward. What is this? When Yang Liuji saw the golden-eyed blood corpse's true appearance, his eyes narrowed and he punched out. The fist energy condensed into a sun and shot towards the golden-eyed blood corpse. Boom! The burning fist force collided with the golden-eyed blood corpse's claw radiance. The energy wreaked havoc in all directions, while the golden-eyed blood corpse and Yang Liuji both trembled and were forced back 7 to 8 steps. Looks like you're nothing much after all. You can't even beat one of my pets. Lu Ming laughed out loud. However, he was secretly shocked. Yang Liuji's cultivation should be at the early stage of the 5th martial ancestor realm, but his combat strength couldn't be judged by his cultivation. He could at least fight 2 levels above him. Go to hell! And NBSP, Yang Liuji was shaken, his eyes bursting with endless rage. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and a scorching aura filled the air. The force of fire. Moreover, the force of fire was extremely strong and stronger than Lu Ming's. This 6 extreme Yang's fire force is probably about to reach perfection. Lu Ming was a little surprised. Divine Sun Fist. Yang Liuji roared, his entire body emitting a bright light like a sun. Boom! Boom! He punched out a few times in a row, and each punch was accompanied by a sun. The suns shot towards the golden-eyed blood corpse. The golden-eyed blood zombie roared, and its body was covered in a thick blood-red light. It reached out with its claws, which were extremely sharp and seemed to be able to tear the space apart. Bang! Bang! Continuous crashing sounds rang out, and the rumbles continued. The scene was extremely shocking. It was as if suns were being extinguished in the sky one after another, like a scene from the end of the world. The golden-eyed blood corpse roared. It was not afraid of death, and its body was impervious to swords and spears. Although it was in the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm, its combat strength was not something that an ordinary 7th level martial ancestor realm could compare to. After dozens of moves, the golden-eyed blood corpse started to gain the upper hand. Chapter 289. Chapter 289. 10,000 Spiritual Combat Body. 549690339. Detestable. Yang Liuji roared in his heart and attacked even more violently, but it was useless. The golden-eyed blood corpse's body was not as strong as swords or spears and was impervious to fire or water. It didn't even feel Yang Liuji's hot fist energy when it landed on its body. On the other hand, Yang Liuji had to avoid the golden-eyed blood corpse's claw radiance. If he was not careful, he could be torn apart. Buzz! After a dozen more moves, the golden-eyed blood corpse's claw landed on Yang Liuji's body. Yang Liuji dodged in shock, but he was still left with several wounds and blood. Roar! The golden-eyed blood corpse roared and pounced towards Yang Liuji. Yang Liuji's expression was extremely ugly. Damn it! One day, I'll make sure you die without a burial ground. Yang Liuji let out a long, furious roar, then ran down the mountain. Take care, I won't send you off. Lu Ming waved his hands and said with a smile. This almost made Yang Liuji fall to the ground. He was so angry that his body trembled and he almost spat out blood. In the blink of an eye, Yang Liuji disappeared. At the foot of the mountain, more than 1,000 people were waiting quietly. Who would come down first? Everyone was thinking about the same question. Perhaps that kid will never be able to come down. Some people sneered and felt that Lu Ming would most likely die at the hands of Yang Liuji. Detestable guy, you can't die in the hands of Yang Liuji. Xianxia muttered. Although she knew that Lu Ming had the golden-eyed blood corpse with him, she was not confident. At this time, she could not help but reveal a worried look in her eyes. Even she did not notice it. Someone's coming down. Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out. Many people were shocked and couldn't help but look at the 8th path. There was no one on the 8th route. Everyone's heart trembled as they looked at the first path. Yang Liuji, covered in blood, came down from the first path with a gloomy expression. Whoosh! The crowd burst into an uproar. More than 1,000 people were dumbfounded. The first to come down was Yang Liuji, and he was injured. Did he lose or win? Everyone was guessing that perhaps Yang Liuji had already killed Lu Ming and obtained the final reward. However, Yang Liuji's next performance made everyone know that he had most likely lost. He stood at the foot of the mountain and looked up at the peak with a cold expression. This expression was obviously a defeat. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Yang Liuji had been defeated. Who was this person? On the mountain path, Lu Ming did not know about this. After watching Yang Liuji leave, Lu Ming turned and walked up. Up ahead, the road had already come to an end. At the end of the road, there was a bright ball of light. A secret manual was floating in the ball of light. Another secret manual? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He had already obtained an upper earth grade cultivation technique, and now a secret manual had appeared. Could it be a heaven grade secret manual? Lu Ming's heart started to burn. Stretching out his hand, he drew in his junqi and the manual fell into his palm. The surface of the secret manual was covered with wisps of blood, which was extremely strange. He opened the manual and took a look. The 10,000 spiritual combat body was a body refining technique that could allow one to cultivate a 9th grade body at most. Lu Ming's heart trembled violently. Then he was overjoyed. It was actually a body refining cultivation method, and it could cultivate a 9th grade body. This was simply a priceless treasure, even more precious than heaven-level martial skills. Haha, I was just looking for a body refining technique. Lu Ming laughed heartily. Then he started to read it impatiently. However, he had only read a few pages when heaven and earth suddenly shook. What's going on? Lu Ming's expression changed. Buzz! All of a sudden, a beam of light enveloped Lu Ming. He felt the world spinning around him and then disappeared from the mountain path. At the same time, pillars of light appeared at the foot of the mountain and enveloped everyone. Not only the foot of the mountain, but the rest of the young men in the ruins of the Cloud Emperor Palace were also covered by the light pillar. After being enveloped by the light pillar, the figure disappeared the next moment. A moment later, outside the Cloud Emperor Palace, in the vast mountains near the Blood Realm and Devil's Den, light pillars suddenly appeared. The light pillars dispersed, revealing the figure inside. They were all the young men who had entered the Yun Emperor Palace. He's out. Let's ask about the situation. Let's see if there are any treasures inside. In the vast mountains, the elders all called out. Lu Ming felt his head spinning. When he reappeared, he found himself between two mountains. The golden-eyed blood corpse also came out and stood beside him. In the sky, human figures were flying here and there. Little bastard, get out and face your death. Suddenly, a loud roar reverberated through the vast mountains. It was Yang Liuji. He stood high in the sky with a cold, killing intent. What's going on? Who does Yang Liuji want to kill? Many of the older generation were puzzled. After asking the other young men, he found out that Yang Liuji had suffered a great loss in the ruins of the Cloud Emperor Palace. The elders were shocked. They didn't think that with Yang Liuji's cultivation, he would actually suffer a great loss at the hands of someone from the younger generation. And Nbispu, damn it, he actually dared to take a treasure from the hands of the great Sun Sect's genius. Damn it. Find that bastard and let him know the consequences of offending our great Sun House. And NBSP, some of the older generation of the great Sun Prefecture shouted, their auras like mountains. A bunch of idiots. In the forest, Lu Ming's mouth twitched in disdain. Then he and the golden-eyed blood corpse ran in the direction of the Blood Realm and Devil's Cave. He had made an agreement with Xianxia to rush to the Blood Zone and Devil's Cave as soon as he came out. He wanted to go back to the blazing Sun Empire through the Blood and Devil's Den, because if he wanted to go around the Blood and Devil's Den, the journey would be more than 10 times longer. And NBSP, those from the Great Sun Prefecture had never seen him before, so how could they find him? Lu Ming successfully crossed the mountain and arrived near the Blood Realm and Devil's Cave. In front of him, a dark red mist filled the air, making everything hazy. A graceful figure was standing there. Xianxia had arrived. Let's go in. Let's go, Lu Ming shouted. He led the golden-eyed blood corpse and rushed in without hesitation. Xianxia followed closely behind. The next moment, Lu Ming and the rest appeared in the Blood Realm. He looked around, but he didn't see the stone door from last time. Lu Ming took out the demon-suppressing token, which glowed. Not long after, a deafening roar was heard. The tall figure of the blood demon dashed out from the blood mist. Roar! The golden-eyed blood corpse roared. All the green hair on its body stood on end, and it stood in front of Lu Ming. It looked at the blood demon that was running toward it with fear in its eyes. Bang! The blood demon stopped not far away, causing a gust of wind as he looked at the golden-eyed blood corpse with disdain. All right, I'm fine. Lu Ming smiled and sent a thought to the golden-eyed blood zombie to let it relax. The golden-eyed blood corpse finally relaxed. Let's go up. Lu Ming smiled and jumped onto the back of the blood demon. Then, Xianxia and the golden-eyed blood corpse jumped onto the back of the blood demon. The blood demon roared and ran away. This direction was the opposite of the Blood Zhao Empire, so it should be the direction to the Burning Sun Empire. Chapter 290. Chapter 290, exploded with a few punches. 549690339. Little Qing, there's something I need to tell you. On the blood demon's back, Lu Ming suddenly said to Xianxia. What is it? Xianxia said coldly. Although she hated Lu Ming for calling her Shaoqing, she had already tacitly agreed. I've seen your sister before. Lu Ming said. What? Xianxing's pupils suddenly shrank, and a trace of hatred and determination flashed in his eyes. What did she say to you? Xianxing stared at Lu Ming and asked. She told me to pass you a message. She told you not to keep thinking about surpassing her, because that's a waste of time, and it's impossible. Lu Ming relayed Xianxing's words to Xianxing. As expected, you're still so self-righteous. After hearing this, Xianxing gritted his teeth and said with determination, Isn't it just an innate king-level bloodline? What's so great about her? One day, I'm going to step on her. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming could not help but touch his nose. This chick really liked to trample on others. At the same time, he was secretly shocked. From what Xianxing said, Xianxia actually had a natural king-level bloodline. That was terrifying. The meaning of innate king-class bloodline was that the first bloodline awakened was a king-class bloodline. Without a doubt, this kind of person was a rare monster with a terrifying talent. No wonder Xianxia was so powerful. With his 6th-grade Grandmaster Realm Cultivation, he was able to injure a martial Grandmaster from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion with just an inscription formation. Lu Ming even suspected that Xianxia had not used his full strength at that time. What kind of sisters are they? What's their background? His talent was actually so amazing? They don't seem to get along? Lu Ming was secretly curious. However, since Xianxia didn't say anything, he didn't ask. On the back of the blood demon, there was silence as they continued on their way to the Burning Sun Empire. Blazing Sun Empire, outside the Blood Realm and Devil's Denver. 4 figures were standing guard there. These 4 people were the ones who Qiu Changkong had asked him to guard this place. How fucking unlucky. It's all because of those 2 little bastards. They made me stay in this godforsaken place. It's been more than 10 days. I think those 2 little bastards must have died in there. A burly man cursed unhappily. Although we'll definitely die if we enter the Blood Domain and Devil's Den, young Master Changkong is just being cautious. Let's guard here for another month. If there's still no movement after a month, we'll leave. A white-haired old man said. He had the highest cultivation among the 4 of them, reaching the 4th level of Martial Ancestor Realm. I really hope those 2 little bastards didn't die. If that's the case, I'll make them regret being born into this world. The burly large man sinisterly said. However, the next moment, his pupils suddenly widened, revealing a look of disbelief. The other 3 were in a similar situation. In the Blood Realm and Devil's Cave, a bloody mist rolled out, and 3 figures walked out from the bloody mist. If it was not Lu Ming and Xianxia, who else could it be? After more than a day's journey, the blood demon finally carried them to the border of the Burning Sun Empire's Blood Zone and Devil's Cave. There was no stone door here. Instead, there was a door of light. After stepping through the door of light, one would naturally leave the Blood Realm and Devil's Cave. However, the blood demons couldn't leave with them, but the golden-eyed blood zombies could. The golden-eyed blood zombies didn't belong to the Blood Zone. To Lu Ming's surprise, as soon as he left the Blood Realm and Devil's Den, he ran into the people from the Omnipresent Sword sect. Haha, these 2 little bastards are really not dead? Fine, I'll take them down and torture them. I'll make them tell me the secret of why they didn't die after entering the Blood Realm and Devil's Den. The burly man laughed, his eyes filled with coldness. The aura of a second-grade martial arts grandmaster exploded from his body and pressed down on Lu Ming and Xianxia. You want to know? Alright, come here, I'll throw you in and you'll know. Lu Ming smiled faintly. You're on the verge of death and you're still trying to win with your words. You're really stupid. Kneel down. The burly man strode forward and pressed his palm toward Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming's combat strength was not bad, he was at the second level of the martial arts grandmaster realm. He was confident that he could suppress Lu Ming with a single palm. However, the result was completely beyond his expectations. Lu Ming stretched out his hand casually and grabbed his palm. At the same time, an extremely strong genuine qi gushed toward his palm. With a destructive force, it crushed his genuine qi and gushed into his arm. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking came from his palm. Then, the muscles of his arm exploded, and the bones broke into pieces. The burly man screamed like a pig being slaughtered. He was in so much pain that tears were flowing out. Bang! Lu Ming's kick landed on the burly man's dantian, shattering the cyclone in his dantian and crippling his cultivation. The burly man let out a desperate scream. That's fucking unpleasant to hear. Didn't you want to know why I didn't die after entering the Blood Realm and Devil's Den? You can go in and take a look yourself. With that, Lu Ming swung his arm and threw the burly man into the Blood Realm. Don't! The burly man shouted in despair, but in the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared. How dare you! You're looking for death. At this time, the remaining 3 people from the 10 Direction Sword School finally reacted. They all shouted, and their eyes revealed shock and disbelief. The burly man's strength was at the second tier of the martial arts grandmaster realm, but he was completely helpless against Lu Ming. It had only been a short 10 days, how did Lu Ming become so strong? You're the ones who will die today. The 10 Direction Sword sect will start with you. Let's collect some interest first. Lu Ming's gaze was cold as he strode toward the remaining 3 people. Presumptuous, you little bastard. Don't think that you can be impudent in front of me just because you killed a second-level martial ancestor. I'll let you know that the difference between a second-level and a fourth-level martial ancestor is like heaven and earth. The white-haired elder howled as his bloodline exploded, raising his strength to the maximum. Whoosh! He swung his sword, and a vast sword qi slashed toward Lu Ming. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered and threw a punch. Boom! A terrifying fist radiance burst out from Lu Ming's fist, tearing through the void and crashing into the vast sword qi. Bang! The sword qi instantly dispersed, but the remaining fist radiance didn't slow down and landed on the old man. The old man let out a blood-curdling screech and spat out a large mouthful of blood. His body was sent flying back 1,000 meters. How can he be so strong? This man is invincible. I have to run away and report this to young Master Changkong. The white-haired old man revealed a look of disbelief and turned to run. When the other 2 saw that Lu Ming had sent the white-haired old man flying with one punch, they were scared out of their wits. They turned around and flew into the distance. You want to leave? How was that possible? Lu Ming shouted coldly and threw 2 consecutive punches. Boom! Boom! 2 fist radiances streaked across the sky and headed towards the 2 people. The 2 of them were only in the first tier of the martial ancestor realm and could not resist at all. 2 screams rang out and the 2 of them were directly blown up in the air. Then, Lu Ming stepped on the void and chased after the old man. In just a few breaths, he had caught up to the old man. The old man roared and fought back desperately, but it was useless. He was blown up by Lu Ming's punch. Chapter 291. Chapter 291, Don't Talk Nonsense. 549690339. Lu Ming activated the 9-dragon bloodline and devoured the white-haired elder's blood essence. Then, in a flash, Lu Ming took away the storage rings of the others. At the same time, he also devoured all the blood essence. The 4 Grandmaster-level powerhouses of the omnidirectional sword school were killed by Lu Ming in such a short time. Qiu Changkong probably did not even dream of this. Let's go. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Together with Xianxia and the golden-eyed blood zombie, they soared into the sky and turned into a rainbow light, flying rapidly towards the imperial capital. As he flew, Lu Ming refined the blood essence. Let's see if my second bloodline can increase its level by devouring essence blood. With a single thought, Lu Ming transferred all the energy refined from the 9-dragon bloodline to his second bloodline. Instantly, the second bloodline devoured the energy in a frenzy. Lu Ming could feel that the 3 Esilavir chakras were shining and the strength of the second bloodline was increasing. It's really useful. The grade of my second bloodline can also be improved. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Heaven-defying, this was too heaven-defying. The 9-dragon bloodline could actually devour blood essence and upgrade the level of other bloodlines. This was too shocking. The level of his bloodline was not important anymore. What was important was that as long as he could devour the blood essence, his bloodline could be improved infinitely. Lu Ming immediately transferred the remaining energy essence to the second bloodline. The combined energy of 2 Martial Grandmaster 1 Dan, 1 Martial Grandmaster 2 Dan, and 1 Martial Grandmaster 4 Dan was too strong. If the 9-dragon bloodline devoured it, it would probably level up instantly, which would attract Xianxia's attention. The bloodline of the 9 dragons could not be exposed. However, although the blood essence was strong, it was still a drop in the bucket for the second bloodline. It was difficult for the second bloodline to level up. The amount of energy essence required for a 3rd-level king bloodline to level up was extremely terrifying. Xianxia seemed to sense that Lu Ming was a little strange, but he only took a casual glance and did not pay much attention to it. The 2 of them rushed to the imperial capital at full speed. With the 2's current cultivation, their speed was much faster than before as they flew through the air. In just slightly more than half a day, the imperial capital was already in sight. The 2 of them returned to the imperial capital and rushed to the General Star Hall as fast as lightning. Previously, Lu Ming had already learned through the 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman that Lu Yuntian had returned to the imperial capital safely and was in the General Star's Hall. Lu Ming could not wait to see Lu Yuntian. "Tingyun, you really did appear." Just as Lu Ming and the group were about to reach the General Star's Hall, a loud shout was heard. The sound of the air being torn apart could be heard as 2 young men appeared in front of Lu Ming. "So it's you guys. You're really patient. You've been guarding this place like dogs. Thank you for your hard work." Lu Ming sneered as he looked at the 2 young men with a mocking smile. These 2 young men were the genius disciples from the 10 Directions Sword School who had charged into the General Star Hall to kill Lu Ming. They had declared that they would stop Lu Ming outside the General Star Hall. He did not expect that the 2 of them would still be here after so many days. "What did you just say? You're looking for death." The 2 young men were furious, and 2 powerful auras rushed out of their bodies. The aura of a peak 2nd-level martial ancestor realm expert was like a mountain. The people nearby were all alarmed. "What's going on? What's happening?" Those are the 2 golden disciples of the 10 Direction Sword School. The other side is Tianyun. I know. Half a month ago, 2 disciples from the 10 Directions Sword School charged into the General Star Hall, wanting to kill Tianyun. In the end, they failed and were stopped by the elders of the General Star Hall and the experts of the royal family. In the end, the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School declared that they would kill Tianyun outside the General Star Hall. There's actually such a thing? Now that Tianyun has left the General Star Hall, he's finished. The experts of the General Star Hall will have no reason to interfere. Tianyun is in danger. Countless people in the surroundings were attracted by the commotion and gathered around, discussing spiritedly. "Tianyun, you shouldn't have said those words. Ever since you said those words, your tragic ending has already been determined. Today, I'll let you know what pain is, what it means to be unable to die." One of the disciples from the 10 Directions sword sect had an extremely gloomy expression. Killing intent burst out from his body, and it was as if it had materialized. Lu Ming actually dared to call them dogs. Damn it, this was definitely 1,000 times worse. Who were they? The golden disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect, the proud sons of heaven, had always been pampered. When had anyone dared to say this about them? Don't fucking babble. If you want to fight, then do it. If you don't, then get lost. Get as far away as you can. Lu Ming berated. The surrounding spectators were all stunned. This Tianyun was too overbearing, wasn't he? He actually dared to berate the geniuses of the 10 Directions sword school like this. These were a few young grandmasters. They were incomparably powerful, and many of the older generation had to be extremely respectful in front of them. Where did Tianyun get his confidence from? I think Tianyun is going all out. He knows that he's going to die, so why don't he just curse to his heart's content? I think so too. It must be so. The surrounding people were discussing. Kill. Tianyun, I'm going to kill you and feed your corpse to the dogs. A young man from the 10 Directions sword sect shouted. He couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Buzz! The combat sword trembled and a terrifying sword ray, sparkling and dazzling, was slashed at Lu Ming. Retreat, quickly retreat. The others in the surroundings were extremely shocked and quickly retreated. This sword was too terrifying. If they were swept by the aftermath, they would either die or be injured. However, Lu Ming's body was as tall as a mountain. He stood there, not moving. Beside him, Xianxia and the golden-eyed blood corpse were also standing there motionless, as if they didn't see anything. Dumbfounded, Tianyun and the others have been scared silly. Many people roared in their hearts and came to this conclusion. The sword gleam was about to slash down on Lu Ming's head. At this moment, Lu Ming stretched out his palm. His palm glowed and a long spear condensed. Boom! The sword gleam slashed at the long spear that Lu Ming had condensed and a deafening boom was heard. Then, everyone saw that Lu Ming's body did not move at all. His clothes did not even flutter. He used the long spear condensed from essential chi in his hand to block the sword gleam steadily. The crowd was dumbfounded. He blocked it. How could Lu Ming block the sword of the youth from the omnidirectional sword sect so easily? Could it be that the young man from the 10 Directions sword sect had not used his full strength? The eyes of the youth from the 10 Directions sword sect almost popped out, and his heart was in turmoil. Others might not know, but he knew very well that he had used all his strength in that sword attack. Previously, Lu Ming had been forced to flee in a sorry state under this sword attack. He did not even have the strength to fight back. How much time had passed? How was it possible that Lu Ming could easily block his sword? This is your strength? You haven't changed at all, you're just making progress on the spot. How disappointing. Lu Ming spoke in a slightly mocking tone. Then Lu Ming's long spear trembled. The body of the spear shook and a terrifying force exploded. Ah! The young man from the 10 Directions sword school let out a blood-curdling screech as his body flew out like a cannonball. He crashed through more than 10 walls before he could stabilize himself, but blood spurted out of his mouth. Chapter 292. Chapter 292, Challenging Qiu Changlai. 549690339. Cicigu. Gasps of shock could be heard. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. This was too strong, the gap was too big. The gold disciple of the 10 Directions sword school couldn't resist at all and was easily suppressed. Previously, those who thought that Lu Ming was dead for sure felt their faces burning. Lu Ming was not scared out of his wits. He was not courting death. He had the confidence and the ability. Die! The long spear condensed from essential chi in Lu Ming's hands turned into a flash of lightning and shot out like an arrow. The long spear pierced through the chest of the youth from the 10 Directions sword school, killing him. Run! The remaining young man was scared out of his wits as he frantically fled into the distance. Who told you that you can walk? Let's go and accompany your companions. A cold voice came out of Lu Ming's mouth. Then, a long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The long spear pierced through the void and pierced towards the other party. Break! The other party roared and used all his strength to slash out with his sword. A mighty sword chi slashed at Lu Ming's long spear. However, with a splat, the sword chi was pierced through by the long spear. The long spear did not stop, it was as fast as lightning. No! The youth from the 10 Direction Sword School shouted. Stop! An earth-shattering shout suddenly came from the distance. But it was too late. The chest of the youth from the 10 Direction Sword School was pierced through by the spear, and a huge hole was blasted open. His body fell to the ground, and his blood scattered in the air. Buzz! At this time, a violent air-piercing sound was heard, and a figure appeared in the sky. This figure was also a young man in his 20s. Qiu Changlai! It's Qiu Changlai! Someone exclaimed when they saw the young man. Qiu Zhanglia's name had shaken the entire blazing Sun Empire during this period of time. It was because he had defeated one of the 6 heroes, Ling Yanqi, not too long ago that he had become unparalleled in the limelight. Some people had already spread the rumor of the 7 heroes of the Scorching Sun because of him. Qiu Changlia's face darkened. He glared at Lu Ming and said, You're Tianyun? You actually dared to kill a genius of my 10 Direction Sword School. Do you know how big of a crime you've committed? Do you know that this is a great crime that will result in the extermination of 9 generations of your family? Laughable. Lu Ming smiled faintly and said, They've tried to kill me several times, so I can't kill them? I don't care if you're from the 10 Directions Sword Sect or the 9 Directions Sword Sect. Anyone who dares to offend me will be killed. Kill, kill, kill. The 3 words resounded in the air. They were filled with killing intent and sent chills down one's spine. How dare you? You're looking down on the 10 Direction Sword School. You must be beheaded. Qiu Changlai shouted as a beam of sword chi shot out of his body and into the sky. Cut your sister. If you want to fight, then fight. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? Now, I'm officially challenging you. Lu Ming howled madly, his voice rumbling and spreading in all directions. Everyone was stunned. Tianyun actually wanted to challenge Qiu Changlai? Was he crazy? Although he had displayed incredible combat strength, and the 2 martial ancestor realm 2 Dan youths were unable to resist him, he was still a powerful man. However, no one believed that he was a match for Qiu Changlai. Qiu Changlai was a peerless genius secretly nurtured by the 10 Direction Sword School. Once he was born, he defeated Ling Yanqi, one of the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire. He was extremely powerful and could be said to be standing at the peak of the younger generation of the Burning Sun Empire. How long had it been since Tianyun rose to power? Not long ago, he was only at the Great Martial Master realm. How could he be Qiu Changlia's match? Tianyun, you can't. At this moment, a long howl came from the distance, and a few figures rushed over. It was Hua Qi and a few elders from the imperial family. The elders and Hua Qi quickly arrived. Tianyun, don't be rash. This is the imperial capital. Let's see what Qiu Changlai can do to you. Hua Qi called out. It was not that he did not trust Lu Ming. On the contrary, he trusted Lu Ming very much. He believed that it was very possible that Lu Ming would surpass the 6 Scorching Sun heroes in a year or 2. However, he did not believe that Lu Ming could defeat Qiu Changlai. It was too unbelievable. Hua Qi, what are you doing? Don't think that you can stop me just because you're some bullshit prince. If you anger me, I'll kill you as well. Now, get out of my way. Qiu Changlai looked at Hua Qi and chided. From his tone, he did not put Hua Qi in his eyes at all. How dare you disrespect the 8th prince? An old man shouted from the edge of the pool. Old thing, what are you shouting for? So what if I'm disrespectful? What can you do to me? Let me tell you, Today Tianyun killed a gold-ranked disciple of our 10-direction sword sect. His crime is unforgivable and no one can save him. Qiu Changlai was extremely arrogant as he glared at Hua Qi and the others. Hua Qi and the other elders had ugly expressions. Hey, are you done with your nonsense? I challenged you just now. If you don't fucking dare to accept the challenge, just say it. Don't try to change the topic here and talk nonsense. Lu Ming shouted. Everyone was stunned. Qiu Changlai was arrogant, but this Tianyun was even more arrogant and savage than Qiu Changlai. You fuck. Qiu Changlai's face turned ashen, and he almost vomited blood. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down and said coldly, Fine, I agree to fight you. It's a life and death battle. No outsiders are allowed to interfere. Good, that's just what I want. I'm really afraid that if I accidentally kill you, the old man from the 10-direction sword school will come to me for revenge. Lu Ming said loudly. Ha, Tianyun, what do you think the 10-direction sword school is? Don't worry, if you really can kill me, it'll be because my cultivation is not enough. My 10-direction sword sect will not pursue this matter. But let me tell you, it's impossible for you to kill me. I'll let you know what despair is. Qiu Changlai laughed with confidence. His voice spread far and wide, and everyone heard it. All right, then let's fight. Lu Ming let out a long howl. He took a step forward and appeared in the air, standing opposite Qiu Changlai. Lu Ming has broken through to the martial ancestor realm. Seeing this, Hua Qi's mind stirred. A hint of surprise appeared in his eyes, followed by a hint of joy. He understood Lu Ming very well. Lu Ming would never fight a battle that he was not confident in. Buzz! With a wave of his hand, a huge combat sword flew out and hovered above Qiu Changlai's head. A terrifying sword chi spread out in all directions, covering half the sky. Die! Qiu Changlai bellowed. His sword trembled and turned into a terrifying sword ray that slashed toward Lu Ming. The sword chi was fused with an incomparably powerful force. The momentum of the mountain that had reached the great completion, caused the attack power of the sword ray to reach its peak. The two golden disciples from the 10-direction sword school were trash compared to him. There was no way to compare them. The sword light slashed down, terrifying and shocking. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. The demon-subduing spear appeared in his hand and he thrust the spear forward. The true qi in his body continuously gathered at the tip of the spear. At the same time, the power of wind and fire also gathered and compressed at the tip of the spear. This was the sixth move of the fire gun art, explosion. However, Lu Ming had modified it to merge the wind and fire forces. The power of wind and fire had been condensed to the extreme, but it was still not completely fused. However, its power was already very shocking. Explode! Go! Lu Ming shouted. A terrifying force suddenly burst out from the tip of the spear. The two forces met in the air. Chapter 293. Chapter 293, Fusion of Wind and Fire. 549690339. Boom. Heaven and earth shook violently as if a sun had exploded in the sky. Terrifying waves swept in all directions. From the ground, one could see that a visible wave of air exploded from the point where the two met in the air. It spread out rapidly and covered the entire imperial city in an instant. At that moment, all the powerful cultivators in the imperial capital were shocked. They looked at the place where Lu Ming and Qiu Changlai were fighting. Boom! After the earth-shaking tremor, the two figures quickly retreated, each retreating 1,000 meters. They were evenly matched. Whoosh! In an instant, the entire place burst into an uproar. Lu Ming was actually able to fight Qiu Changlai head-on, and they were even. How is that possible? How is this possible? Tell me, am I blind? What I just saw wasn't real. You're blind, but I'm not. I saw it too. My God, Tianyun was only a martial grandmaster half a month ago. It's only been half a month, and he's already able to fight Qiu Changlai. Isn't this a little too crazy? I've lived my life in vain. Everyone's nerves seemed to be in a mess as they screamed randomly to vent the shock in their hearts. It was simply too shocking. This guy, this guy, this guy. Hua Qi was tongue-tied and almost couldn't speak. Beside him, the few elders of the imperial family were also dumbfounded. Damn it! Damn it! Tianyun, you deserve to die! Qiu Changlai roared. Qiu Changlai was a genius, but he had been in hiding for more than 20 years. His goal was to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat and break through the clouds. In the end he did it. With a single move, he defeated one of the 6 heroes, Ling Yanqi. His name shook the world and his glory was boundless. He enjoyed this kind of glory incomparably. He had a kind of ambition. He wanted to climb all the way up and trample all the other geniuses under his feet. He might even be able to replace Qiu Changkong. However, to think that he would actually be stopped by an ant like Tianyun, this caused his reputation to be somewhat imperfect. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Boom! Qiu Changlia's body flashed with a blood-red light as a ferocious tiger charged out. This ferocious tiger had a pair of wings on its back, and its aura soared into the sky. Around the tiger, there was a dazzling Esilavir chakra. King-level first-class bloodline. Tianyun, I have a king-tier bloodline, and I'm a natural-born king. Why don't you die? Qiu Changlai bellowed. His aura was incomparably powerful as he slashed his sword toward Lu Ming again. Natural king. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. His body shook and a blood-red light shot out. Then, a huge stone tablet emerged. The 3 Esilavir chakras on the stone tablet were so bright that they almost blinded the others. Oh heavens, oh earth, what am I seeing? 3 Esilavir chakra? A 3rd-level royal bloodline. It's actually a 3rd-level royal bloodline? How is that possible? Monster, he's a real monster. The crowd's mood that had finally calmed down was turned upside down again. Everyone let out a roar of disbelief. Hua Qi's dumbfounded expression turned into a bitter smile. He had tried his best to overestimate Lu Ming. However, he realized that he was wrong every time. He had always underestimated Lu Ming. No, this is impossible. Qiu Changlia's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he shrieked in disbelief. Boom! Lu Ming waved his long spear and blocked Qiu Changlia's sword gleam. He then looked at Qiu Changlai with a cold smile and said, What's impossible? It's just a 3rd-level king bloodline. How big of a deal is that? What was there to be surprised about? You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. There was a 7th-tier king-level bloodline genius standing next to him. Lu Ming did not think that a 3rd-level king-level bloodline was a big deal. Kill, so what if it's a 3rd-level king-class bloodline? You'll still die today. Qiu Changlai roared. He was so jealous that he was about to go crazy. In his heart, Tianyun was just like an ant. He had actually awakened a 3rd-level king bloodline, which was 2 levels higher than him. This was unforgivable. He must kill Lu Ming. He could not allow Lu Ming to live in this world. Just now, he was still feeling smug and self-proclaimed to be a natural-born king, looking down on Lu Ming. However, in the blink of an eye, Lu Ming erupted with a 3rd-level king-level blood meridian. His blood meridian was trash compared to Lu Ming's. This was like a slap to his own face. This made his killing intent towards Lu Ming even stronger. Buzz. Qiu Changlia's sword trembled as he charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's spear trembled as he charged toward Qiu Changlai. Boom. Boom. The two of them were engaged in an intense battle. One had to admit that Qiu Changlai was indeed extremely powerful, far more powerful than the other young experts of his generation. He was at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial ancestor realm. His force had reached the phenomenal success stage, and he had also cultivated a low earth grade martial skill to the 4th stage. The cultivation technique he practiced should be a low earth level cultivation technique. With the first-class king bloodline, he could kill a peak 4th-level martial ancestor realm martial artist with one move, let alone a martial artist of the same level as him. He could cross 2 levels and fight with a peak 5th-level martial ancestor realm martial artist. It was not easy for Lu Ming to win since his cultivation level was more than a level lower. Moreover, Lu Ming did not use any earth-level martial arts technique. He wanted to use the power of wind and fire to fight against Qiu Changlai. He wanted to use Qiu Changlia's hands to temper the power of wind and fire so that the power of wind and fire could be completely fused as soon as possible. Boom! In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed and Lu Ming was gradually at a disadvantage. After all, he didn't use an earth-rank martial skill, so he suffered a great loss in this aspect. Tianyun is going to be defeated. Seems like Qiu Changlai is still stronger. However, for Tianyun to be able to fight Qiu Changlai to this extent, it's already extremely terrifying. With Tianyun's bloodline, he might be able to surpass Qiu Changlai in time. The people watching the battle couldn't help but express their opinions. In the crowd, Hua Qi had a worried expression. Elders, if Tianyun is no match for you later on, you must save Tianyun no matter what price you have to pay. Hua Qi secretly sent a message to the imperial family elders. 8th Prince, don't worry. We will protect young Master Tianyun even if it means our lives. A few imperial family elders said. Only then did Hua Qi relax a little and continue to watch the battle. Ha, Tianyun, go to hell. Qiu Changlai let out a long howl. His aura was like a rainbow. Dazzling sword qi continued to burst out, determined to kill Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming turned a deaf ear to everything in the outside world. He was completely immersed in his own world, in the world of wind and fire. Suzu. Just a little bit more and the wind and fire will be completely fused together. Just a little bit more. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He waved the long spear in his hand at an increasing speed. The space was filled with spear shadows. Moreover, each spear shadow was more powerful than the last. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had been exchanged. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He felt that the wind and fire had reached a point. When they reached this point, the wind and fire had completely fused together. I've succeeded. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Buzz! Lu Ming's long spear shook. The power of wind and fire combined and exploded into a terrifying wave, destroying Qiu Changlia's sword radiance. Whoosh! Then, the long spear shook and stabbed out like a real dragon. The power of wind and fire fused together and exploded. Bang! Qiu Changlai let out a blood-curdling screech as his body was sent flying several thousand meters away. Chapter 294. Chapter 294. Chapter 294 Overbearing Killing. 549690339. How did this happen? Qiu Changlai stood thousands of meters in the sky, spitting out a large mouthful of blood as he let out a roar of disbelief. The countless spectators were also in disbelief. What was going on? Qiu Changlai had clearly gained the upper hand earlier, and victory was only a matter of time. Why did Tianyun suddenly unleash his full power and send Qiu Changlai flying with a single strike, severely injuring him? Could it be that Tianyun had been hiding his strength all along? Ha, Qiu Changlai, thank you. Thank you for sparring with me just now, allowing me to cultivate a martial skill. Lu Ming laughed heartily. What? The countless spectators looked at each other and then came to a realization. Lu Ming had actually borrowed Qiu Changlia's help to cultivate a unique skill. The crowd was speechless. Lu Ming was actually using Qiu Changlai to cultivate. It was crazy. The craziest thing was that he had actually succeeded. Tianyun. Qiu Changlai howled into the sky and spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. These few mouthfuls of blood were completely from anger. This was an insult. This was an insult. Qiu Changlai felt as if his anger was about to burst out of his chest. What are you screaming for? It's your honor to be able to let me use you to cultivate. Lu Ming stepped in the air and chided indifferently. Wasn't Qiu Changlai crazy? I'm more arrogant than you. Boom. Following that, Lu Ming pulled the spear down. The power of wind and fire naturally fused together, erupting with a terrifying power. Bang! Qiu Changlia's sword qi was instantly destroyed, and the spear continued to strike Qiu Changlai. Bang! Qiu Changlai was sent flying like a rubber ball. His body was almost blown apart, and he was spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Crushing, a complete crushing. The power of wind and fire is actually so strong when completely fused? Lu Ming secretly sighed in his heart. The power of the fusion of wind and fire had greatly exceeded Lu Ming's expectations. Lu Ming estimated that the power of the fusion of wind and fire should be equivalent to the 6th level of the low earth level martial arts technique. After force has reached perfection, it's time to comprehend intent. The natural force of heaven and earth, the natural intent of heaven and earth, contains too many profound mysteries. I've only touched the surface of it now. In the future, I'll have to work harder on force. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. The fusion of wind and fire force will be called wind and fire kill. It can be considered a killing move that I comprehended on my own. In the future, as my comprehension of wind and fire force deepened, I might be able to create a set of martial skills that belongs to me. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. Ah! Qiu Changlai howled as he turned around to run. However, Lu Ming caught up with him in a few steps. Whoosh! Whoosh! A few spear strikes landed on Qiu Changlia's body, causing him to scream in pain. It was unknown how many bones in his body had been broken, and he was almost unable to fly. He was barely able to remain in the air. The entire arena fell silent. Qiu Changlai was no match for Tianyun at all. This was a one-sided battle. Tianyun, stop. This battle ends here. I admit that your strength is indeed slightly stronger than mine. Qiu Changlai shouted. Stop? Have you forgotten that we have agreed to a life and death battle, one that will not end until one of us is dead? Lu Ming sneered as he walked toward Qiu Changlai. Qiu Changlai used the last of his strength to retreat as he shouted, No, you can't kill me. Tianyun, I'm warning you. I'm the peerless genius of the 10 Direction Sword School, and I'm destined to become a figure at the peak of the world. If you kill me, the 10 Direction Sword School will never let you off. What a joke. You and I have a life and death battle. Neither side will pursue the matter. This is the rule of martial arts. If the 10 Directions Sword School pursues the matter because of this, it will be breaking the rule of martial arts and making an enemy of all martial arts cultivators in the world. I would like to see if the 10 Directions Sword School has the ability to do so. Lu Ming sneered in response. At the same time, he closed in on Qiu Changlai with a bone-chilling murderous intent. No, Tianyun, you can't do this. Let me tell you, if you really kill me, no one can protect you. Don't think that the royal family can protect you. Let me tell you, the royal family will be destroyed sooner or later, and the 10 Direction Sword School will unify the Blazing Sun Empire sooner or later. When that time comes, there will be no place for you in the Blazing Sun Empire. Qiu Changlai bellowed and even tried to threaten Lu Ming. Oh really? That's a matter for the future. I'll kill you first. Lu Ming sneered. He was already close to Qiu Changlai. He extended his palm and tried to grab Qiu Changlai. Qiu Changlai was already on the verge of death. He had no way of resisting and was held by his throat by Lu Ming. His body began to struggle violently, and his eyes were filled with fear and despair. Just now, didn't you say that you wanted me to understand what despair is? Now, you should understand, right? Lu Ming looked at Qiu Changlai coldly and said with a hint of mockery. Just now, Qiu Changlai had arrogantly told Lu Ming that he wanted him to understand what despair was. Now he understood. No, please don't kill me, I beg you, I beg you. Qiu Changlai shouted out with all his might. He was truly terrified and desperate. The experts of the 10 Directions Sword Sect had all rushed back to the 10 Directions Sword Sect to discuss an important matter. He was the strongest among those who remained in the imperial capital, so no one would come to save him. It was useless even if he came. However, he didn't want to die. He was a peerless genius with a great future. He really didn't want to die. At that moment, he was filled with regret. Why did he have to provoke Lu Ming? Now, he understood one thing. There were some people that he could never afford to offend. But it was too late to realize it now. It's too late to beg me now. Lu Ming's eyes glowed coldly, then his essential qi exploded. Bang! Xianxia's body exploded in the air. Lu Ming secretly controlled his blood meridian and devoured Xianxia's blood essence. Of course, he would not let go of his storage ring. Silence! At this moment, it was as if the entire imperial capital had fallen silent. Xianxia had been killed by Tianyun. This genius who had just risen and was about to become one of the 7 heroes of the Scorching Sun had been killed just like that. This Tianyun is too domineering. He's really a ruthless man. The higher-ups of the 10 Directions Sword School are probably going crazy now that Xianxia has been killed. So what if I go crazy? Tianyun and Xianxia are fighting to the death according to the rules of martial arts. Would the 10 Directions Sword sect dare to interfere? Even if we don't interfere openly, we can do it in the dark. That's true. In the imperial capital, countless people were discussing excitedly. Of course, there were also people who sighed. The path of martial arts was just so cruel. No matter how talented you were, you could die at the hands of a stronger genius. The fall of a genius represented the rise of another genius. From now on, there would be one more top genius in the Blazing Sun Empire. That was Tianyun. He really killed Xianxia. At the edge of the pool, a few imperial family elders were still in disbelief. This is his style. Hua Qi smiled bitterly. Buzz. Lu Ming moved and appeared at the edge of the pool. Let's go to the General Star Hall. After being delayed by the people from the omnidirectional sword sect for such a long time, Lu Ming could not wait to see Lu Yuntian. Hua Qi nodded. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the golden-eyed blood corpse followed him to the General Star Hall. Chapter 295. Chapter 295. The Martial Emperor's Treasure. 549690339. When Lu Ming saw Lu Yuntian again, they were in an extremely well-hidden side hall of the General Star Hall. Right now, Lu Yuntian had already changed into a new set of robes. He had shaved off his beard and combed his hair neatly. His sword-like brows extended to his temples, making him look extraordinarily handsome. When Lu Yuntian was young, he was already a rarely seen handsome man. However, there was a hideous scar on the top of his nose that extended all the way to his lips, ruining his beauty. However, Lu Yuntian did not mind at all. He only stared at Lu Ming in a daze and sized him up carefully. Ming, you've finally grown up. You've even become a genius whose name shakes the world. As expected of my son, ha. After a long while, Lu Yuntian laughed out loud. He was very satisfied. During this period of time, Hua Qi had already told him everything about Lu Ming. He was extremely excited and gratified to hear that Lu Ming had achieved so much. However, Lu Ming's nose was sour. His eyes were filled with tears as he said in a trembling voice, "Father, who is it? Who did this? I will make him pay 10 times the price." He had already checked Lu Yuntian's body in detail earlier. Other than a scar on his face, Lu Yuntian's internal injuries were even more severe. All the meridians in his body were broken, and not a single part was intact. In such a situation, let alone cultivation, he was not even as strong as an ordinary person. It was hard to imagine what kind of suffering Lu Yuntian had gone through all these years. Lu Ming felt a terrifying killing intent about to burst out of his chest. Ming, I'll say the same thing again. Don't be rash. Before you have absolute strength, you can't act on impulse. Lu Yuntian muttered to himself. Father, don't worry. Ming knows. Lu Ming said, but his fists were clenched tightly. Fine, father will tell you. All of this was done by Qiu Changkong. Lu Yuntian sighed. Qiu Changkong, it's him. Lu Ming growled and then said, Why? Father, why did Qiu Changkong do this to you? Because of the martial emperor's treasure. Lu Yuntian said, Back then, Qiu Changkong wasn't the current leader of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun, but he was already a young genius. For some reason, he found out that I had the martial emperor's treasure, so he secretly sent people to capture me. He has been interrogating me all these years, trying to get the news of the martial emperor's treasure from me. Hi, he's dreaming. How could I tell him? It's just a waste of effort. Qiu Changkong, I'll make sure he pays a terrible price for this. Lu Ming said in a low voice, his voice extremely cold. The martial emperor's treasure? Why is he so sure that father knows about the martial emperor's treasure? I do know about the martial emperor's treasure. Lu Yuntian chuckled. What? Lu Ming was greatly shocked. Ha, I got the news of the martial emperor's treasure by accident. But I was prepared for it, so I've already left the news to you. Lu Yuntian smiled. You're leaving it for me? Lu Ming was a little stunned. Could it be that bronze pendant? Lu Ming asked. No. Lu Yuntian smiled. I obtained that bronze pendant by chance. I found it interesting, so I've been carrying it with me. I'll leave it to you later. The news of the martial emperor's treasure is actually in that heavenly star sword. Heavenly star sword. Lu Ming was stunned. Then he moved his hand and the star sword appeared in his hand. Lu Yuntian was overjoyed. He took the heavenly star sword and examined it carefully before passing it to Lu Ming. That's right. I've sealed the news of the martial emperor's treasure in this heavenly star sword. In this heavenly star sword, there's a key to opening the martial emperor's treasure, as well as a map. You can find an inscription master to retrieve them later on. When your cultivation reaches a certain level, you can head to the martial emperor's treasure and obtain a great opportunity. It's actually in the heavenly star sword. Lu Ming secretly sighed. Ming, how has your mother been all these years? Lu Yuntian asked. However, his voice was trembling. Father, mother is very good. It's just that all these years, I've been thinking about you. Lu Ming said. That's good. I've let her down all these years. Lu Yuntian sighed. Father, don't worry. The imperial family has already secretly sent people to pick up mother. Our family will be reunited soon. Lu Ming said. Lu Yuntian's eyes revealed a hint of anticipation. Father, don't worry. Even if I have to travel all over the world, I will find the spiritual medicine to heal your injuries and let you embark on the path of martial arts again. Lu Ming said firmly. Ming, it's good that you have this intention. However, it's easier said than done to cure my injuries. There's no need to force yourself. Lu Yuntian sighed. It had been many years since he had been injured, and all his meridians had been severed. It would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to heal him. He did not have much hope for himself. He was already satisfied to be able to see Lu Ming and Li Ping in his lifetime. However, Lu Ming's gaze was extremely determined. The divine wilderness continent was vast and boundless. There would be no lack of treasures. Legend had it that some treasures could even regrow broken limbs or bring the dead back to life. As long as he could obtain that treasure, it would not be a small matter to cure Lu Yuntian's meridians and remove the scars on his face. No matter how hard it is, I must get it. Lu Ming secretly swore. After that, he had a long chat with Lu Yuntian. After chatting for a few hours, Lu Ming left the place. Regardless of whether he wanted to avenge Lu Yuntian or treat his injuries, he could not do without a powerful cultivation base. He had to cultivate non-stop. Qiu Changkong, you and I will not rest until one of us is dead. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with murderous intent. After returning to his room, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and walked away, thinking carefully about the direction of his cultivation. Currently, he had a few main cultivation directions. One of them was the breakthrough of the true war dragon technique. He had obtained the dragon bone pearl from Xianxia. As long as he obtained a supplementary material called the cold spirit fluid, he would be able to break through to the 5th stage of the true war dragon technique and possess 6 times the strength of ordinary true qi. The other was the cultivation of the 10,000 spiritual combat body. As long as he could cultivate his body to the 4th stage, he could start to practice the divine level martial technique, 9 dragons heaven treading steps. Alright, let's go and buy a portion of the cold spirit fluid first. Lu Ming stood up and walked towards the imperial city's market. The cold spirit fluid was only a supplementary material. It was not particularly rare. After circling the market once, Lu Ming successfully bought a portion. After returning to the General Star's Hall and entering the Supreme Shrine, Lu Ming took out the Wormdragon Bone Pearl and the cold spiritual liquid and began to cultivate. First, he refined the Water Dragon Bone Bead, and then mixed it with the cold spirit liquid. Half a day later, the true War Dragon technique had successfully broken through and reached the 5th stage. The surging true qi circulated in his meridians, vast and endless. Lu Ming's combat strength had increased by a large margin. If I cultivate the true War Dragon technique to the 9th stage, I'll have 10 times the amount of true qi. I wonder how powerful I'll be? Lu Ming was filled with anticipation. He hoped that he could cultivate the true War Dragon technique to the 9th level as soon as possible. With 10 times the amount of essential qi, Lu Ming would be unrivaled among those of the same level, unless the other party also cultivated a divine level technique. Now let's count. Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. He then waved his hand and a pile of storage rings appeared on the ground. They were all obtained from killing enemies during this period of time. Chapter 296. Chapter 296, 4th Grade Physical Body, 9 Dragons Trampling the Heavens. 549690339. In the remains of the Cloud Emperor Palace, although he didn't kill many people, his opponents had killed a lot of people. Which one of them didn't have a few lives? Therefore, when he sorted out the storage rings, there were more than 200 of them. Most of the 200-odd storage rings belonged to 8th or 9th grade Grandmaster Realm young geniuses, but there were also dozens of storage rings that belonged to martial grandmasters. There were even storage rings from peerless geniuses like Qiu Changlai and Zhao Hong. Lu Ming was full of anticipation for the wealth inside. He didn't know and was shocked. Even though Lu Ming was mentally prepared, he was still dumbfounded. A mountain of spiritual crystals could not even be stored in a storage ring. There were 56 million spiritual crystals in total. 50 million? What a terrifying number this was. Lu Ming was in a daze. Holding back his ecstasy, Lu Ming used a few storage rings to keep the spiritual crystals and looked at the other items. There were over 4,000 spirit weapons. There were more than 12,000 spiritual herbs and grasses. However, most of them weren't very high level, and only a few of them had reached level 4. There were also over 200 books of various cultivation techniques and martial arts techniques, as well as all kinds of forging materials. He had struck it rich. Lu Ming had struck it rich. This amount of wealth. Other than the 5 great sects and the royal family, I don't think the other small forces in the Blazing Sun Empire would have this much even if they went bankrupt. Lu Ming secretly sighed. Half an hour later, Lu Ming put the various items into the storage ring and kept them. Then he kept it and the 10,000 Spirit Combat Body Manual appeared in Lu Ming's hands. He flipped it open and started to read it carefully. An hour later, Lu Ming closed the secret manual. The 10,000 Spiritual Combat Body is so terrifying and mysterious. Lu Ming was amazed. The 10,000-mile battle body could refine all the spirits in the world and produce the chi of 10,000 spirits, which would be integrated into the body and constantly improve the strength of the body. 10,000 spirits, as long as it was something with spirituality in the world, it could be used. For example, all kinds of spiritual herbs, metal materials, and ores that contained spiritual essence could be refined into the chi of 10,000 spirits to cultivate the body. It could even be used on living creatures. It was terrifying, as expected of a technique that can cultivate one's body to the 9th stage. It's really overbearing. Lu Ming was shocked and excited. Then, Lu Ming closed his eyes and began to comprehend. For 3 consecutive days, Lu Ming had been trying to comprehend the 10,000 spiritual combat body. Tens of thousands of miles away from the imperial capital, there was a stretch of mountains that stretched on endlessly like a fairyland. This was the location of the 10-direction sword sect, the 10-direction mountain. At the highest point of the 10-square mountain, a dozen people were sitting in a hall. Each of them was just sitting there casually, but they exuded an aura as vast as the mountains and as deep as the sea, vast and unfathomable. Qiu Wuyang, the sect leader of the 10-direction sword sect, sat at the highest position with a gloomy expression. The atmosphere in the hall was extremely oppressive. Bang! Suddenly, an old man with a cold face slammed the table and shouted, "That brat Tianyun deserves to die for killing the peerless hero of my 10-direction sword sect. Sect leader, please allow me to personally kill Tianyun. This is inappropriate." Another voice rang out. Tianyun and Changlai were having a life-and-death battle. Countless people in the imperial capital saw it. If we were to kill Tianyun like this, I'm afraid it would incur the wrath of the martial world. Then we can send assassins. The cold-faced old man said. Tianyun is a small matter. Our plan is more important. I don't think we can let Tianyun affect our plan. The person from before said. The crowd fell into silence again. After a while, Qiu Wuyang said, "Let's follow our plan first. As long as everything goes well, Tianyun will be dead. He killed the hero of our Shifang sword sect. He can't live in this world. But let's put it aside for now. Now, let's discuss the specific details of this matter." No one objected to Qiu Wuyang's suggestion. Then, they began to discuss an important matter. In the Supreme Shrine, Lu Ming had been meditating on the 10,000 spiritual combat body for 3 days. 3 days later, he opened his eyes. Then, he moved his hand and a level 2 spiritual herb appeared in his hand. "Refine," Lu Ming muttered. Following that, the essential qi in his body trembled according to the 10,000 spirit combat bodies technique. A wave of dense qi spread out from Lu Ming's palm and wrapped around the spiritual herb. After a few breaths, the spirit herb disappeared. It was refined into a wisp of strange gas and entered Lu Ming's body. This was the qi of 10,000 spirits. Once the qi of myriad spirits entered Lu Ming's body, it seeped into his entire body. Lu Ming could clearly feel that his physical body was getting stronger. Although the extent was not large and it was very small, it was indeed getting stronger. It was many times faster than ordinary physical cultivation techniques. Amazing, this is amazing. Lu Ming was shocked and his eyes were filled with excitement. Then, he took out a level 3 spiritual herb and turned it into the qi of 10,000 spirits to improve his body. For the next 3 days, Lu Ming continued to refine spiritual herbs and improve his physical body. In these 3 days, he refined no less than 200 spiritual herbs. Finally, his body broke through the limit and reached the 4th grade body in one go. The 4th grade physical body was extremely wondrous. Lu Ming could almost change his muscles, bones, and body shape at will. Even after being injured, the muscles would automatically wriggle, sealing the wound and healing it quickly. His muscles were like steel, and his bones were like steel. His veins were wide and flexible. Lu Ming could unleash his strength without any restraint. This was a huge improvement to his combat strength. Now that my physical body has reached the 4th stage, I can finally start cultivating the 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps. Lu Ming could not wait to take out the 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps and begin to comprehend it. The pressure from the secret manual was no longer a problem for Lu Ming. However, after a moment, he closed the 9 Dragons Heaven Treading Steps and frowned. Because he was completely confused, he didn't know where to start. It was too difficult to cultivate a divine-level martial technique. A god-level martial technique was completely different from the heaven, earth, black, and yellow-level martial techniques. God-level martial techniques were not divided into levels such as the first level, the second level, and so on. God-level martial techniques were very special. Each one was unique in the world, and there were all kinds of differences. For example, the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps was divided into 9 steps. With every step he cultivated, the power would become stronger and stronger. Step by step, the power would stack. If he could cultivate the 9 steps, the power of the 9 steps would stack up, and he could crush mountains and break the heavens. The power was terrifying to the extreme. As long as the first step of the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps was cultivated, the full power of the first step could be exerted. At the same time, as one's cultivation level increased, the power of the first step would also become stronger. It was a pity that it was too difficult to cultivate it. Lu Ming studied it for a while but could not find any clues. Looks like I'll have to comprehend it slowly. As long as I put in more effort, I don't believe I can't cultivate it successfully. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and pondered. After comprehending the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps for a while, he began to cultivate the 10,000 spiritual combat body. He had countless spiritual herbs on him, so he didn't have to worry about not having enough spiritual herbs to cultivate. After cultivating the 10,000 spirit combat body for a few hours, Lu Ming condensed a figure on the 3rd platform and fought with it to cultivate his martial arts technique. Chapter 297. Chapter 297, The Attack of the Dark Moon Empire. 549690339. Cultivation knew no time. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been in closed-door cultivation for a month. His physical body had improved the fastest in the past month. After using 3,000 spiritual herbs, Lu Ming's physical body reached the 5th grade. However, after reaching Tier 5, using some Level 1 and Level 2 spiritual herbs to cultivate would have very poor effects. Only Level 3 spiritual herbs had some effect, and Level 4 spiritual herbs were even better. However, Lu Ming did not have many Level 4 spiritual herbs. Lu Ming still had more than 8,000 spiritual herbs on him. However, he felt that even if he refined all of them, he could not cultivate his body to the 6th grade. The higher the level of the body, the more energy it required. Also, after reaching the martial arts grandmaster realm, one's comprehension of martial arts techniques would be much faster. After a month of bitter cultivation and continuous battles with himself, Lu Ming's martial arts skills had improved at a rapid pace. He had cultivated the ancient shield mantra to the 6th level in one go and could condense 6 ancient shields at once. His defensive power had been greatly enhanced. As for the 3 palms, he had successfully cultivated the 2nd palm in one go, the beast palm. A palm struck out, a huge beast palm blasted out. Its power was a level stronger than the human path palm. The reason why he was able to improve so quickly was because of the 3rd platform. Of course, he had to pay more than 600,000 crystals for it. Now, with Lu Ming's cultivation at the 2nd tier of the martial arts grandmaster realm, he would need 10,000 spiritual crystals to condense a figure that looked exactly like him. Each time, it could last for 6 hours. The consumption was extremely shocking. If not for the fact that Lu Ming had a net worth of more than 50 million, he could not afford to spend it. At this moment, Lu Ming's ability could be said to have reached its peak. Although his cultivation was still at the early stage of the 2-dan martial ancestor realm, he could kill Qiu Changlai in one move if he were to fight him. On the other hand, Li Ping had already arrived at the imperial capital half a month ago to meet Lu Yuntian. When the two met, they were naturally full of warmth. They stayed together every day and were reluctant to part. During this time, Xianxia had also been cultivating in seclusion. As for the golden-eyed blood corpse, Lu Ming had asked it to lie dormant in a place. That day, Hua Qi came to Lu Ming in a hurry and brought him a piece of shocking news. The Dark Moon Empire had sent out 1,000,000 troops to attack the Blazing Sun Empire. The Ghost Moon Saber sect in the north had already asked for help from the Burning Sun Empire. The imperial family's 2 armies at the northern border also asked for help. The entire Blazing Sun Empire was shaken. Although the Inu Empire and the Blazing Sun Empire had always been in constant conflict, it was still rare for them to dispatch an army of 1,000,000 to attack. In fact, there were only a few times in history. Lu Ming, the royal family will be sending an elite army this time, as well as some young powerhouses that the royal family has been secretly cultivating. They'll head north. On one hand, it's to boost the reputation of the royal family, and on the other hand, it's to train these young powerhouses. However, as you know, all geniuses are proud and unruly. No one is willing to submit to the other. My father wanted to choose someone to be the commander of this army and subdue these young experts, but after thinking about it, only you are suitable. Hua Qi said to Lu Ming. Me? Lu Ming was stunned. Yes, there's no one more suitable than you. To tell you the truth, some of these young experts are geniuses from Star Cluster Hall, and some of them were secretly recruited by the royal family and sent to the Blood Zhao Empire's Great Sun Mansion to cultivate since they were young. They all have their eyes on the top of their heads, and ordinary people can't subdue them. Hua Qi explained with a bitter smile. But father said that he won't force you. If you don't want to go, he will find someone else. Hua Qi said. Yes, why not? Lu Ming smiled. After being in seclusion for so long, he wanted to go out and train himself. The battlefield was undoubtedly the best place to train. Lu Ming, you agree? That's great. I'll go back and report to my father. If everything goes well, we'll set off in 2 days. Hua Qi was overjoyed. Lu Ming nodded. Hua Qi then took his leave. I'll also go and bid farewell to father and mother. After that, Lu Ming went to Lu Yuntian's residence. Lu Yuntian and Li Ping did not object to the news. A martial artist must experience a series of life and death situations in order to reach the peak. Ming, go ahead. Lu Yuntian was very supportive. Back then, as a member of the Lu clan, Lu Yuntian had often gone out to explore in his pursuit of martial arts. It was only then that he had unintentionally discovered the secret of the martial emperor's treasure. Ming, the battlefield is extremely dangerous. You must be careful. Although Li Ping did not object, she could not help but be worried. She warned him seriously. Father, mother, don't worry. Ming will be fine. Lu Ming smiled and assured the 2 elders. 2 days passed quickly. 2 days later, Lu Ming brought the golden-eyed blood corpse to the General Star Hall's training ground. The army was gathering there. Lu Ming, don't even think about ditching me. Xianxia appeared beside Lu Ming. Little Qing, what's wrong? You can't bear to leave me? Lu Ming chuckled. Who can't bear to leave you? I'm afraid that you'll run away or die on the battlefield. If that's the case, who can I find to settle the score with? How can I step on you? Xianxia snorted. Then come with me. But I heard that it's cold in the north. You have to warm my bed at night. Lu Ming laughed and walked forward. Warm your head in your dreams. Xianxia's fierce voice could be heard as the 2 of them walked further and further away. Rows of armored soldiers stood in front of the field commander of the General Star Hall. These soldiers were all tall and burly, and they emitted a powerful and murderous aura. With one look, one could tell that they were all elite soldiers, veterans who had gone through the baptism of war. There was a total of 20,000 soldiers. The sunlight shone on the armors of the 20,000-strong army, giving off a cold glow. At the top of the martial arts field stood dozens of people. Most of them were young men in their 20s, and each of them had a strong and profound aura. Even the weakest of them was a 9th-grade great martial master. There were 10 young men whose auras were as strong as mountains, and they were clearly martial ancestor realm experts. Among these 10 people, 7 of them were the strongest experts in Star Cluster Hall, equivalent to the gold disciples of the 5 great sections. The remaining 3 people had the strongest auras. As they looked around, a faint sense of pride could be seen. They were the geniuses that the royal family had sent to the Great Sun Mansion to cultivate. In the middle stood the Emperor of the Burning Sun Empire, Hua Jingxing. Next to Hua Jingxing was Hua Qi. "Your Majesty, who is our commander? Why isn't he here yet? What arrogance to have His Majesty wait here." And Nbisp, a young man who was cultivating in the Great Sun Prefecture, shouted unhappily. "That's right. I don't think he has any respect for His Majesty. In my opinion, we should just remove him from his position and let senior brother Huaying be the commander-in-chief." Another young man who was cultivating in the Great Sun Mansion said. The Huaying he was talking about was a young man in a golden robe. He was the last young man to cultivate in Great Sun Mansion. This man was extraordinary and had the aura of a king. He was a member of the royal Hua family, but he was not a direct descendant. He was from the branch. However, his talent was extremely terrifying. He was a rare genius in the past 100 years. He had been noticed by the emperor and sent to the Great Sun Prefecture to cultivate. His cultivation was unfathomable now. Chapter 298. Chapter 298, I am the Commander-in-Chief. 549690339. Hua Ying stood with his hands behind his back. He had an extraordinary bearing, and his eyes revealed a faint arrogance. At the same time, he revealed a look of dissatisfaction. Originally, he had thought that he would be the Commander-in-Chief this time, but unexpectedly, it had been given to someone else, which made him very unhappy. "Your Majesty, I suggest that we change Senior Brother Huaying to be the Commander-in-Chief. Senior Brother Huaying is well-versed in military tactics and has a profound cultivation. He will definitely lead the army and win every battle." The young man from before saluted Hua Jingxing and suggested, "100 victories? I don't know where this brat came from, but he actually wants to take the position of Commander-in-Chief. What a joke." Among the 7 martial arts grandmasters of the Star Cluster Hall, someone was unconvinced and sneered. The royal family had always treated the Star Cluster Hall as the leader. The 7 of them were the strongest experts in the Star Cluster Hall. Where did those 3 brats come from? How was it possible for him to covet the position of Commander-in-Chief the moment he arrived? How could the young expert from the Star Cluster Hall possibly agree? "Kid, what did you say?" The young man who had been suggesting Hua Ying to be the Commander-in-Chief looked at the Star Cluster Hall's people with a dark expression. His name was Gao Li, and he had a very good relationship with Hua Ying. "Did you not hear what I said? I said that he doesn't have the qualifications to be the commander. If he wants to be the commander, he's a genius of my Star Cluster Hall." That person from the Star Cluster Hall continued to speak. "A genius from the Star Cluster Hall? Ha, I'm dying of laughter. A few trash-like things dare to call them Slavier's geniuses. It's really laughable." Gawain laughed in disdain. "Who are you calling trash? Today, I'll let you know my power." The young man from the Star Cluster Hall roared and a powerful aura burst out as he walked towards Gao Li. "You want to fight? That's just what I want." Gao Li's figure moved and swept towards the other party. At the same time, he threw a punch. This punch was as powerful as a mountain, and a powerful force spread out. The young man from the Star Cluster Hall also shouted and struck out with his palm. As the fist and palm collided, the young man from Star Cluster Hall let out a blood-curdling screech and his body flew out like a cannonball. He fell heavily on the ground and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Second level of Wu Zone. The young man from the Star Cluster Hall shouted, "A mere one-stage martial ancestor realm wants to fight me? You're really looking for death." Gawain said coldly. During this process, Hua Jingxing did not stop him and just watched coldly. He had already expected this outcome. As long as no one died, he would not care. "Now, if you are unconvinced, feel free to attack." Gao Li was incomparably arrogant as he swept his gaze across everyone in the Star Cluster Hall. Everyone from the Star Cluster Hall had an ugly expression as they could not help but look at a bald youth in the middle. This bald young man was the #1 expert in Star Cluster Hall, with a cultivation of the 2nd level of martial ancestor realm. "I'll fight you." The bald young man stepped forward and stood opposite Gao Li. Boom! There was nothing much to say, and the battle immediately erupted. It had to be said that Gao Li was indeed very strong. Although the bald youth was at the same level as him, he was no match for him at all. In just a dozen moves, he was sent flying and coughed out blood. You're indeed a bunch of trash. Still not admitting it? I can only say that you have not seen the world and have never seen the geniuses of a big country. You think that just because you are in a corner and have a little achievement, you are self-satisfied? How short-sighted are you? How can you improve like this? Gao Li had his hands behind his back as he looked down at the people of Star Cluster Hall and berated them with the tone of an elder disciplining a junior. Detestable! Where did these guys come from? How can they be so strong? The faces of everyone in the Star Cluster Hall turned red as they roared in their hearts. They were extremely aggrieved. Hee. Gao Li let out a disdainful sneer and said, "Senior brother Huang is much stronger than me. Why don't you accept him as the commander-in-chief?" Of course not. A guy who stayed in a big country for a while and thinks he's a genius has come back to show off his strength. What right does he have to be the commander? At this time, a faint voice was heard. "Who is it?" Gao Li's face instantly turned ugly. Huang's face darkened. As for Hua Qi, a hint of joy flashed through his eyes when he heard this voice. The owner of the voice was, of course, Lu Ming. With his hands behind his back, Lu Ming walked towards them with Xianxia and the golden-eyed blood corpse by his side. "Kid, who are you? How dare you talk to me like this?" Gao Li stared at Lu Ming with a gloomy look. "Tianyun, it's Tianyun." Before Lu Ming could say anything, the young experts from the Star Cluster Hall could not help but exclaim. Lu Ming smiled and said, "Who am I? I'm the commander-in-chief this time. You still don't kneel and pay your respects when you see the commander-in-chief. Don't you understand military law?" "Commander? You're the commander-in-chief? Ridiculous, ridiculous, I can't accept this." Gao Li shouted, then turned to Hua Jingxing and saluted, "Your Majesty, the commander-in-chief this time is no small matter. How can you let such a young boy take up the position? I'm not convinced." Hua Jingxing's face was calm, and no expression could be seen. He said, "Tianyun is someone that I have my eyes on. What's there to be unconvinced about? Your Majesty, the position of a commander is no small matter. Only the capable can take it. If we let an incompetent person become the commander, it will harm these tens of thousands of soldiers." Gawain said, "I agree to let Tianyun be the commander-in-chief. I'm convinced that Tianyun will be the commander-in-chief." Suddenly, a young man from Star Cluster Hall shouted, "I also agree to let Tianyun be the commander." "I also agree. I'm convinced." The other young men from Star Cluster Hall also chimed in. Tianyun had killed Qiu Changlai some time ago, and he was extremely powerful. They were all convinced of his strength. However, Gao Li and the others had just returned from the Blood Zhao Empire and had not heard of Tianyun's name. At this moment, Gao Li's face was extremely gloomy as he said coldly, "A bunch of frogs in a well. They've never seen a real genius, so they can only regard trash as geniuses." Then he looked at Lu Ming. "Kid, if you want to be a commander, you have to be capable. I'd like to see what you're capable of." With that, a powerful aura emanated from his body and he slowly approached Lu Ming. "Talk too much. Hurry up and attack, or you won't have the chance." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "Arrogant." Gao Li was furious. He shouted and threw a punch at Lu Ming. The powerful fist force almost penetrated the void. He had used all his strength in this punch. He was determined to teach Lu Ming an unforgettable lesson. However, Lu Ming completely ignored his fist force. He took a step forward and the ground cracked. Lu Ming's figure instantly appeared in front of Gao Li and kicked him. This kick landed directly on Gao Li's stomach. Bang! Gao Li let out a blood-curdling screech as he was sent flying by Lu Ming's kick. He flew thousands of meters away and crashed heavily into a huge rock. Everyone was dumbfounded. This included the Star Cluster Hall's heroes and the 20,000-strong army present. Although they knew that Lu Ming was very powerful, the visual effect was too shocking. The second-level martial arts Grandmaster Genius was sent flying by Lu Ming's kick. This is what it means to cultivate in a big country? A genius who had seen the world? It's not much? Lu Ming slowly retracted his leg and said indifferently, "Poochie." Hua Qi couldn't help but laugh. Some people from the Star Cluster Hall almost laughed out loud. Chapter 299. Chapter 299. Chapter 299 Defeat. 549690339. On the other hand, Huang was the complete opposite. He clenched his fists tightly and his eyes were filled with ferocity. Bang! He took a step forward, and a wild, beast-like aura exploded from his body. It was extremely terrifying and vast. He was in the late third level of martial ancestor realm. You're Tianyun? Just now, you only used your movement technique to avoid Gao Li's attack and caught him off guard. What's so great about it? In my opinion, it's just a despicable method. Otherwise, how could you seriously injure Gao Li with your second-grade martial ancestor realm cultivation? Huang stared at Lu Ming coldly. Oh really? Lu Ming smiled faintly and could not be bothered to explain. However, this will not work in my hands. I will let you know what true strength is. Huang's eyes were filled with confidence. His talent was indeed very high. At the age of 25, he had already cultivated to the late stage of martial ancestor 3 Dan. Even in the Blood Zhao Empire, where geniuses were as common as clouds, he was still a top genius, only slightly weaker than the 50 super rookies of the Blood Zhao. In the younger generation of the Blazing Sun Empire, other than the 6 heroes of the Blazing Sun Empire, he did not believe that there was anyone else who could be a match for him. Therefore, he did not take Lu Ming seriously at all. 3 moves. I will defeat you within 3 moves. If I can't defeat you, why don't I give you the position of commander? Huang put her hands behind her back and looked extremely arrogant. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. Then he slowly stretched out a finger. 1 move? Ha! It seems like you don't have much confidence in yourself. Do you think I can defeat you in 1 move? Huang laughed. No, you've misunderstood. Lu Ming shook his head and said, what I mean is, I will defeat you in 1 move. And NBSP. What did you just say? You defeated me in 1 move? Ha! Huang was stunned for a moment, thinking that she had misheard him. Then she burst out laughing. Defeat me in 1 move? Even if the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun are here, they wouldn't dare to say such words. You're so boastful. I'd like to see how you're going to defeat me in 1 move. Boom! A terrifying aura burst out of Huang's body, and a beam of sword chi soared into the sky. At the same time, his bloodline also burst out, and a Silavir chakra appeared, which was extremely dazzling. Hua Ying's second bloodline was also a first-tier king bloodline. This meant that he had the potential of one of the 6 Scorching Sun heroes. Slash! Hua Ying held his sword with both hands and raised it high. A giant sword that was 100 meters long formed and stood between the sky and the earth. The 20,000 soldiers were all shocked. If you want to fight, then fight. What's the use of all these tricks? Lu Ming pursed his lips and then struck out a palm. A huge beast claw condensed in the sky and pressed down on Huang's giant sword. This beast claw was more than 20 meters long and wide. It was like a small mountain, covered in black scales, looking extremely ferocious. The second palm of the 3 palms, Beast Palm. Bang! Under the Beast Dao palm, the giant sword that Huang had condensed was like a bubble, collapsing. The beast's claw did not stop and continued to press down on Huang. How did this happen? Huaying let out a roar of disbelief. He kept swinging his sword upwards, sending out sword chi at the beast claw. However, it was of no use. The sword chi collapsed one after another, and the beast claw continued to press down on Huai. Bang! A cloud of dust filled the air as Huaying was directly crushed by the beast's claw and smashed into the ground. After a while, the beast claw disappeared, leaving a 20-meter-wide beast paw print on the ground. Huaying was lying in the palm print, twitching and foaming at the mouth. Tragic, it was really too tragic. Lu Ming had shown mercy. Otherwise, one slap would have been enough to smash him into a pulp of flesh. Could the invincible Tianyun? After a long moment of silence, a loud shout suddenly came from the army. Lu Ming swept his gaze over and saw Ming Feng in the army. The roar just now was from Ming Feng. If it wasn't Ming Zhu and Ming Cheng beside Ming Feng, who else could it be? The invincible Tianyun. Ming Feng continued to shout. After that, Ming Zhu and Ming Cheng also shouted. Soon, the others seemed to have been infected as well and started to shout as well. The 20,000-strong army let out a deafening howl that shook the heavens. In the end, even the geniuses of Star Cluster Hall started to roar. Lu Ming raised his hand and the entire place suddenly fell silent. Everyone, it is thanks to His Majesty's favor that I am allowed to become the commander of this army. I, Tianyun, swear that as long as everyone believes in me, I will do my best to lead everyone to great achievements. Lu Ming's clear voice spread throughout the entire venue. Make a contribution, make a contribution. The 20,000-strong army roared. On the high platform, Hua Jingxing stroked his beard and looked at Lu Ming with admiration in his eyes. How could this be? How did this happen? At this moment, Huaying and Gao Li had already struggled to get up, but their eyes were filled with disbelief. All right, Gao Li Huaying, step forward and listen to my orders. Hua Jingxing suddenly shouted. Your Majesty! Huaying and Gawain bowed. Now Tianyun is the commander-in-chief. Are you convinced? Hua Jingxing asked. I'm convinced. The two of them hesitated for a moment before answering. Lu Ming could tell that although the two of them were convincing verbally, they might not be convinced in their hearts. However, Lu Ming did not care. He did not take these two people to heart at all. All right, since that's the case, we'll set off immediately, Hua Jingxing announced. Not long after, an army of 20,000 soldiers, each riding a tall green scale horse, left the capital and headed north. The 20,000-strong army formed a long dragon that stomped across the earth. Lu Ming was riding on a tall and majestic green-scaled horse at the front. Xianxia, the golden-eyed blood corpse, and the three siblings from Ming City were following him. Behind them were Huaying and the other young geniuses. Ming Cheng, why are you guys here? Lu Ming asked curiously on the way. Because the general of Moonview City is our father. Ming Feng rushed to say. No wonder. Lu Ming had a sudden realization. The place they were going to provide assistance to this time was Full Moon City. Although the royal family was weak, the northern border with the Dark Moon Empire was an important military location. The royal family still had two powerful legions guarding it and listening to the royal family's orders. One of them was the Mountain Army, and the other was the Northern Army. The two legions were both elite and had been through hundreds of battles. Each of them had 100,000 troops and could be considered one of the few elite legions of the royal family. Ming Cheng and Ming Zhu's father was the general of the mountain-suppressing army, Ming Meng. This time, the 1 million troops of the Dark Moon Empire were attacking. The first to bear the brunt was, of course, the Ghost Moon Saber sect. The Mountain Army and the Northern Army were also affected and started a fierce battle with the Dark Moon Empire. The mountain-suppressing army was struggling and had asked for help from the royal family. This time, Lu Ming and the rest were rushing to the mountain-suppressing army's aid. Therefore, the three Ming siblings naturally followed. Along the way, the three Ming siblings were very worried that something bad would happen to their father. The army's speed was naturally much slower than Lu Ming's flying. It would take at least a month's time to travel from the imperial capital to Full Moon City. Chapter 300. Chapter 300. Chapter 300. The Killer. 549690339. Soon, 25 days had passed. These 25 days had been calm and peaceful. They had come all the way to Mount Han. In front of them was the 1,000-li cold mountain. As long as they crossed this 1,000-li cold mountain, they would reach Moonview City, which was a 4 to 5 day journey. Let's go into the mountains and set up camp. Lu Ming gave the order. The 20,000-strong army advanced towards Mount Han. After a few dozen miles, they found a flat area to set up camp and had dinner. As night fell, the roars of beasts could be heard from the 1,000 li of Mount Han. Lu Ming asked some of them to patrol and some to rest. Late at night, more than 20 figures were leaping at high speed in the 1,000 li of the cold mountains. More than 20 people, all wearing black robes, moved at a terrifying speed, like ghosts in the forest at night. Not long after, more than 20 figures appeared not far from Lu Ming's army, looking at the military camp. According to the news, the Burning Sun royal family has sent out only young experts this time. The general is also a young man. He's a peerless genius named Tianyun. As long as we kill Tianyun and the other young geniuses, this army will be crippled. A few black-robed men were discussing. I've heard that Tianyun is a genius on the same level as the Scorching Sun's 6 heroes. Leave him to me. A black-robed man with a golden moon embroidered on it said. The others nodded. This golden moon black-robed man was the strongest among them. Come, let's get closer. Jinyue waved her hand, and more than 20 people followed her like ghosts towards the camp. They didn't emit any aura, and they didn't make any sound as they walked. It was silent. It stopped 1,000 meters away from the military camp. One of the tents is emitting the aura of a 3-stage martial ancestor realm expert. That person should be Tianyun. I'll go kill him, you guys go and kill the others. The black-robed Jinyue ordered. The others nodded. Under the moonlight, their figures actually became hazy, and they disappeared without a sound. The golden moon black-robed man was the fastest. He easily passed through the layers of checkpoints and arrived in front of a tent. A young man was sitting cross-legged in the tent. He was none other than Huaying. Among the many young powerhouses, his cultivation was the highest. He had reached the later stage of the 3rd level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. The golden moon black-robed man naturally thought that he was Lu Ming. Genius? Killing intent flashed in Jinyue's eyes. A slender black sword appeared in her hand. She and the sword turned into a black lightning and stabbed toward Huaying. Huaying, who was sitting cross-legged in cultivation, suddenly felt a terrifying aura of death envelop him. All the hair on his body stood on end. Not good. Huaying's spiritual sense was extremely sensitive, and he had used it to avoid killing intent many times. At this time, he did not think and rushed into the sky. Even so, he was still a step too late. Pucci! The long sword pierced through his shoulder. As blood splattered, Huaying roared and an eagle appeared above his head. This was his bloodline. The eagle's wings flapped rapidly, and he retreated. You're quite capable. You actually managed to avoid my sure-kill sword strike. But you still have to die. The golden moon black-robed man sneered and charged at Huaying like a ghost. At the same time, in another tent, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. In front of him, the tent suddenly split open, and a dark sword light stabbed toward his forehead at an extremely fast speed. A 2nd-level martial ancestor realm assassin. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He did not move, but he waved his right hand suddenly. A long spear was condensed instantly and stabbed forward. His speed was much faster than that of a killer. How could this be? The assassin was so shocked that it was too late to dodge. Lu Ming's long spear pierced through his heart and the assassin was sent flying. Buzz! Lu Ming burst out of the tent and appeared in the sky. In the military camp, there were several screams. A young master had been assassinated. There were also young experts who were fighting with the assassins. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the area and saw Xianxia's figure flash across the sky. Behind her, there was a corpse. He swept his gaze again and saw that Golden Moon Black was chasing after Huaying. He was in danger and could be killed at any moment. Golden Eye, kill. Lu Ming ordered the golden-eyed blood corpse. The golden-eyed blood corpse roared in anger and pounced at the assassins. Lu Ming waved his hand and a long spear appeared. Then he threw it out. The long spear turned into a bolt of lightning and shot toward the Golden Moon Black-robed man. And NBSP. At this moment, Golden Moon Black's men had already closed in on Huaying, their cold killing intent enveloping Huaying. Huaying's body turned cold. He had a feeling that he would die under the sword of the Golden Moon Black-robed man in the next moment. This feeling almost suffocated him. He roared in his heart. No, I can't die. I can't die. I still have to revitalize the Hua family. However, he had just been stabbed by the sword, and the terrifying sword qi had continuously penetrated his entire body. He felt waves of weakness. Jinyue's black-robed figure instantly closed in. Die! The Golden Moon Black-robed man laughed coldly and thrust his sword at Huaying. This sword was even faster than the previous one. It was incomparably sharp and unstoppable. Huaying couldn't block it at all. No! Huaying roared, her heart filled with despair. At this moment dash! Whoosh! A bolt of lightning broke through the air, fast to the extreme. It was a long spear that was condensed from true energy. Clang! The long spear struck the Golden Moon Black-robed man's long sword, causing a violent tremor. Jin Yu's black-robed figure trembled, and his body couldn't help but drift to the side. Lu Ming's figure moved. In the next moment, he passed by Huaying and headed towards Jinyue's black-robed man. Huaying cast a complicated look at Lu Ming. Lu Ming had saved him just now. Who are you? The Golden Moon Black-robed man let out a low roar. The power of Lu Ming's move had exceeded his expectations. He was shocked that he was forced back even with his 6th-level martial arts Grandmaster Cultivation. Tianyun. Lu Ming replied indifferently. Jinyue's pupils suddenly contracted, and she said in a deep voice, So you're the real Tianyun? You know me? You were sent by the Dark Moon Empire, right? Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he asked. So what if you know? I'm here today to send you to your death. Jinyue sneered. The sound of his sword rang out. He became one with his sword and turned into a ray of sword light, charging toward Lu Ming. Whoosh! Lu Ming shook his long spear and thrust it forward. The body of the spear was wrapped in the power of wind and fire. The power of wind and fire had completely fused. Bang! The long spear and the sword light collided. Waves of powerful shockwaves spread out. Then, Jinyue let out a muffled groan, and her body was sent flying like a cannonball. How can he be so strong? As he flew back, the Golden Moon Black-robed man roared in his heart. He could tell that Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 2nd level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm, while he was at the 6th level. But the result was that a 2nd-level martial ancestor realm sent him flying with one move. How was this possible? Such a thing actually existed in the world. The Golden Moon Black-robed man was shocked. Chapter 301. Chapter 301. Chapter 301 Convinced. 549690339. Huaying was also shocked. He had personally experienced how terrifying the black-robed Jinyue man was. It was not something he could fight against. To be able to avoid an assassination attack was already a feat of extraordinary talent. But now, the Golden Moon Black-robed man was sent flying by Lu Ming in one move. The impact on him was too strong. Lu Ming did not care what the others thought. After he sent the golden moon black-robed man flying with one move, he took a step forward and charged toward him. At the same time, he struck out with his palm. Boom! In the sky, a huge beast palm smashed down toward Jingyue. Jingyue roared and tried to resist, but it was useless. She was crushed by the beast's palm, and her body fell rapidly. At this moment, Lu Ming had already arrived. The long spear that carried the power of wind and fire pierced through the heart of Jinyue's black-robed man. The golden moon black-robed man let out a desperate roar before he died. Never in his dreams did he expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. Wasn't the news he received the same level as the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun? However, other than Qiu Changkong, most of the Scorching Sun's 6 heroes were only at the peak of the 5th stage of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. He was only at the 6th stage of the martial arts Grandmaster realm, but he was killed by Lu Ming so easily. Was this still the combat strength of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun? Wasn't this almost as powerful as the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking? This was Jinyue's last thought before she died. She was filled with unwillingness and doubt. Swallow! After killing the golden moon black-robed man, Lu Ming controlled the 9-dragon bloodline to devour the golden moon black-robed man's blood essence. The bloodline of the 9 dragons began to refine the blood essence crazily. On Lu Ming's body, 9 red meridian cycles flashed and disappeared. They were so fast that no one noticed them. That's right, 9 red chakra. Previously, he had obtained 9 portions of 6th grade 4th level demonic beast's blood essence in the Yun Emperor Palace ruins. It was equivalent to 6th grade martial grandmaster. Some time ago in the imperial capital, Lu Ming had refined all of them and completely transformed them into bloodline energy. 9 portions of blood essence that were equivalent to a 6th level martial ancestor realm. How terrifying was that? It would directly raise the 9-dragon bloodline to ordinary level 9, and the next step would be king level bloodline. However, it was extremely difficult to advance from the mortal class to the king class. Who knew how much blood essence was needed? Buzz! As Lu Ming refined the blood essence, he charged in other directions. In that direction, a 2-dan martial ancestor realm assassin was fighting with a young man. That young man was a genius from Star Cluster Hall. At this moment, he was surrounded by danger and could lose his life at any moment. Whoosh! Lu Ming rushed over and stabbed the assassin with his spear. The assassin did not even have the strength to resist before he was killed. His blood essence was devoured by the 9 dragons' bloodline. At this time, there were screams from other places. The golden-eyed blood corpse was simply undefeatable. Its body flickered and one of the assassins was torn apart. In just a short while, 7 assassins had died in the hands of the golden-eyed blood zombies. Xianxia wasn't too far off either. With a wave of her hand, the assassin couldn't resist and his head was inexplicably cut off. There were also 4 people who died in her hands. Retreat, retreat. The enemy is too strong. It doesn't match the information we received. The remaining 10 or so killers shouted in panic and wanted to retreat. Where do you think you're going? Kill them. The army was alarmed. Countless soldiers rushed out and surrounded the dozen or so assassins. Since you've come, don't even think about leaving. Lu Ming floated high in the sky, his killing intent surging. Then dash, whoosh, whoosh. Lu Ming waved his hands and spears were formed one after another. The wind and fire forces were condensed on each spear and turned into a flaming light, shooting toward the fleeing assassins. Ah! Ah! Continuous screams were heard. There was no way to block it. There was no way to block it. The strongest of the remaining assassins was only in the 3rd level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. No matter what methods they used, it was useless. They were pierced through by Lu Ming's long spear and nailed to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the remaining dozen or so assassins were all killed. The 20,000-strong army and the young experts all quieted down. Then, they burst out with earth-shaking roars. The general is invincible! The general is invincible! The roars of the 20,000-strong army were especially loud in the middle of the night. The demonic beasts were so shocked that they didn't dare to make a sound. At this moment, the army of 20,000 was convinced of Lu Ming's strength. Lu Ming's divine might had subdued them. On the other side, Huang looked at Lu Ming with mixed feelings. She gritted her teeth and flew toward Lu Ming. At the same time, Gao Li and the remaining young man who was cultivating in the Great Sun Prefecture flew towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked at the three of them in surprise. Brother Tianyun, no, General, I was blind to have offended you before. I didn't expect that you'd let bygones be bygones and save my life. From now on, Huang's life belongs to you. Whether it's to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a pot of boiling oil, Huang will not refuse as long as you say the word. General, senior brother Huang's wish is also my wish. Gao Li swears to obey General's words to the death. Me too. Gao Li and the other young man also shouted. This time, Lu Ming's ability had completely convinced them and they were shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong. If he wanted to kill them, he could do it with a flip of his hand. Previously, they had offended Lu Ming in such a way. They were afraid at the thought of it. Furthermore, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the second-tier martial arts grandmaster realm. It was simply unbelievable for him to have such combat strength. They understood that the gap between them and Lu Ming was too great. They would never be able to catch up to him in their lifetime. They were convinced of Lu Ming's abilities. No need to be so polite. Since I'm the general of this army, it's my duty to ensure your safety while you're in this army. Lu Ming swept a glance at them and said in a deep voice, I can't wait for the general's generosity. Huang sighed. Alright, now let's take a look. How many people have we lost? Lu Ming waved his hand and instructed. Yes. Huang quickly cupped her fists and turned around to check. After a while, the result was out. 11 of the young martial grandmasters had died, and 3 of the one Dan martial ancestor realm had died. This was a great loss. One had to know that these were all geniuses that the imperial family had secretly cultivated. They were the future pillars of the imperial family, but now they were dead. As for the others, most of them were injured. The Dark Moon Empire. Lu Ming muttered, the murderous intent in his eyes flickering. At the same time, he raised his guard. The Dark Moon Empire was most famous for its assassins. The killers of the Dark Moon Empire were very famous in the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. Those killers who lurked in the dark could make people tremble with fear and cause headaches. Next, Lu Ming increased the number of patrols and sent out golden-eyed blood zombies to patrol the surroundings. Since the golden-eyed blood corpse didn't know fatigue, it was perfect to patrol the surroundings. Lu Ming returned to the tent to refine the blood essence. Just now, Lu Ming had found an opportunity to devour the blood essence of the assassins. Out of the 20 people, only a few of them were at the Great Martial Master realm. The rest were at the First Martial Ancestor realm and above. The strongest was at the 6th Martial Ancestor realm. The blood essence of these people gathered together was huge. However, after the 9-dragon bloodline advanced to the 9th level, the refining speed was greatly increased. Soon, all the blood essence he had devoured had been refined and turned into nourishment for the 9-dragon bloodline. However, he was still at Tier 9 of the ordinary class and had not advanced to King class. Chapter 302. Chapter 302, Chapter 302 Grey Wolf Cavalry. 549690339. That night, it was very peaceful. The next morning, the army set out and continued on their journey. For the next 4 days, Lu Ming strengthened his vigilance every day. However, no assassins from the Dark Moon Empire came. Very soon, they would arrive at Moonview City. According to the 3 siblings from Ming City, they would only need a few hours to reach Moonview City. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the earth rumbled and trembled. What's going on? At the side, Ming Feng's expression changed. There's a large number of cavalry galloping. It looks like there's a large number of them. Huang frowned. Huang was well versed in military tactics and had a very accurate judgment in the field of war. Could it be that my father has sent someone to pick us up? Ming Feng was overjoyed. Impossible. Judging from the sound, there are at least 5,000 soldiers. How could they have sent so many people to pick us up in this situation? Huang refuted. Stop. Lu Ming waved his hand and the army stopped. Following that, Lu Ming rose into the air and hid in a dark cloud to look ahead. A dozen miles ahead, there was a long line of people running along the mountain path. Each of them was riding on a huge wolf. At a glance, there were definitely more than 5,000 people, maybe even close to 10,000. One of the flags was embroidered with a dark moon on one side and a wolf on the other. The great army of the Dark Moon Empire. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. He then descended and explained what he had seen. What? How could the army of the Dark Moon Empire appear here? Could it be that the Moonview city has already been breached? Ming Feng exclaimed. Father! Mingzhu's voice trembled, filled with worry. I don't think so. Judging from the number of soldiers and the direction of the march, they are most likely going to take a detour to attack the Moonview city. If I'm not wrong, there should be a big war in the city. In this case, when this army arrives, the Moonview army will be attacked from both the front and back. Huang analyzed. Lu Ming could not help but look at Huang in a new light. He did not expect that Huang's analysis of military warfare was so good. Let's lower our voices and advance stealthily. We'll set up an ambush in front and annihilate this army. Lu Ming waved his hand and gave the order. Immediately, the 20,000-strong army dismounted and led their horses forward, setting up an ambush on a hill 2 li away. The hill was covered with weeds and small trees, and the energy was 2 meters high. People and horses couldn't see it at all. At the bottom of the hill, there was a slightly flat mountain path. By the time Lu Ming and the rest were well hidden, the army of the Dark Moon Empire was already approaching. A whir! Wolf howls rang out, and the earth rumbled as an army galloped over. Each soldier was tall and burly. They wore iron armor and carried a bow and a large blade. Beneath them were black wallevers that were 2 meters tall. They howled continuously and emitted a fiendish aura. They're the famous Grey Wolf Corps of the Inyue Empire. Huang's expression changed slightly. Lu Ming's expression changed. He had heard of the Dark Moon Empire's Grey Wolf Army. Most of the land of the Dark Moon Empire was made up of boundless grasslands and highlands, on which countless demon beasts were born. Therefore, the cavalrymen of the Dark Moon Empire were very famous. Depending on the type of mount, it could be divided into multiple legions, such as the Grey Wolf Legion, the Blood Moon Demonic Tiger Legion, and so on. They were extremely powerful. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by the howls of the wallevers, the front troops of the Grey Wolf Army charged through the mountain road below. Lu Ming did not make a move. It was not the time yet. It would be best to make a move after more people had rushed past. Very quickly, more than half of the Grey Wolf Army had charged through. Kill! At this moment, Lu Ming shouted. He was the first to rush down. Kill! Kill! The 20,000-strong army mounted their green scale horses and roared as they charged down the mountain slope. Not good, enemy attack. The Grey Wolf Army roared. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and rushed down the hill in an instant. He condensed a huge spear that was hundreds of meters long and swept it out. Bang! Bang! In an instant, dozens of Ash Wolf cavalrymen, along with their metal armors and mounts, were destroyed by Lu Ming's spear. Blood, flesh, and bones splattered all over the place. Even the metal armor exploded into pieces and shot out in all directions, piercing through the armor of the other soldiers of the Grey Wolf Army and killing them. Lu Ming had killed more than 50 armored soldiers with one shot. Kill! Lu Ming swept his spear again and another 50 or so soldiers were killed. Swallow! Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline. His left palm was like a vortex, emitting a powerful devouring force. All the blood essence was devoured by Lu Ming. Although most of these sergeants were at the warrior realm and some were at the master realm, and only a few of them were grandmasters, there were many of them. Lu Ming would not let them go. There was also the blood essence of the ash wolf. Drops of blood essence were all devoured by Lu Ming, and he was refining them crazily. Kill! At this moment, the army on the hill had also arrived. They had cut the ash wolf army into several pieces and surrounded them separately. The scene was in a chaotic battle. Damn it, die! More than a dozen generals in iron armor with powerful auras rose into the air and charged toward Lu Ming and the rest. Clearly, these were the martial grandmasters of this army. Good. Lu Ming rushed forward, and Hua Ying and the other martial grandmaster powerhouses also went to meet him. Lu Ming had his eyes on a 5th-level martial arts grandmaster at first sight. This person should be the strongest person in this army. Bang! Lu Ming swung his spear and the general's armor was destroyed. He coughed up blood and was sent flying backward. This person is too strong, I can't fight him. The general was so scared that his soul almost flew away. He turned around and tried to escape. However, the next moment, a long spear pierced through his heart, killing him. Lu Ming devoured his blood essence and turned to kill the others. The dozen or so martial grandmaster powerhouses were not enough for them to kill. It did not take long for them to kill all of them. They then charged at the Ashwolf cavalry. The Ashwolf cavalry had a small number of about 10,000 men to begin with. In addition, Lu Ming's group had ambushed them, so they naturally had the upper hand. When Lu Ming and the other martial arts grandmasters joined in, the battle would be even more one-sided. An hour later, the battle was over. More than 10,000 Grey Wolf cavalry had been killed, their corpses strewn across the forest. Calculate the number of casualties. Lu Ming instructed. He waited while refining the blood essence. Not long after, his body glowed with a blood-red light as his blood essence was completely refined. I still haven't advanced. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. At this time, the number of casualties had already been reported. 2,009 people died in battle, and several thousand were injured. This number made Lu Ming's heart tremble. It was beyond Lu Ming's expectations that so many people had died in battle. The Ashwolf cavalry are too strong. At the side, Hua Ying sighed. In this battle, they had launched a surprise attack and had double the number of people. Even with the help of the martial arts grandmasters, they had lost more than 2,000 people. It was clear how strong the Grey Wolf cavalry were. If it was a head-on battle, the elites of the royal family that Lu Ming had brought along would not be his match at all. Chapter 303. Chapter 303, Flood of Steel. 549690339. It's mainly because of the mounts. The skin of the Wallevers is as hard as iron, and they are extremely fierce. They can run like the wind, and the green scale horses can't even compare to them. Many of the soldiers who died in this battle were torn apart by the Wallevers. Hua Ying explained. What about their Wallevers? How many have we captured? Lu Ming asked. Not many. These Wallevers have long been tamed by the Dark Moon Empire with a secret technique. They will not surrender at all, and will only fight to the death. We barely managed to capture 100, but we can't use them at all. Hua Ying explained. Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows. Let's go. A moment later, Lu Ming led the army and continued on their journey. There was nothing much to think about. Lu Ming did not believe that the army of the Dark Moon Empire was as elite as the Ashwolf army. If they were all elites like this, the Burning Sun Empire would have been destroyed long ago. There shouldn't be a lot of such an elite army. The army set out and rushed towards Moonview City. At this time, the Moonview City might be experiencing a great battle, so they must hurry over as soon as possible to provide support. They didn't guess wrong. A fierce battle was indeed going on in the Moonview City. Kill! To the north of the Moonview City was a boundless grassland. On the grassland, two armies were engaged in an intense battle. On one side was the mountain suppressing army, which had a total of 80,000 people. All of them were cavalrymen, and their momentum was as magnificent as a mountain. On the other side was the Inuit army, which only had 50,000 people. However, among these 50,000 people, there was one army that was particularly eye-catching. This was because each of the cavalrymen was riding a Blood Moon demonic tiger. This was the Dark Moon Empire's Blood Moon demonic tiger legion, which was even more powerful than the Grey Wolf Legion. This Blood Moon demonic tiger legion had a total of 10,000 people. The Dark Moon Empire's 10,000 Bloody Moon demonic tiger army as the vanguard, together with the other 40,000 ordinary cavalrymen, were engaged in an intense battle with the 80,000 soldiers of the mountain-suppressing army on the boundless prairie. Hundreds of thousands of iron cavalry galloped on the grassland, causing the ground to shake. A powerful and terrifying aura gathered, stirring up the wind and clouds. The clouds in the sky exploded and were swept away, making it difficult for them to gather. Kill! The sounds of battle shook the heavens as the two steel torrents collided. Instantly, killing intent soared into the sky, and all kinds of true chi swirled wildly. Miserable screams rose and fell, and blood floated in the air, and the smell of blood assailed the nose. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded through the plains, and a few moments later, the two armies of steel charged past, leaving behind a trail of corpses. Adjust the direction, hurry! In front of the mountain army, a burly man in his 50s shouted. He was burly and his hair and beard were all standing up. It looked very similar to Ming City. He was the general of the mountain army, the father of the three Ming siblings, Ming Meng. Thump! Dong! Under Ming Meng's lead, the 80,000 soldiers drew a large arc across the plains and quickly turned around. On the other side, the Dark Moon Empire's army, under the leadership of their general, also quickly turned around. The two armies faced each other again. Armor-piercing arrow fire! Ming Meng roared. Close to 80,000 cavalrymen took down the armor-breaking bow on their mounts and shot arrows. Swish, swish, swish! A dense wave of armor-piercing arrows was shot towards the Inuit army. Fire! On the side of the Dark Moon Empire, arrows were also shot out in an overwhelming manner. After shooting the armor-piercing arrows, the two armies charged forward madly, charging at each other. Ah! Arrows fell, people screamed, and horses neighed. People were thrown off their horses and people were killed. This was an armor-piercing arrow. It could pierce through thick armor and was extremely powerful. If an ordinary person were to be shot by an arrow, their entire body would explode. With tens of thousands of people shooting arrows at the same time, even a martial grandmaster would not dare to be careless. If they were not careful, their protective Xinqi would be completely consumed by the dense armor-breaking arrows, which would penetrate their defense and kill them. Therefore, an ordinary martial arts grandmaster was not invincible in the face of such a huge army. Once the army formed a battle formation, it was not impossible to kill a martial grandmaster. Such things had happened in history. After shooting a round of armor-piercing arrows, the two sides collided again. The first to bear the brunt were the generals of the two sides. Kill! Ming Meng roared. He wielded a 2-meter-long blade and slashed out. The world seemed to be split apart as he slashed toward the enemy general. Ming Meng's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm. He was also a general who had been through hundreds of battles, and his combat strength was extremely strong. However, the cultivation of the Dark Moon Empire's general was not any weaker than his. He was also at the peak of the 6th level martial ancestor realm. The spear in his hand trembled the space as he waved it. Clang! The two of them exchanged a blow, creating a powerful storm that swept up the nearby cavalry and sent them flying hundreds of meters. Ha Ming Meng, today, I will definitely destroy your Yuzheng army and level the Moonview city. The enemy general laughed. You've been saying this every day, is there any use? Ming Meng snorted coldly. However, he had a bad feeling in his heart. The Dark Moon Empire's Grey Wolf army had not appeared, which made Ming Meng worried. Although there were only 10,000 soldiers from the Grey Wolf army, their combat strength was too strong. They could not afford to be careless. Although he had left 20,000 soldiers to defend the Moonview city, he was still not confident. Haha. The enemy general laughed and exchanged a few more moves with Ming Meng. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers charged over, leaving behind a field of corpses. Roar! A tiger's roar resounded. The 10,000-strong Blood Moon Devil Tiger army of the Dark Moon Empire was so powerful that they could bite a piece of the formation of the Mountain Suppressing Army every time. After a few clashes, the Mountain Suppressing Army had lost thousands of armored cavalry. Ming Meng's heart was bleeding. The Mountain Suppressing Army was a strong army that he had spent countless efforts and decades to create. It was one of the few powerful armies of the imperial family. Losing even one would make Ming Meng's heart ache. Kill! Ming Meng's hair and beard were all standing up, and he was as fierce as a lion. Boom! 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 At this moment, a violent roar came from the direction of Moonview City. The earth was shaking. Ming Meng's expression changed drastically. It's finally here. The enemy general laughed. It's the Grey Wolf Army. You asked the Grey Wolf Army to take a detour around Mount Han so that you could launch a sneak attack on Moonview City. Ming Meng's expression changed greatly as he roared. That's right. But it's too late now. How can the 20,000 soldiers you left behind be a match for the Grey Wolf Army? The enemy general laughed. Ming Meng's expression was extremely dark. At this time, he was caught in a dilemma. If he led the army back to help, the local forces would definitely chase after him from behind. By then, the Grey Wolf Army would come to the front and attack him from both sides. The Mountain Suppressing Army would be in danger. But if they didn't come back, could the Moonview City block the attack of the Ash Wolf Army? Boom! 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 The vibration was getting closer and closer. Ming Meng's expression became uglier and uglier, while the great general of the Dark Moon Empire laughed more and more freely. Today, I'm definitely going to flatten Moonview City, and then lead my army to break into the Blazing Sun Kingdom. What's going on? The Dark Moon Empire's great general started to laugh arrogantly and carefreely, but his expression immediately changed. Because that army did not attack the Full Moon City, but instead rushed towards the Inu Empire's army. Chapter 304. Chapter 304. Chapter 304 Initial Victory. 549690339. In the midst of the smoke and dust, one could see that this army was not riding Wallevers, but strong green scale horses. The army of the Burning Sun Empire? The great general of the Dark Moon Empire's eyes widened in disbelief. How could the army of the Burning Sun Empire appear here? What about the Grey Wolf Cavalry? Where did he go? This new army was naturally Lu Ming's group. Kill! Lu Ming took the lead, holding a spear in one hand and exuding a murderous aura. The 18,000 soldiers followed closely behind, stabbing towards the Dark Moon Empire's army like a sharp knife. Kill! Sons of the Mountain Suppressing Army, come with me and kill those bastards of the Dark Moon Empire. How could Ming Meng miss such an opportunity? He immediately roared, and his voice spread throughout the entire area. Kill! 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 All the soldiers of the Mountain Suppressing Army roared and followed Ming Meng, charging toward the Inue army. The Dark Moon Empire's face turned extremely ugly as they roared. The enemy doesn't have many people, less than 20,000. We are all elites who have been through hundreds of battles. 10,000 of us should be enough to stop them. At once, the Dark Moon Empire sent out 10,000 cavalrymen to charge at Lu Ming's army. Remember, Stop them. Once the Ash Wolf cavalry arrive, we'll kill them all. The Dark Moon general roared. His voice spread across the battlefield to encourage the soldiers. Haha, the Azure Wolf cavalry you were talking about is them, right? Lu Ming laughed heartily. With a wave of his hand, a storage ring flew out. Following that, the storage ring glowed, and the heads of Wallevers and humans fell to the ground. Those are the heads of the Ash Wolf cavalry. So many. Could it be that all of the Grey Wolf cavalry were killed? Immediately, the army of the Dark Moon Empire became restless. We've already killed the 10,000 soldiers of the Ash Wolf cavalry. Don't expect too much from them. Lu Ming roared and charged at his opponent at top speed. Impossible! The great general of the Dark Moon Empire roared. He found it hard to believe that 10,000 Grey Wolf cavalry had been killed just like that. Lu Ming's words made the army of the Dark Moon Empire suspicious. Some soldiers did not even hold their weapons as tightly as before. Kill! At this moment, Lu Ming's army of 18,000 had already collided with the enemy's army of 10,000. Delude the masses with lies, kill. The leader of the other party was a burly man in the 5th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. As he shouted, he slashed his saber at Lu Ming. Die! Lu Ming roared and thrust his long spear forward. The saber beam shattered and the long spear pierced through the other party's throat. Bang! The spear's radiance didn't stop. It killed more than a dozen people behind it before it disappeared. Lu Ming rode on the green scale horse and charged past. Behind them, Xianxia, the golden-eyed blood corpse, Huang, Gao Li, and the rest followed closely, leading the 18,000 troops. Kill! With Lu Ming as the leader, the blazing sun army's momentum was like a rainbow. They immediately tore a huge hole in the enemy's formation. The Dark Moon Empire's 10,000-strong army was not as powerful as the Ash Wolf army. Their strength was on par with the army that Lu Ming had led. Naturally, they could not stop Lu Ming. Moreover, the morale of the Dark Moon Empire was low, and they were outnumbered. They were no match for the Sun Army at all, and in a few moments, they had already been scattered. On the other side, Ming Meng led the mountain-suppressing army and held the enemy back, gaining the upper hand. All troops move out. Ming Meng let out a long hiss that spread into the Moonview city. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a large army rushed out of the Moonview city and charged towards them. It was the 20,000 troops that Ming Meng had left behind to defend the city. As a result, the Dark Moon Empire was besieged from all sides, and their morale was even lower. Large numbers of soldiers were killed by the burning Sun Empire. Retreat, retreat. The great general of the Dark Moon Empire roared, extremely anxious. He knew that today's defeat was certain. If this continued, he was afraid that his entire army would be annihilated. The Dark Moon Empire's general led the powerful Blood Moon Devil Tiger army and charged forward. Instantly, the mountain-suppressing army led by Ming Meng was broken through. Charge out! The Blood Moon Demonic Tiger army took the lead, followed by the rest of the army. They retreated frantically. The army that was fighting with Lu Ming's group threw away their armor and ran wildly. Kill! Lu Ming roared and led the army to pursue. On the other side, Ming Meng also led the mountain-suppressing army in pursuit. The army was defeated like a landslide. Along the way, the Dark Moon Empire left behind a large number of corpses. Half an hour later, Lu Ming and the rest finally called it a day. In this battle, only about 20,000 out of the 50,000 soldiers of the Dark Moon Empire had escaped. 30,000 had died, and the mountain-suppressing army had seized countless materials. It could be said to be a big victory. An hour later, the two armies met on the plains outside Moonview City. Father! Father! The three Ming siblings rushed towards Ming Meng. Why didn't the three of you stay in the imperial capital and cultivate? Why did you come back? Ming Meng chided with a straight face. Ming Zhu stuck out her tongue and did not make a sound. Father, when we heard that the Inuit army was besieging the Moonview city, we were burning with anxiety. As father's son, how could we not fight against the strong enemy with you? We naturally have to come back to be with father. Well, at least you have some filial piety. Ming Meng's expression improved a little as he nodded. Also, this time around the royal family has sent an army to reinforce us. The leader is Big Brother Tianyun. Naturally, we have to return together so that we can introduce him to father. Ming Feng said, Tianyun? Could he be the Tianyun who killed Qiu Changlai from the 10 Directions sword sect? Hurry up and introduce us. When Ming Meng heard Tianyun's name, he was suddenly shocked and hurriedly said, Tianyun pays his respects to great General Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming walked up and cupped his fists. So you're Tianyun? Ha, you're indeed a dragon among men. I'm impressed, really impressed. Ming Meng laughed heartily and cupped his fists in greeting. He was very polite. Great General Ming, you're too polite. This time, I've received orders to fight against the Dark Moon Empire with you. If there's anything I don't understand, please enlighten me, Great General. Lu Ming said politely. I don't deserve your advice. As soon as you came, you annihilated the Dark Moon Empire's Grey Wolf army and defeated the Dark Moon Empire's army in one fell swoop. Also, don't call me General, just call me Big Brother Ming, ha. Ming Meng said very heroically. Big Brother Ming? Lu Ming had a strange expression on his face as he swept a glance at Ming Cheng and the rest. Ming Cheng, Ming Zhu, and Ming Feng's faces were frozen, and they were dumbfounded. Lu Ming addressed Ming Meng as Big Brother. Did that mean that they were one generation younger than Lu Ming? What should they call Lu Ming then? Uncle. When they thought of this, the three of them were a little mad. I'll call you Big Brother Ming then. Lu Ming unkindly agreed and laughed heartily. On the other hand, the three Ming siblings were the complete opposite. Each of them had a bitter face and were against it in their hearts. However, Lu Ming and Ming Meng ignored them. They laughed heartily as they made their way to Moonview City. They were prepared to hold a banquet to celebrate their victory and to welcome Lu Ming and the rest. Chapter 305. Chapter 305, Bloodred Scaled Wolf. 549690339. For the next 3 days, the army of the Dark Moon Empire did not move, and the Full Moon City was quiet. To the north of the Full Moon City was the direction of the Inu Empire, and to the west was a boundless plateau. The terrain of this plateau was complex. There were boundless grasslands and high mountains. Ta! The earth trembled. Lu Ming led Xianxia, Huaying, and a few hundred other people. Ming Meng led 3,000 guards and sped across the plains. This plateau was usually used as a training ground for the mountain army, and there were many demon beasts howling in groups. Roar! Lu Ming saw a group of hundreds of wild lions, their bodies shimmering in gold. When they saw Lu Ming's army, they roared and ran into the distance. Not long after, he saw another herd of thousands of black bulls, each 2 meters tall, running wildly on the grassland. There are many demonic beasts on this plateau. If we can capture them and form an army, how strong will our combat power be? Lu Ming smiled as he rode on the green-scaled horse. Little brother Tianyun, you're right. However, the demonic beasts of the plateau are unruly, and there aren't many of them of the same species. It's too difficult to form a cavalry of tens of thousands. If we use different species, it'll be difficult to train them together, and their combat strength won't be high. Ming Meng explained with a smile. Lu Ming nodded. He understood that too. For example, the berserk lion was not inferior to the blood moon demonic tiger. Unfortunately, it was difficult to capture more than 10,000 berserk lions. Furthermore, it was extremely difficult to tame such wild demonic beasts. As the group galloped across the plains, they saw all sorts of demonic beasts along the way. Some moved alone, while others moved in groups. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from the front, and a fiendish aura filled the air. Tadashi! Then, they heard a group of wild lions, giant bears, and other demonic beasts running toward them. The eyes of the demonic beasts were filled with panic and fear. Oh! Wolf howls came from behind them. Then, Lu Ming and the rest saw more than a dozen bloody shadows running wildly toward them. Upon closer inspection, they were not blood shadows, but a dozen huge wallevers. These giant wallevers looked extremely demonic. Each of them was more than 2 meters tall and 4 meters long. Their bodies were blood red and covered in blood red scales. Even their legs were covered in scales. There was only a ball of fiery red hair on its neck, like a ball of fire. Oh! A wild lion was caught up by a giant wolf, and it was actually unable to resist at all. It was directly slapped over by a claw, and then its neck was bitten off. What a mighty giant wolf! What powerful strength! Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he exclaimed in admiration. This is a blood-red scaled wolf. The weakest of these wallevers is equivalent to a 7th grade Great Martial Master, and 2 of them are even at the 1st grade Martial Grandmaster. They must have run out from the depths of the plateau. Ming Meng's eyes were also filled with surprise as he spoke. Roar! At that moment, the demonic beasts in front of them saw Lu Ming and the rest, and they quickly avoided them and ran away. However, the dozen or so crimson-scaled wallevers stopped in front of Lu Ming and the rest. They looked at them ferociously and howled continuously, showing no intention of running away. This type of blood-red scaled wolf is definitely a top-tier mount. Lu Ming looked at the dozen or so crimson-scaled wallevers with great interest. That's right. It said that this type of blood-scale wolf has the bloodline of a flood dragon. It's invulnerable, can run like the wind, and has infinite strength. It's definitely a top-grade mount. If you have an army of tens of thousands of blood-scale wallevers, you'll be invincible. Unfortunately, the crimson-scaled wolf might really have the bloodline of a flood dragon, making it extremely proud and unruly. It is extremely difficult to tame them. Even if you use your strength to subdue them, they would rather die than submit. The Dark Moon Empire also drooled over the crimson-scaled wolf, but after so many years, they have been helpless. Ming Meng explained. Oh! Lu Ming was a little disappointed. He had wanted to build a powerful army. It's just an animal. I don't believe I can't tame it. Hua Ying snorted coldly and said in an unconvinced manner. Then, his figure rushed out and pounced at the crimson-scaled wolf. Roar! The dozen or so crimson-scaled wallevers roared and pounced on Hua Ying, launching a counterattack. Get lost! Hua Ying shouted coldly and threw a few punches. Bang! Bang! Some of the Grandmaster Realm crimson-scaled wallevers were sent flying. They rolled on the ground for a dozen times before they got up and shook off the dirt on their bodies. They were completely fine. The 2 demonic beasts of the 1st Martial Ancestor Realm had only retreated a dozen steps. On the other hand, Hua Ying's body also shook. Good fellow, what powerful strength! I'll tame you! Hua Ying shouted and rushed forward, punching continuously. With Hua Ying's cultivation, these blood-red scaled wallevers were naturally no match for him. He was sent flying. Hua Ying identified a blood-red scaled wolf in the 1st tier of the Martial Ancestor Realm and rode on it, trying to tame it. Roar! The crimson-scaled wolf let out an earth-shattering roar as if its dignity had been insulted. It flew into a rage, and its body trembled and jumped wildly. At the same time, his body emitted a burning flame that enveloped Hua Ying. Kneel down! Hua Ying roared as he used his full strength to suppress the crimson-scaled wolf. With Hua Ying's Martial Grandmaster 3 Dan cultivation and his king-level bloodline, his full power was like a huge mountain pressing down on the back of the blood-scaled wolf. The blood-red scaled wolf howled continuously, but it still couldn't resist and was pressed down. However, it didn't yield. It kept struggling and roaring, looking extremely ferocious. Surrender or I'll kill you! Hua Ying shouted. Roar! The only response he got was the roar of the blood-red scaled wolf. Detestable! Hua Ying continued to suppress it. After a while, he was sweating profusely, but the crimson-scaled wolf still did not yield. "You're indeed unruly," Lu Ming sighed. At the same time, he felt that it was a pity. This type of crimson-scaled wolf was not too powerful. As long as a portion of them was equivalent to a martial master realm expert and formed an army, it would be extremely terrifying. Oh! At this moment, a loud roar was heard. 2 blood-red lights came from the distance at an incredible speed. They arrived in front of Hua Ying in a few breaths. One of them pounced on Hua Ying. Hua Ying was shocked and threw a punch. Boom! With a loud boom, Hua Ying's body was pushed back more than 10 meters. At this time, he could clearly see that 2 more crimson-scaled wallevers had appeared on the field. These 2 crimson-scaled wallevers were extremely majestic, and they were one size larger than the other crimson-scaled wallevers. It's equivalent to the 3rd level of Wu Zone. Lu Ming muttered. "What's going on? What's going on today? Why are there so many martial ancestor realm blood-scaled wallevers? Normally, the blood-scaled wallevers would hide in the depths of the plateau, so why are there so many of them today?" Ming Meng was extremely surprised. Roar! The 2 crimson-scaled wallevers howled as they glared at Lu Ming and the group. Then, with a roar, he turned around and ran towards the plateau. The other crimson-scaled wallevers followed closely behind. "Lu Ming, how about we make a bet?" At this moment, Xianxia galloped out and looked at Lu Ming provocatively. Chapter 306. Chapter 306. A Bet, A Wolf's Denver 549690339. A bet? Lu Ming was stunned. "That's right, let's use these 2 blood-scaled wallevers as a bet. We'll each take one of them. Whoever can tame them first wins. The loser has to agree to one condition of the winner. Do you dare to bet?" Xianxia said. As soon as he said that, the people around them looked at the 2 of them with interest. Standing together, Lu Ming and Xianxia looked like a golden couple. Moreover, Xianxia had been by Lu Ming's side since the imperial city. Naturally, others thought that their relationship was not ordinary. When Xianxia proposed to make a bet with Lu Ming, the others naturally thought that this was a different kind of flirting between the young couple. At the side, Mingzhu looked at the beautiful Xianxia and sighed in her heart. She thought that perhaps only a peerless beauty like Xianxia could be worthy of Lu Ming. The distance between her and Lu Ming was too great. In the future, they would be further apart. After sighing, Mingzhu hid her worries in the bottom of her heart. She revealed a smile on her face and looked at Lu Ming. "Why wouldn't I?" Lu Ming said with a smile. "All right, let's begin." Xianxia's expression was sly as he turned into a beam of light and chased after the blood-red scaled wolf. Lu Ming smiled and similarly moved, stepping on the air and leaving. "Let's go and take a look." Ming Meng and the rest chased after them on their horses. However, after a while, they could no longer see the 2 of them. "Forget it, we'll wait for them here," Ming Meng said. The others nodded and began to wait. The blood-red scaled wolf ran at a terrifying speed on the grassland. However, with Lu Ming and Xianxia's hot pursuit, they caught up in no time. Buzz! Xianxia's body moved and pounced on a 3rd-grade martial ancestor realm blood-scaled wolf. Roar! The crimson-scaled wolf roared and spat out a pillar of fire at Xianxia. However, with a wave of his hand, Xianxia sent out a palm print and the pillar of fire was dispersed. Xianxia stepped lightly on the back of the crimson-scaled wolf. Roar! The crimson-scaled wolf immediately went berserk. It let out a furious roar and shook its body wildly, trying to throw Xianxia off. However, Xianxia's true qi burst forth, forming a terrifying pressure that pressed down on the crimson-scaled wolf. However, the blood-red scaled wolf howled madly and refused to yield. On the other side, Lu Ming was also standing on the back of the crimson-scaled wolf, channeling his energy to suppress it. But at the same time, the blood-red scaled wolf went berserk and refused to yield. In fact, it was not difficult for Lu Ming and Xianxia to kill the two crimson-scaled wallevers. It was very simple. However, what they wanted was not to kill it, but to tame it. In this way, they could not use too much power, or they would kill the crimson-scaled wolf in an instant. He could only use an appropriate amount of strength to suppress the blood-red-scaled wolf and wear down its ferocity. Only then could he slowly tame it. This was a process of consumption. Roar! The two martial grandmaster 3 Dan scarlet-scaled wallevers howled and leaped, trying to shake Lu Ming and Xianxia off. However, the two of them stood firmly on the back of the wallevers. Just like that, the two crimson-scaled wallevers abandoned the other crimson-scaled wallevers and howled as they headed deeper into the plateau. The crimson-scaled wolf's speed was too fast. It could easily cross mountains and rivers as if they were flat ground. Not long after, they crossed 1,000 miles. Here, the grassland had disappeared and was replaced by an endless plateau and mountains. The two blood-red-scaled wallevers howled continuously as they leaped through the forest. Not long after, they traveled 1,000 miles deeper into the plateau. Oh! Suddenly, the howls of the wallevers resonated with the two blood-scaled wallevers. Hearing the howls from the wallevers around them, the two blood-red-scaled wallevers seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, and they howled even louder and madly. Awur! In the surroundings, the howls of the wallevers became even more concentrated, coming from all directions. Then tall and strong figures appeared from all directions. Blood-red-scaled wallevers. They were all around him. The crimson-scaled wallevers glared at Lu Ming and Xianxia, their eyes filled with killing intent. There are so many blood-red-scaled wallevers. Could this be a wolf den? Lu Ming's heart stirred. The howls of the wallevers could be heard all around. Lu Ming looked around and realized that most of the blood-red-scaled wallevers were level 2 demonic beasts, which were equivalent to martial masters. Only a small number of them were level 3 demonic beasts. With so many blood-red-scaled wallevers, how powerful would an army be if they were to be used as mounts? Lu Ming's heart could not help but burn. Oh! At this moment, 2 wolf howls suddenly rang out. These 2 howls shook the heavens and earth, piercing straight through the clouds. After these 2 howls, the other blood-scaled wallevers in the surroundings all fell silent. Within a radius of several dozen li, the other demonic beasts didn't even dare to breathe. It was extremely quiet. That was Dash. In the next moment, Lu Ming saw 2 blood-red-scaled wallevers walking out from the highest mountain. The 2 crimson-scaled wallevers were extremely burly and 3 meters tall. They were covered in fiery red scales that looked like they were made of fire jade. They were crystal clear and seemed to have flames jumping out of them. An extremely powerful aura burst out from the 2 crimson-scaled wallevers. A peak 6th grade 4th level demonic beast is equivalent to a peak 6th grade martial grandmaster. Lu Ming's gaze suddenly flickered. At this moment, the other blood-red-scaled wallevers whimpered and prostrated as if they were welcoming the arrival of their king. Are these 2 blood-scale wallevers the king of the pack? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he thought of this possibility. Looking at the situation, it shouldn't be wrong. Roar! The 2 crimson-scaled wallevers appeared and howled in anger. They leaped into the air and pounced at Lu Ming and Xianxia. Lu Ming and Xianxia did not dare to be careless. They used their full strength and met the attack. Boom! Boom! With 2 loud bangs, Lu Ming and Xianxia were both sent flying. What a powerful force. Although this Wolf King is a peak class 6 4th level demonic beast, its combat strength is not something an ordinary class 6 4th level demonic beast can compare to. It's at least at class 7 4th level. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Roar! The 2 blood-scaled Wolf Kings howled in anger and pounced at Lu Ming and Xianxia. The 2 of them began to fight. However, as soon as they started fighting, Xianxia was at a disadvantage. Lu Ming was slightly better, but he was also at a disadvantage. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, he would have no problem fighting against an average 6th-grade martial arts grandmaster. He could even kill them. However, against a 7th-grade martial arts grandmaster, the difference was too great. He was no match for them. Bang! Bang! After a few consecutive exchanges, Lu Ming's muscles trembled and he retreated continuously. He was at a disadvantage. Bang! On the other side, Xianxia was sent flying. He landed beside Lu Ming, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. However, she did not say a word and did not escape. It was as if she would not leave as long as Lu Ming did not leave. She was very stubborn. Roar! The two Crimson Wolf Kings howled as they surrounded Lu Ming and Xianxia. Their murderous intent was like a tidal wave. Chapter 307. Chapter 307. Chapter 307 Taming. 549690339. Little Qing, why don't we leave this place first? Lu Ming said. With the two Wolf Kings here, it was impossible for them to tame the blood-red scaled wolf today. No, I don't believe I can't tame it. Xianxia said stubbornly. Lu Ming was speechless. This girl was throwing a tantrum again. It's just a fake Wolf King. Let's see if they dare to be arrogant in front of the real Wolf King. Xianxia snorted and quickly formed a seal with his hands. Immediately, Xianxia's body emitted layers of black light. Slowly, the black light condensed into a giant Selavir wolf in the air. Moonhowl Wolf! Lu Ming could not help but exclaim. Lu Ming could not be more familiar with this giant Selavir wolf. Lu Ming and Xianxia had each obtained half of a Moonhowl wolf's beast soul in the Dongyi tribe's ancestral ruins. Later on, in the battle at the White Tiger Hall, Lu Ming had fused with half a Beast King soul, killed Lu Yunxiong, and fought Duanmu Lin. He was extremely familiar with this giant Selavir wolf. He didn't expect Xianxia to condense a Moonhowl wolf. However, Lu Ming could tell that this did not seem to be a beast soul. It had been condensed and was the embodiment of a kind of cultivation technique. The aura of the sky wolf had weakened a lot. Oh! The Moonhowl wolf let out a deafening howl, and a supreme pressure radiated from it. Although it was only half a beast and had been condensed, the Moonhowl wolf had been a true demon king, a true king, and the pressure of a superior was extremely powerful. Countless crimson-scaled Wallevers howled and lowered their heads, looking at the Moonhowl wolf in awe. The Moonhowl wolf's entire body was Esilaviri white, and it stood in the air, howling continuously. Slowly, some of the rank 4 demonic beasts, the blood-red scaled Wallevers, also knelt down. Roar! However, the two blood-scaled wolf kings kept howling. They looked at the Moonhowl wolf in the sky. Although they were a little afraid, they did not give in. Furthermore, his eyes glowed with ferocity, as if he was ready to pounce on Lu Ming and Xianxia at any moment. It seems like the two wolf kings are very difficult to tame. Lu Ming thought to himself. Oh! The Moonhowl wolf in the air howled into the sky, and its body glowed with a dazzling Esilavir light. At this moment, Lu Ming's body began to emit Esilavir light. Then, the Esilavir light condensed into a huge Moonhowl wolf in the sky. What's going on? Lu Ming was shocked. Could it be that when I fused with the Moonhowl wolf's soul, there were traces of the wolf left in my body? Now that Xianxia's half of the Moonhowl wolf has activated it, it's showing itself. Lu Ming's mind whirred and he thought of this. This was the only explanation that could make sense. The Moonhowl wolf materialized on Lu Ming's body and howled into the sky as well. Waves of mighty pressure emanated from it. The rest of the Wallevers were all lying on the ground, and some of the low-level ones were even trembling. Even a small number of level 4 crimson-scaled Wallevers were lying on the ground obediently, not daring to move. Only the two blood-scaled wolf kings continued to howl, but there was finally a trace of fear in their eyes. At that moment, the Moonhowl wolf above Xianxia's head and the one above Lu Ming's head fused together to form an even larger Moonhowl wolf. Oh! The The moon-howl wolf let out a long howl and emitted an extremely powerful king's pressure. It was a pressure that was born to the wolf race. It was high and mighty and could not be provoked. The two blood-scaled wolf kings began to tremble, their eyes filled with fear. The moon-howl wolf stood in the air, looking down at the two blood-scaled wolf kings. There seemed to be a faint displeasure in his eyes. Woo! The two blood-scaled wolf kings were finally scared. They prostrated on the ground and whimpered like two dogs raised at home. Tamed. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Oh! The moon-howl wolf let out an angry howl. The two blood-scaled wolf kings trembled and stood up shakily. They crawled to Lu Ming and Xianxia's side and lay down obediently. It really is. Lu Ming muttered, overjoyed. He moved and mounted the back of a blood-scaled wolf king. The blood-scaled wolf king did not resist at all. On the other side, Xianxia also mounted another blood-scaled wolf king. The other one was also very obedient. Lu Ming took a glance and realized that Xianxia's wolf was a female while Lu Ming's was a male. No wonder they were two wolf kings. Ah, little Qing, one male and one female. They're a perfect pair, just like you and me. Lu Ming laughed heartily. Who's a couple with you? You wish. Xianxia snorted and rolled his eyes at Lu Ming. Lu Ming grinned. He was just joking and did not mind. The moon-howl wolf in the air howled and transformed into two rays of light. They disappeared into Lu Ming and Xianxia's bodies. The powerful pressure between heaven and earth also disappeared. Roar! The two blood-scaled wolf kings growled and stood up. However, they didn't go crazy or resist. They seemed to be completely tamed. Perhaps, there are still remnants of the moon-howl wolf's aura on me and Xianxia. That's why we were able to subdue the two wolf kings. Lu Ming made a guess. He then patted the blood-scaled wolf king and said, "Call all your subordinates and follow me." Roar! The two blood-scaled wolf kings were very obedient. They let out two long howls that spread out for dozens of miles. The other blood-red scaled wallivers howled and gathered from all directions. In the end, the surroundings were densely packed with blood-red scaled wallivers. It covered the mountains and plains, and one could not see the end of it. So many. Lu Ming was a little stunned, then he was overjoyed. Lu Ming took a closer look and realized that there were more than 8,000 crimson-scaled wallivers all over the mountain. There were 8,000 of them, and most of them were rank 2 demonic beasts. A small portion of them were rank 3 demonic beasts, and there were even dozens of rank 4 demonic beasts. A level 4 demonic beast was equivalent to a martial arts grandmaster. I'm rich, I'm rich. Lu Ming roared in his heart. Why are you so happy? Don't forget, it's all thanks to me that you were able to tame the crimson-scaled wolf this time. If it were you, you would have run away a long time ago, you coward. Xianxia pouted and said in disdain. Yes, yes, it's all thanks to you. Lu Ming was in a good mood and did not argue with Xianxia. You've lost the bet this time. You won't go back on your word, will you? Xianxia said. Hey, I've also contributed to taming the Wolf King. How do you say I lost? Lu Ming said. What kind of contribution is that? If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have had the chance to tame the Wolf King. If you go back on your word, I'll tell everyone in the camp that you're going back on your word. Xianxia said through gritted teeth. In the end, Lu Ming could only compromise and agree to one of Xianxia's conditions. What condition? As long as it's within my means, I won't refuse. Lu Ming said. It's not the time yet. When the time comes, I'll naturally tell you. Xianxia smiled slyly and rode away on the blood-scaled Wolf King. Lu Ming rode on the Wolf King and followed. Lu Ming and Xianxia took the lead, followed by more than 8,000 blood-red scaled wallivers. Chapter 308. Chapter 308, Crazy. 549690339. 2,000 li away on the grassland, Ming Meng, Hua Ying, and the others were waiting anxiously. Why haven't the generals returned after so long? Did something happen? Gao Li said with a frown. I don't think so. With your cultivation, you should be able to escape even if you can't defeat anyone below the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm. Hua Ying said. However, his eyes were filled with worry. Ever since they had completely submitted to Lu Ming, they would naturally think of Lu Ming in all aspects. Ming Meng, Ming Cheng, and the rest were also anxious as they looked in the direction where Lu Ming and the rest had left. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the ground began to rumble as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping. Ming Meng's expression suddenly changed. He shouted, "Not good, a large group of demonic beasts is coming. This is a beast tide. Listen to my orders, set up the formation and prepare for battle." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3,000 guards that Ming Meng had brought with him got into formation. They knocked their longbows and prepared for a bloody battle. Boom, boom, boom. The shaking became more and more intense, as if there were many behemoths galloping. Ming Meng and the others' expressions became more and more grave. A whir. At this moment, a deafening wolf howl could be heard from the depths of the plateau, piercing through the clouds. Not good, that's the cry of a blood-red scaled wolf. Why are there so many of them? Where are Brother Tianyun and the others? Ming Meng roared. The others' expressions also changed. From the sound, they didn't know how many blood-scaled wallevers there were, but they were sure that they didn't have enough people. How were they going to fight? Retreat, retreat. Let's rush back to Full Moon City first. Ming Meng roared. Let's go. One by one, they turned their horses around and charged back. Ah, that's the general and Miss Xianxia. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. It came from a youth from the Star Cluster Hall. What? Ming Meng and the others hurriedly looked over. At the end of the earth, a boundless red appeared. From a distance, it looked like a fiery red sunset. Upon closer inspection, it was not a sunset glow, but a group of robust blood-red scaled wallevers. As far as the eye could see, the ground was filled with blood-red scaled wallevers, covering the sky and covering the earth. An extremely dense murderous aura filled the air. Some of the more timid people's legs started to tremble. In front of the boundless crimson-scaled wallevers, there were two of the tallest crimson-scaled wallevers, and their auras soared to the sky. A person sat on each of the scarlet blood beasts. They were Lu Ming and Xianxia. It really is Brother Tianyun and Lady Xie, but what's going on? Why are the two of them riding on the crimson-scaled wolf? Ming Meng was dumbfounded. Could it be that the general and the others are being chased by the crimson-scaled wolf? Impossible? The general and the others are riding on two crimson-scaled wallevers, and they seem to have the strongest auras, but they didn't resist. Could it be that the general and the others have already tamed the crimson-scaled wallevers? Tamed? That's impossible, right? Hua Ying and the other young experts were discussing. Oh. At this moment, the blood-scaled wolf king that Lu Ming and Xianxia were riding on let out two howls. Immediately, the blood-scaled wallevers that covered the entire mountain slowed down. In the end, they strolled slowly towards Ming Meng and the rest. This goo is the blood-red scaled wolf king? Could it be that the blood-red scaled wolf king has been tamed? How is that possible? Ming Meng's eyes and mouth were wide open, his face full of disbelief. As for those who were originally from the Moonview City, their eyes and mouths were also wide open as they looked on in a daze. At this moment, Lu Ming and Xianxia were already not far away. Brother Tianyun, you've tamed these two blood-scaled wolf kings? Ming Meng asked in a daze. Big brother Ming Meng, we were lucky to have succeeded. We chased the two wallevers from before, but we didn't expect to chase them all the way to the lair of the crimson-scaled wallevers. We encountered these two scaled wolf kings and were lucky to have successfully tamed them, so we got the wolf king to give the order to bring this entire nest of crimson scaled wallevers here. Lu Ming explained. Jinjin was lucky. Ming Meng's lips trembled as he tugged at his beard. Even now, he was still in shock, as if he was in a dream. The 3,000 guards he had brought with him were not any better. They all thought they were dreaming. Taming the blood-scaled wolf king? However, he had never heard of anyone succeeding. But now, Lu Ming had succeeded the moment he came and even brought back a den of crimson-scaled wallevers. Big brother Tianyun is invincible. Ming Feng reacted quickly. He shouted and ran to Lu Ming's side. Big brother Tianyun, can you give me a blood-red-scaled wolf as a mount? After a few days of struggle, the three Ming siblings decided to be friends with Lu Ming on their own, regardless of how their father and Lu Ming addressed each other. Otherwise, they would really have to call Lu Ming uncle. Of course you can choose one yourself. Lu Ming smiled. Thank you, big brother Tianyun. Ming Feng was overjoyed. He immediately picked a Class 6 third-level blood-scale wolf and rode it. Roar! As soon as Ming Feng mounted it, the blood-red-scaled wolf let out a furious roar. Roar! At this moment, Lu Ming patted the wolf king he was riding on. The wolf king let out a loud roar and immediately, the blood-red-scaled wolf became obedient and whimpered. Ren Ming Feng rode on it. Let's go! Ming Feng patted the crimson-scaled wolf. The crimson-scaled wolf immediately howled and rushed out like the wind. After a while, it ran back. How cool, this is too cool. Ming Feng laughed. This made the others unable to stand it. General, give this general one. Wang shouted. General, I also want one. The other young men called out. You guys can choose. Lu Ming waved his hand. Huaying and the others were overjoyed. The few of them were all martial arts grandmasters, so they naturally picked the level 4 ones. Huaying picked a 4th grade 4th level beast, which was equivalent to a 4th grade martial grandmaster. The others had also picked suitable ones. For a time, the howls of wallevers could be heard continuously. Red light leaped across the grassland as they tried out their newly obtained mounts. This is so cool. This is a real mount. With such a mount, killing enemies is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. Huaying and the others laughed. Ming Meng looked on with envy. With his status, he was too embarrassed to ask Lu Ming for it. Big brother Ming Meng, this one is for you. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a tall and burly crimson-scaled wolf stepped forward, exuding a powerful aura. It was a Class 5 Level 4 blood-scale wolf, second only to the two wolf kings. Brother Tianyun, how can I accept this? Although he said he was embarrassed, his eyes were already fixed on the blood-red-scaled wolf, unable to move away. Big brother Ming Meng, why are you being so polite with me? Take it and ride it. Lu Ming said with a smile. All right, then I won't stand on ceremony. Ming Meng was overjoyed and hurriedly jumped onto the crimson-scaled wolf. He controlled the crimson-scaled wolf to run a big circle, the smile on his face so thick it couldn't be dispersed. Let's go back to the camp. Lu Ming waved his hands and said. At once, more than 8,000 crimson-scaled wallevers followed Lu Ming and the rest in a grandiose manner, heading toward the Moonview City's military camp. Along the way, Ming Meng's 3,000 guards looked at the crimson-scaled wolf with envy. However, they knew that they belonged to the mountain-suppressing army and not Lu Ming. They would definitely not get a share. Chapter 309. Chapter 309, Blood Red Iron Cavalry. 549690339. When Lu Ming and the rest returned to Moonview City, it naturally caused a great sensation. The entire Moonview City was shaken. The 100,000 soldiers of the Yuzheng army were even more shocked and envious. On the other hand, Lu Ming's 18,000-strong army was extremely excited. They knew that the crimson-scaled wolf would definitely be assigned to them. As expected, from the second day onwards, Lu Ming began to pick out 8,000 of the strongest soldiers from the 18,000-strong army. Each of them was given a crimson-scaled wolf. Every single one of these 8,000 soldiers had a cultivation base of at least 9th-grade warrior realm. 2,000 of them were at the Master Martial realm, and about 100 of them were at the Grandmaster Martial realm. 8,000 of them formed a scarlet blood-scaled wolf cavalry. The people who were assigned to the crimson-scaled Wallevers were extremely excited. The powerful mount meant that their combat power was stronger. Not only did they have a higher chance of surviving on the battlefield, but they also had a higher chance of killing their enemies and making contributions. Each and every one of them was extremely grateful to Lu Ming. They were deeply grateful. Many of them even secretly swore to follow Lu Ming till death. As for those who did not get a crimson-scaled wolf, although they were a little envious, they were not jealous. They knew that the reason they were not assigned to the crimson-scaled wolf was because their cultivation was not high enough. On the other hand, Lu Ming was an unparalleled genius with a reputation that shook the blazing Sun Empire. His future was limitless. They secretly vowed to follow Lu Ming and cultivate diligently. There would definitely be benefits. Lu Ming did not expect that this move would make his army more convinced of him and make him more prestigious. 2 days later, boom, boom, boom. On the prairie, a group of blood-scale wolf cavalry whistled past like a gale, their momentum shaking the heavens and earth. Lu Ming and Xianxia were riding at the forefront. Despite the strong wind blowing and hitting their faces, the light in Lu Ming's eyes grew brighter and brighter. As a man, leading an army of iron and blood, sweeping across the battlefield, making achievements, and having a beauty by his side, what could make one's blood boil more? A whir! The 8,000 cavalrymen howled as they passed by. On the grassland, the other demonic beasts saw this and ran in fear, not daring to stop at all. In the distance, Ming Meng led the army and watched in shock. Facing such power, most of the mountain-suppressing army revealed expressions of fear. Who can stop such an army? Ming Meng sighed. It's a pity that there are only 8,000 of them and the cultivation of each knight is too low. Otherwise, they might be a surprise army to fight against the Dark Moon Empire. A deputy general beside Ming Meng sighed. That's right. The Dark Moon Empire has 100,000 soldiers like the Blood Moon Demonic Tiger Army and the Ash Wolf Army. If they attack together, Tianyun's 8,000 blood-red cavalry will not be a match for them. Another deputy general sighed. Don't ask for too much. 8,000 blood-red iron cavalry is equivalent to 100,000 ordinary soldiers. To our Moonview city, this is a great thing. Ming Meng said. In the next few days, there was no movement from the Dark Moon Empire. Lu Ming led the blood-red scaled wolf cavalry to practice on the grasslands, trying to build up the tacit understanding between the soldiers and their mounts. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. The 8,000 soldiers and the blood-red scaled wolf had already gotten used to each other. On the 6th day, a piece of news suddenly came. The Northern Battlefront Army, which was 3,000 miles away from the Moonview city, had sent an urgent message to the Mountain Town Army for help. They were under the frenzied attack of the Dark Moon Empire's army. General Ming, it's urgent. I'll lead the blood-red cavalry to ask for help. In the main tent of the military camp, Lu Ming, Ming Meng, and the others were discussing this matter. Lu Ming directly suggested that he lead the blood-red cavalry to rescue them first. The Northern Battlefront Army was another powerful army of the royal family in the north. They were closely related to the Mountain Battlefront Army. Once the Northern Battlefront Army was destroyed, the Mountain Battlefront Army would be in danger as well. Therefore, they had to save the Northern Battlefront Army when they were in danger. The blood-red cavalry were the fastest, so they were the most suitable to go first. All right, Brother Tianyun will go first. The Northern Army will be right behind you. Ming Meng said. After a while, the blood-red cavalry rushed out of the camp like the wind and headed toward the Northern Battlefront Army's northern city. The 3,000-li journey only took 4 hours under the charge of the blood-red cavalry. The blood-red iron cavalry could travel tens of thousands of li in a day. When Lu Ming and the rest were on a grassland 100 miles away from Zhunbei City, they saw countless people fighting. There were at least 100,000 people in a chaotic battle, and their shouts shook the sky. The Ash Wolf Army and the Blood Moon Demonic Tiger Army. Lu Ming could see at a glance that there were 2 legions in the Army of the Dark Moon, each with about 10,000 men. They were extremely powerful and were launching a fierce attack on the Northern Battlefront Army. The Northern Battlefront Army had about 60 to 70,000 people. They were surrounded by the Army of the Dark Moon Empire and were constantly charging. The smell of blood filled the entire grassland. Kill! Lu Ming roared and led the way with Xianxia, charging towards the 10,000 soldiers of the Ash Wolf Army. Oh! It was obvious that the Grey Wolf Army had also discovered Lu Ming and the others. They gathered their strength and charged toward them. But halfway through, the Grey Wolf Army let out terrified screams. What's that? Oh my God, it's a blood-red-scaled wolf? How is that possible? It's really a blood-red-scaled wolf. It's an army of blood-red-scaled wallevers. Countless people in the Grey Wolf Army looked forward in shock. The blood-red-scaled wolf howled, its eyes red as it charged forward. The wallevers that the Grey Wolf cavalry rode on actually let out terrified cries and slowed down. Damn it! Charge! Charge! Don't be afraid! The general of the Grey Wolf Army roared as the saber in his hand cut the skin of the Grey wallevers, causing blood to flow. The others did the same and cut open the wolf's skin. The wolf was injured, and its ferocity was triggered. It suppressed its fear and charged at the blood-red cavalry. Kill! Annihilate this Grey Wolf Army! Lu Ming roared, his voice filled with murderous intent. When he led his army out, the first thing he had encountered was the Grey Wolf Army. In that battle, they had launched a sneak attack and had the advantage in numbers. 2,000 of them had died in the battle. Lu Ming was still brooding over that. Now that he had seen another group of Grey Wolf cavalry, his killing intent was naturally sharp. Kill! The rest of the blood-red cavalry were in a similar mood as Lu Ming. They roared and charged forward. Bang! The 2 armies finally clashed. However, the seemingly powerful Grey Wolf cavalry were as fragile as tofu in the face of the blood-red cavalry. As soon as the 2 armies clashed, the Ash Wolf cavalry were torn in half, their screams echoing through the air. Roar! The blood-red-scaled wolf was incomparably ferocious. With a howl, it slashed out with its claws, tearing the Ash Wolf cavalry in half. In just a few moments, the formation of the Grey Wolf cavalry was torn in half by the blood-red cavalry, leaving thousands of corpses. Kill! Lu Ming changed his direction. The 8,000 blood-red cavalry followed him and charged towards the remaining Ash Wolf cavalry. This was a battle without any suspense. The difference in combat strength was too great, and it was a completely one-sided slaughter. Run! Help! Don't kill me! Let's go! The Ash Wolf cavalry howled in misery. Chapter 310. Chapter 310. Chapter 310 Destruction. 549690339. Swallow. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline. The terrifying devouring power was attached to his left palm. His left palm was like a black hole, devouring the rolling blood essence. Wherever he passed, be it the blood essence of humans or wallevers, he would devour and refine it. This time, Lu Ming split half of the energy to increase his cultivation. Although the Grey Wolf cavalry were not very strong individually, they had the advantage in numbers. His cultivation base was slowly rising. Kill! Kill! The blood-red cavalry's shouts shook the heavens as they continued to take the lives of the Grey Wolf cavalry. The commotion here naturally alerted the battle on the other side. The Grey Wolf army is about to be destroyed. Our reinforcements are here. A loud shout came from the northern army. As for the army of the Dark Moon Empire, they were extremely shocked. Send reinforcements to the Grey Wolf cavalry, quickly. A general shouted. Instantly, 20,000 ordinary armored horsemen charged toward Lu Ming and the rest. Kill, exterminate them. Lu Ming roared and took the lead in charging towards the 20,000-strong army. The other blood-red cavalry followed closely behind. At this moment, the 10,000 Grey Wolf cavalry were almost completely annihilated. Only a few hundred people were left, and they were fleeing in all directions. The blood-red cavalry once again formed a knife-like formation and charged toward the enemy. This time, it was even more one-sided. The moment they clashed, the enemy's 20,000 cavalrymen collapsed. The blood-red scaled wolf howled, and the enemy's mount trembled, its combat strength greatly reduced. The blood-red scaled wolf waved its claws, and several cavalrymen were torn apart. Without any power to resist, it was still a massacre. Send out the signal for reinforcements. An exasperated roar came from the Dark Moon Empire's army. Then, fireworks flew into the sky, forming a dark moon. The fierce battle continued. The blood-red scaled wolf went into battle for the first time and displayed unparalleled combat power. Facing an enemy that was several times its size, it easily tore apart the enemy's battle formation and slaughtered the enemy cavalry. Corpses were everywhere, truly everywhere. In the middle of the battle, Lu Ming's cultivation had a breakthrough and reached the middle stage of the second level of martial ancestor realm. Boom, boom, boom. Not long after, a deafening sound of vibration rang out in the world. In the distance, a tiger's roar shook the sky. It was the Blood Moon demonic tiger. The overwhelming Blood Moon demonic tiger army was charging towards them. There were a total of 20,000 Blood Moon demonic tigers. In addition to the 10,000 from before, the Blood Moon demonic tiger army had a total of 30,000 people. Kill. Annihilate that blood-scale wolf cavalry. The leader of the Blood Moon demonic tiger legion was a general in blood-red armor. He was extremely burly and held a mace in his hand. His aura was as strong as a mountain. What a strong aura! This is the aura of a 7th-level martial ancestor. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and a hint of solemnness appeared. Kill! Without any hesitation, Lu Ming led the 8,000 blood-red iron cavalry and charged towards the 20,000 Blood Moon demonic tiger army. The two armies were getting closer and closer. Brat die! The blood-armored general roared and smashed the mace in his hand toward Lu Ming. Boom, boom, boom! The mace smashed down, and the space shook violently. Golden Eye! With a thought, the golden-eyed blood zombie beside him roared and charged at the blood-armored burly man. Boom! Boom! The golden-eyed blood corpse and the blood-armored general clashed, causing loud rumbles. Whoosh! Lu Ming stabbed with his spear. The power of wind and fire fused and exploded. Bang! Lu Ming's spear pierced through the heart of a 5th-tier martial arts grandmaster and he fell to the ground. Lu Ming rushed over and devoured his blood essence, refining it at an extreme speed. Then he swept his long spear across. 100-meter-long spear radiance swept across, and dozens of Blood Moon demonic tiger cavalrymen were blown up. Their flesh and blood, metal armor, and fragments scattered all over the ground. Kill! The two sides were engaged in a great battle. The battle was extremely brutal. Boom! Boom! The golden-eyed blood corpse roared and attacked the blood-armored general without fear. The blood-armored general was at a complete disadvantage. Beast Palm! Lu Ming threw a huge beast palm at the blood-armored general. Great demonic palm! Not far away, Xianxia also sent out a few palm strikes. His ink-black palm prints were also aimed at the blood-armored general. Bang! Bang! Although the blood armor general was very brave, he couldn't take the fierce attacks of the golden-eyed blood zombie. In addition to Lu Ming and Xianxia's attacks, his body shook violently as he spat out blood and retreated. However, the golden-eyed blood zombie wouldn't miss this opportunity. It pounced forward and its 10 fingernails were sharper than sabers. They instantly tore the blood armor general's armor into pieces. Lu Ming rushed forward and devoured his blood essence. This was the blood essence of a 7th-level martial ancestor realm martial artist. It was simply too shocking. Lu Ming continued to refine and his cultivation level began to increase rapidly. The general has been killed. Someone from the Blood Moon Demonic Tiger Legion shouted. The Blood Moon Demonic Tiger Army's general had been killed, and their morale had plummeted. On the other hand, the Blood Red Cavalry's morale had risen. General Tianyun is invincible. General Tianyun is invincible. The Blood Red Cavalry roared as they charged towards the enemy. Slowly, the Scarlet Demonic Tiger Army began to collapse. On the battlefield, victory and defeat could be determined by a hair's breadth. Once it collapsed, the army would be defeated like a landslide. Kill! The Blood Red Cavalry's eyes were bloodshot as they madly charged at the enemy. Hold on, hold on. A deputy general of the Blood Moon Demonic Tiger Legion roared, trying to block the attack and turn the tide. However, it was all in vain. The Blood Moon Demonic Tiger Legion's defeat was already set in stone. Boom! Boom! In the distant sky, a series of explosions could be heard. What? Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he looked in that direction. A dozen miles away in the sky, there was also an intense battle. That was the battlefield of the experts. That was because the people fighting there were all experts above the martial arts Grandmaster realm. There were 40 to 50 people fighting in the sky. Lu Ming realized that there were actually experts from the Mystical Sword sect and the Ghost Moonsaber sect among them. The others were undoubtedly powerhouses of the Yingyue Empire. That's Qiu Yu. Lu Ming suddenly saw a familiar figure in the crowd. It was Qiu Yu. It was obvious that Qiu Yu had already reached the martial arts Grandmaster realm after not seeing her for such a long time. Huaying, I'll leave the Blood Red Cavalry to you for now. Suddenly, Lu Ming's loud shout could be heard from afar. Huaying was stunned. Although she did not understand the reason, she immediately replied, yes. On the battlefield, one only had to obey. All right, I'll leave the Blood Red Cavalry to you, Lu Ming said. There was no longer any suspense in the battle here. Lu Ming was assured to leave it to Huaying, who was well-versed in the art of commanding troops. GoldenEye, let's go. Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he rose from the blood-scaled Wolf King's body and flew into the sky. The golden-eyed blood corpse followed closely behind Lu Ming. The distance of a dozen miles was covered in an instant. Who is it? The moment Lu Ming arrived, an expert from the Dark Moon Empire had his eyes on him. Chapter 311. Chapter 311, Meeting Qiu Yu Again. 549690339. Someone who's here to kill you. Lu Ming could not be bothered to talk nonsense with the other party. He thrust his spear. Wind Fire Kill. This person was only in the 3rd-tier martial arts Grandmaster realm. He could not withstand Lu Ming's attack at all and was pierced through the air by the spear. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the battlefield and analyzed the situation. Most of the experts of the Burning Sun Empire came from the Mystic Essence Sword sect and the Ghost Moonsaber sect, so they were obviously at a disadvantage. Even higher up in the sky, there was a violent explosion. A powerful aura spread down. It was the aura of a 7th-level martial arts Grandmaster. Not far away, Qiu Yu was wearing a white dress and exuded an extremely cold aura. With a wave of her hand, the cold air was threatening and everything was frozen. After not seeing her for a while, Qiu Yu had become even more beautiful. Her curves were graceful, and her figure was even more voluptuous. However, her beautiful face was extremely cold, even colder than the aura she emitted. Judging from Qiu Yu's aura, she had already reached the early stage of the second level of the martial ancestor realm. Her cultivation had progressed so quickly that even Lu Ming was shocked. Her opponent was a third-level martial ancestor realm expert, but he was completely suppressed by Qiu Yu. Absolute frost. Qiu Yu shouted and waved her hands. Endless coldness emerged. Her opponent roared, but the next moment he turned into an ice sculpture. Qiu Yu slapped out and the ice sculpture was shattered into pieces. A third-level martial ancestor realm martial artist had been killed by Qiu Yu with ease. "You little bitch, you're looking for death." At this moment, a sharp sound was heard, and a bright sword light was sent toward Qiu Yu. Qiu Yu's expression changed and she moved quickly to avoid the sword light. There was a flash of light and an old man with white hair appeared in front of Qiu Yu. He looked at Qiu Yu with a cold expression. "Little slut, die." Old Oyu let out a cold cry, and his sword light flashed as he charged toward Qiu Yu. Wu Zong 5 stage. Old Oyu was at stage 5. His sword light was bright and sharp, and he completely suppressed Qiu Yu. "Rise!" Qiu Yu shouted. A blood-red light flashed on her body, and a human figure with unclear facial features appeared. This figure was extremely cold, as if it was completely made of ice. At the same time, 5 Asilavir chakras flickered around the figure. However, old Oyu and Lu Ming still saw it. A 5th-level royal bloodline. The second bloodline that Qiu Yu had awakened was actually a 5th-level royal bloodline. Lu Ming was shocked beyond words. But on second thought it felt normal. Qiu Yu's first bloodline was a natural ice bloodline that was extremely powerful among the special bloodlines. It was a rank 8 bloodline. It was normal for the second bloodline to be powerful. However, old Oyu was frightened. Then he shouted with a ferocious face, "Die, die, I can't let you live in this world." As he shouted, a terrifying sword chi whistled and rushed towards Qiu Yu. After Qiu Yu's bloodline was activated, her combat strength had increased by a large margin. Although she was still at a disadvantage, she would not lose for the time being. However, at this moment, a black-robed figure appeared not far from Qiu Yu and stared at her coldly. "Die!" Suddenly, the black-robed man made his move. A jet-black sword light shot out from his hand towards Qiu Yu. He was actually in the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. "You're the one who's going to die." The moment the black-robed man appeared, Lu Ming had already rushed over. He shouted coldly and swept his spear. Clang! The long spear struck the black-robed man's long sword. The long sword trembled violently and almost exploded. "Who is it?" The black-robed man's body trembled, and he quickly retreated. "The person who will kill you." Lu Ming took a step forward and charged at the other party. Boom! The power of wind and fire wrapped around the spear, making it extremely fast and explosive. Bang! The black-robed man was hit by the spear. He screamed and his body exploded. Now, Lu Ming only needed one move to kill a 5th-level martial arts grandmaster. The 9 dragon bloodlines circulated and devoured the blood essence of the other party. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's body trembled. He had a breakthrough in his cultivation. He had reached the late stage of martial ancestor Tu Dan. The blood essence he had devoured was too rich, and there was still a large portion that had not been refined. Kill! With a breakthrough in his cultivation, Lu Ming's combat strength had become even stronger. He moved and appeared beside old Oyu who was fighting Qiu Yu. He thrust his spear forward, and the spear's radiance was like lightning. Old Oyu screamed in horror and wanted to dodge, but everything was in vain. The next moment, a large hole appeared in his chest. Lu Ming was like a god of war with his spear in hand. "You fuck!" Qiu Yu looked at Lu Ming and her heart trembled. She did not know why, but when she saw Lu Ming, she felt that he was extremely familiar. Although their body shape and appearance were completely different, she was too familiar with that temperament. For a moment, she was stunned. But Little girl, you don't even recognize your young master? Lu Ming walked to Qiu Yu's side and smiled. Upon hearing this, Qiu Yu's body suddenly trembled. Her beautiful eyes suddenly widened and she stared straight at Lu Ming. Young Master Xiaojie? It's really you, is it really you? Qiu Yu's eyes were filled with tears as she said emotionally. Little girl, who else could it be if not me? Lu Ming stretched out his finger and grazed the tip of Qiu Yu's fair and tender nose. Qiu Yu was so excited that her entire body trembled, and her tears immediately flowed down. Young Master, Qiu has finally found Young Master. If there was not a huge battle here, she would have pounced into Lu Ming's arms long ago. Back then, she had been taken to a secret place by her master and had gone into seclusion to cultivate. Her cultivation progress had been extremely terrifying. However, when she ended her cultivation and returned to the mystical sword sect, she heard a piece of shocking news. Lu Ming charged into the White Tiger Hall and killed many people from the Duanmu family. In the end, he was forced by the Duanmu family to withdraw from the mystical sword sect and disappeared without a trace. This news was like a bolt out of the blue for Qiu Yu. If her master had not stopped her, she would have already killed her way into the White Tiger Hall. During this period of time, she had traveled all over the world, but there was no news about Lu Ming. If it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't forget her master's kindness, she would have left the mystical sword sect of her own accord. This time, she had come with the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's experts to support the Ghost Moon Saber sect. One reason was to gain experience, and the other was to look for Lu Ming. They wanted to try their luck and see if they could get any news about Lu Ming. She did not expect Lu Ming to suddenly appear beside her. The excitement in her heart could be imagined. Silly girl, why are you crying? Let's kill the enemy first, and we'll have a good chat after we've defeated them. Lu Ming reached out and wiped Qiu Yu's tears. Okay, young master. Qiu Yu's tears turned into a smile, and her face revealed a smile that was brighter than flowers. You still have the mood to be so lovey-dovey at this time. Let this old man send the two of you on your way to the underworld. Suddenly, a dry and hoarse voice sounded. A skinny, cold-looking old man appeared not far away and sneered at the two. His body exuded a powerful aura. He was in the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm. Chapter 312. Chapter 312. Breakthrough in the middle of a great battle. 549690339. Roar. The golden-eyed blood corpse roared and blocked the old man. The old man looked at the golden-eyed blood corpse with some fear. The reason why he didn't make a sneak attack was because of it. Old man, you're the one who's going to die. Golden-eyed, go. Lu Ming shouted in a low voice. The golden-eyed blood corpse roared and pounced at the old man. Chi. At that moment, two figures appeared behind Lu Ming and Qiu Yu. The moment they appeared, they transformed into two thin, sharp sword lights that shot toward Lu Ming and Qiu Yu. The speed was so fast that it was shocking. The sword light was sharp and invincible. The two people who had launched the sneak attack were at the peak of the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm. Their auras were similar, and when they joined forces, their power multiplied. You're looking for death. Lu Ming let out a furious roar. He pulled Qiu Yu and 6 ancient shields appeared in front of him. The 6 shields were stacked together in front of him. Pooh! It was as if leather had been pierced. The sword lights of the two people who had ambushed them were too sharp. The 6 shields were pierced one after another. However, Lu Ming had won himself some time. The long spear turned into 2 spear lights and thrust forward. Ding, 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 ding. The tip of the spear and the tip of the sword collided. Lu Ming felt waves of extremely sharp sword aura surging toward him. The wind and fire force on the tip of the spear was almost scattered. Lu Ming pulled Qiu Yu and retreated at full speed. The two people who had ambushed him were also blocked and retreated. At this moment, Lu Ming could finally see the two figures clearly. These two people looked almost exactly the same. They were short like monkeys and were about 40 years old. Damn it, this person is so young, but he can actually block one of our attacks. He's too terrifying. We can't let him live. The two short men growled in a low voice. They were extremely shocked. Kill! Chi. The two of them turned into two streaks of sword radiance and charged toward Lu Ming and Xiaoyu. They were as fast as lightning and were difficult to catch with the naked eye. 10,000 miles of ice. Xiaoyu shouted and her second bloodline appeared. With a wave of her hand, the temperature in front of her dropped sharply. A large amount of frost appeared out of thin air, as if even the air had frozen. Great ice formation. Lu Ming could tell that the force of ice that Xiaoyu had comprehended had reached the major success stage and was extremely powerful. The two short men's bodies seemed to be frozen as well, and their speed was greatly reduced. Damn it. Detestable. The two short men roared. Ha, good. Lu Ming laughed heartily and struck out with both palms. In the sky, two huge beast claws condensed and smashed toward the two short men. During this period of time, Lu Ming had already cultivated the three palms to the 5th stage. Its power was close to the power of an Earth-level high-level martial arts technique, and it was extremely powerful. As long as Lu Ming comprehended the final heavenly path palm, its power would be infinitely close to that of a heaven-level martial arts technique. It would be extremely terrifying. Boom! Boom! The two beast claws pressed down like mountains. The two short men slashed out sword chi to block the beast's palm. With two loud bangs, the two of them trembled and quickly retreated. Buzz! Lu Ming charged over directly. His long spear was like a dragon, and the spear's radiance tore through the air, blasting at the two short men continuously. Behind them, Xiaoyu waved her hands, and crescent-shaped ice wheels appeared one after another, slashing at the two short men. It had to be said that the two short men were extremely powerful. Their genuine chi was strong, condensed, and sharp. Moreover, their cultivations had reached the peak of the martial ancestor realm level 6. If the two of them worked together, they could fight against a normal martial ancestor realm level 7. Lu Ming and Xiaoyu joined forces, but they could only end up in a draw. Refine. Lu Ming put all his effort into refining the blood essence in his body. Most of the blood essence in his body came from a 7th-level martial arts grandmaster. There were also 5th-level martial arts grandmaster and a large number of other martial arts grandmasters. At this moment, it was constantly transforming into the energy of the 9 dragons bloodline and transforming into Lu Ming's essential chi. Lu Ming's essential chi continued to increase. In a moment, he was at the peak of the 2nd level of martial ancestor realm. However, it did not stop there. It began to charge towards the 3rd level of the martial ancestor realm. It was not the first time for Lu Ming to have a breakthrough while fighting. He was very familiar with the process. Of course, this was because of the wonder of the 9 dragon bloodline. The two short men became more and more frightened as they fought. First of all, Xiaoyu's cold chi was too shocking. Her cultivation was obviously much lower than theirs, but the cold chi was so terrifying that it seemed to be able to freeze everything. They felt that the genuine chi in their bodies was about to be frozen, and their speed slowed down. Of course, the most terrifying one was Lu Ming. His attacks were violent and his strength was shocking. Every attack could destroy a mountain. Every attack forced them to go all out. Moreover, Lu Ming did not seem tired at all. The more he fought, the more courageous he became. The two of them had the intention to retreat. Let's go. We should leave first. These two are too terrifying. Let's get stronger experts to kill them. Let's go. The two of them slashed a few times and planned to retreat. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he sneered, "Leave? It's too late to leave now." Boom! The aura on Lu Ming's body was like a volcanic eruption. It actually soared wildly. 3rd level of Wu Zone. Just now, His cultivation had successfully broken through. Lu Ming's combat strength soared once again after he broke through to the 3rd level of the martial ancestor realm. Not good. He actually broke through? A short man cried out in disbelief. Monster, this is a monster. Retreat, quickly retreat. The other man shouted crazily as he retreated. However, it was too late. Lu Ming's body was like lightning. He appeared not far away from him in an instant and thrust his spear. It was as if the air had been pierced through. The spear's radiance crossed a distance of 100 meters in an instant, penetrating everything. The short man didn't even have time to react before the spear ray pierced through his heart. Buzz! Immediately, Lu Ming held the spear in his hand and threw it out. A 200-meter-long spear light streaked across the sky and shot toward the short man. Break! The short man cried out in fear and slashed out a shocking sword light. However, it was useless. The spear radiance swept past and the sword radiance collapsed. The spear radiance's momentum did not stop as it struck the short man's body. Bang! The short man cried out in pain. It was unknown how many bones in his body had been broken. His body was sent flying like a cannonball, and blood spurted out of his body. Although he didn't die, he was almost dead. Buzz! Qiu Yu waved out a moon-shaped ice wheel, which rushed over the short man's body and cut him in two. Lu Ming rushed over and devoured their blood essence. The blood essence of 2 martial arts grandmasters at the peak of the 6th level was definitely a great supplement. Roar! On the other side, the golden eye blood was fearless and had completely suppressed the opponent. How is that possible? Seeing that Lu Ming had killed the 2 short men, the old man was in disbelief. Although the 2 short men were no match for him, they were no small matter. He thought that they would be more than enough to kill Lu Ming and Qiu Yu. He never expected that they would be killed by Lu Ming and the others. The old man was shocked. It's your turn. Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning. He moved and thrust his spear at the old man. Clang! The old man slashed out with his sword, clashing with the long spear. However, he was forced back by a powerful force. How can he be so strong? The old man was shocked and turned to run. Chapter 3:13. Chapter 3:13. Chapter 3:13. A big win. 549690339. The old man was no match for the golden-eyed blood corpse. Now that there was the freakish Lu Ming, he did not dare to continue fighting. He turned and ran. You want to leave? How can it be that easy? Lu Ming sneered and gave chase. At the same time, the golden-eyed blood zombie followed suit. The white-haired old man was shocked, and his figures soared up into the sky. There were 6 figures there, both men and women. Each of them exuded a terrifying aura. All 6 of them were in the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm. Among them, there were 3 from the Dark Moon Empire and 3 from the Blazing Sun Empire. The 6 of them were in a chaotic battle, and it was extremely intense. As soon as they saw the white-haired old man rushing over, the 3 people of the Dark Moon Empire were shocked. One of them asked, "Old Lin, why did you come back?" This time, the information was wrong. A few extremely powerful characters appeared. I'm not their match. Let's retreat quickly? The white-haired old man called out. Retreat? We're on the verge of victory, and we're retreating now. You're crazy. A burly man roared. Buzz! At this moment, Lu Ming and the golden-eyed blood corpse had already rushed over. The white-haired elder was so frightened that he fled in a hurry. He's just a little brat, what's there to be afraid of? I'll kill him. The burly man shouted coldly. His opponent, who had been knocked back with one move, wielded a huge saber and slashed at Lu Ming. Boom! As the saber radiance slashed down, the space shook violently. You can't! The white-haired old man cried out in alarm. But it was too late. Roar! The golden-eyed blood corpse roared and charged forward. It waved its claws and blood-red light appeared, clashing with the blade light. Whoosh! Then, Lu Ming thrust his spear forward. The spear's gleam, which contained the power of wind and fire, instantly pierced through the saber's gleam and went straight for the burly man. The burly man's eyes widened and he looked extremely frightened. Ah, retreat! 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 The burly man roared. He used all of his true chi and physical strength in an attempt to dodge the spear. However, he was still a step too late. He managed to avoid being hit in his vital parts, but the spear radiance still pierced his shoulder. The burly man's shoulder instantly exploded, and one of his arms was missing. Ah! The burly man screamed and coughed up blood. He had been severely injured. He tried to run away with his remaining genuine chi. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. The long spear trembled and the spear's radiance lashed out horizontally, hitting the burly man's body. The burly man let out a terrified cry and his body exploded in the air. Who? Lu Ming rushed over and devoured the blood essence. Retreat, quickly retreat. The white-haired old man was scared out of his wits. The burly man, who was not weaker than him, was killed by Lu Ming and the golden-eyed blood corpse in one move. He was so scared that his whole body trembled. He screamed and ran even faster. Let's go! The other two Dark Moon Empire's 7th-level martial ancestor realm experts also turned pale with fright as they frantically fled. In the blink of an eye, the three of them disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming did not pursue him. The reason why he was able to kill the burly man so easily was not because his combat strength was much stronger than his opponent. The main reason was that his opponent was too careless. That was why he was killed by Lu Ming and the golden-eyed blood corpse. If they were to fight head-on, Lu Ming might not be able to defeat the other party. Young master, how may I address you? At this moment, the three 7th-level martial grandmasters from the Blazing Sun Empire flew over and cupped their fists in greeting. At the same time, they carefully sized up Lu Ming and were shocked when they discovered his age. This one is Tian Yun. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. From their attire, he could tell with a single glance that one of the three was an expert from the mystical sword sect, while the other two were experts from the Ghost Moon Saber sect. You're Tian Yun. The mystical sword sect's expert, a tall and thin man in his 50s, exclaimed. The two powerhouses from the Ghost Moon Saber sect also looked at Lu Ming in shock. Tianyun's name had already spread throughout the entire Blazing Sun Empire. As long as one was a martial artist, everyone would know him. But today, they realized that Tianyun was even more powerful and stunning than the legends had described. Three seniors, it's more important for us to deal with the enemy first. Lu Ming said. Not bad. Let's go, let's kill those bastards from the Dark Moon Empire. The tall and thin man from the mystical sword sect roared. The four of them then rushed toward the battlefield where the other martial grandmasters were fighting. The Dark Moon Empire's martial grandmaster powerhouses had obviously received the news and fled in panic. After leaving a few people alive, they all escaped. Kill! The other martial grandmaster powerhouses charged towards the battlefield on the ground. Young master! Qiu Yu appeared beside Lu Ming and whispered softly. Her brows were filled with joy. Qiu, let's go. Let's kill the enemies together. We'll catch up after the battle. Lu Ming said with a smile. Qiu Yu nodded obediently and followed Lu Ming to the battlefield below. There was no longer any suspense in the battlefield below. When Lu Ming left earlier, the 20,000-strong Blood Moon Demonic Tiger Army of the Dark Moon Empire had already been defeated. The situation was hopeless. After that, the Northern Battlefront Army fought back and attacked the blood-red scaled wolf cavalry from both sides. The Inyue army was completely defeated. When Lu Ming returned, he saw Xianxia leading the blood-red army at the forefront. They were pursuing the defeated army of the Dark Moon. Along the way, corpses were strewn everywhere. Buzz! Lu Ming landed on the blood-scaled Wolf King, and Qiu Yu followed suit, sitting slightly in front of Lu Ming. The blood-red-scaled wolf had a huge body that was more than 6 meters long. It was still very spacious when the two of them sat on it. At the side, Xianxia noticed that Lu Ming had returned. At the same time, he saw Qiu Yu sitting in front of Lu Ming. His face darkened instantly, and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Run! The Dark Moon Empire's soldiers let out terrified howls and ran for their lives. However, no matter how fast they were not as fast as the crimson-scaled wolf. One by one, they were killed, and the smell of blood filled the air. Suddenly, Lu Ming noticed that the golden-eyed blood corpse next to him was gathering a thick blood-red light. The blood chi in the world continued to gather towards the golden-eyed blood corpse, and the blood light on the body of the golden-eyed blood corpse became thicker and thicker. That's right, blood zombies like to devour blood to increase their strength. The battlefield is heaven for blood zombies. Lu Ming thought to himself and was secretly happy. He was naturally happy that the golden-eyed blood corpse's strength had increased. The massacre continued, and it took an hour for everything to calm down. In this battle, the Dark Moon Empire suffered a crushing defeat, leaving tens of thousands of corpses. All of this was because of the arrival of the blood-red cavalry led by Lu Ming. The power of the blood-red cavalry had begun to show. Thump thump. A troop of military horses galloped over and stopped 100 meters in front of Lu Ming. It was the Northern Army. That's General Tianyun. A dark-skinned man in his 40s called out. That's right, I am Tianyun. Lu Ming said. I'm Huang Chenlong, the Deputy General of the Northern Battlefront Army. Nice to meet you, General Tianyun. The dark-skinned man cupped his fists and said. So it's General Huang. General Huang, come over for a chat. Lu Ming said. Huang Chenlong nodded and brought a group of people to meet up with Lu Ming. Lu Ming also asked Huang Chenlong about this matter. How was the Northern Battlefront Army? The great general was assassinated. Huang Chenlong sighed and began to talk. Chapter 314. Chapter 314, Xianxing's Thoughts. 549690339. It turned out that the general of the Northern Army had been assassinated by the killers of the Dark Moon Empire. Then, the Dark Moon Empire's army had seized the opportunity to attack. With the general's death, the Northern Battlefront Army was thrown into chaos. The Dark Moon Empire took the opportunity to break into the Northern Battlefront city and suffered heavy losses. The remaining troops of the Northern Battlefront Army intended to break through the siege, but they were caught up by the Inyue Army, which led to the battle just now. Fortunately, they had the help of the Ghost Moon Saber sect and the Mystic Essence Sword sect's experts during this period of time. Otherwise, they would have been defeated long ago. Coupled with the arrival of Lu Ming's army, they were able to turn the tide and defeat the Inyue army. Northgard City has already been occupied by the Dark Moon Empire, and they've deployed a large army to defend it. It's too difficult to attack it. Huang Chenlong sighed. Lu Ming came to a realization. So this was the case. What are your plans next? Lu Ming asked. Huang Chenlong and the other deputy generals exchanged glances and nodded. They then dismounted and knelt down to Lu Ming. If you don't mind, we are willing to join you with the remaining Northern Battlefront Army. What are you generals doing? Quickly get up and talk. Lu Ming quickly went to help Huang Chenlong and the rest. General Tianyun, we're defeated and have nowhere to go. If you don't take us in, I'm afraid we'll be destroyed by the Dark Moon Empire sooner or later. General, you're a peerless talent. If you lead us, we'll definitely avenge our brothers who died in battle. Please take us in. Huang Chenlong could not accept it. All right, I'll agree. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Thank you, General Tianyun. Huang Chenlong and the rest were overjoyed. Generals, rest assured. Brothers, rest assured. I, Tianyun, swear that I will lead you all to kill the people of the In Moon sect and avenge our brothers who died in battle. Lu Ming shouted. His voice traveled far and every northern battlefront army soldier heard him. General Tianyun is mighty. General Tianyun is invincible. Instantly, the crowd burst into earth-shattering cheers. He only stopped after a while. Lu Ming then ordered Huang Chenlong to count the remaining members of the northern battlefront army. Huang Chenlong accepted the order and left. At this moment, a ray of light flashed across the sky, and a figure appeared. It was the tall and thin man from the mystical sword sect. Chiu Yu, the battle here has ended. Come back to the Ghost Moon Saber sect with me first. The tall and thin man said. Martial uncle, you can go back first. I plan to stay in the military camp to gain experience. Chiu Yu said. Stay in the military camp? You can't. The tall and thin man's expression changed greatly. Chiu Yu's second bloodline was a terrifying 5th-level king bloodline. This was too shocking. She was much stronger than Duanmu Lin and her future achievements were unimaginable. Only a few higher-ups in the mystical sword sect knew that Chiu Yu was listed as a key training target. Now that Chiu Yu was going to stay in the military camp to gain experience, he would not be able to explain to Chiu Yu's master and the other higher-ups if anything happened. Don't worry, Uncle Master, I'll be careful. Chiu Yu said. Senior, if Lady Chiyue remains in the camp, I will do my best to ensure her safety. I will not let a single hair on her head be harmed. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. The tall and thin man suddenly muttered to himself, his mind running wild. How did Chiyue and Tianyun get to know each other? Could it be love at first sight for a hero and a beautiful woman? It's very possible. With Chiu Yu's talent, only a genius like Tianyun is worthy of her. Fine, let her stay here first. I'll go back and report to my senior brother and the sect leader and let them decide. Thinking of this, the tall and thin man bowed slightly and said, In that case, I'll have to trouble young Master Tianyun. Senior, don't worry. Lu Ming nodded. The tall, skinny man then transformed into a ray of light and disappeared. Great General Tianyun, you're really suave. You're leading an army to war, and you still remember to kidnap a little beauty. It's too cold at night, so you want to use it to warm the bed? At this moment, a faint voice was heard. Xianxia rode over on the blood-scaled Wolf King. He looked at Chiu Yu carefully, and a dark look flashed in the depths of his eyes. Cough cough. Little Qing, what nonsense are you spouting? Lu Ming coughed a few times, then he moved closer to Xianxia and said, What's wrong? You sound so jealous, don't tell me? Jealous? What the hell are you talking about? Fuck, how could I be jealous of you? Dream on. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat and he quickly denied. However, her heart was beating even faster. The inexplicable feeling in her heart made her a little flustered. When she saw Lu Ming and Chiu Yu together, she felt an inexplicable sadness in her heart. Am I really jealous? No, that's impossible. How could I be jealous of this guy? I just want to step on him. Yes, that must be it. I must work hard to cultivate and step on him as soon as possible. Xianxia's mind was spinning with thoughts, but he glared at Lu Ming fiercely and gritted his teeth. Lu Ming's hair stood on end from her stare. Was this woman sick? At the side, Chiu Yu's gaze shifted between Lu Ming and Xianxia. No one knew what she was thinking, but she remained silent obediently. After a while, Huang Chenlong came to report the number of goods. The Northern Battlefront Army still had 60,160 men. The Northern Battlefront Army had a total of 100,000 soldiers, but in one night, nearly 40,000 of them had died. It was a heavy loss. Immediately, Lu Ming led the blood-red cavalry and more than 60,000 soldiers of the Northern Battlefront Army to Moonview City. On the way, they met Ming Meng, who was leading an army to rescue them. After learning about the situation of the Northern Battlefront Army, Ming Meng also sighed. The group of people returned to Moonview City the same way they came. After returning to the Moonview City, Lu Ming handed over the reorganization of the Northern Battlefront Army to Huaying. He hid in the Supreme Shrine and began to refine the blood essence. Although he had refined a portion of the blood essence along the way, there was still a lot left. The surging blood essence energy was transformed into essential qi, and Lu Ming's cultivation level kept increasing. When all the blood essence in the Nine Dragons bloodline had been refined, his cultivation had reached the late stage of the third level of martial ancestor realm. He was only one step away from the peak of the third level. After he had broken through to the third level of the martial ancestor realm, he had killed a seventh-level martial ancestor realm expert. However, the blood essence of this seventh-level martial ancestor realm expert had not helped him improve much. After refining the blood essence, Lu Ming left the Supreme Shrine and helped Huaying to reorganize the Northern Battlefront Army. 2 days later, the Northern Battlefront Army had been reorganized. Lu Ming had almost 80,000 soldiers under him. His strength had increased greatly. However, Lu Ming was still not satisfied. After this battle, Lu Ming had discovered the blood-scaled wolf army's weakness. Although the blood-scaled wolf army was powerful, most of them relied on their mounts. The soldiers' cultivation was too weak, and it was difficult for them to display the full strength of the blood-scaled wolf army. Moreover, their numbers were too few. Originally, there were 8,000 of them, but after losing 500 or 600 in this battle, their numbers had been reduced by a portion. I have to think of a way to improve the soldiers' cultivation. Also, I have to capture some more blood-red-scaled Walevers. Lu Ming considered in his heart. Previously, they had only tamed a pack of blood-scale Walevers. The endless plateau was endless, so there was no way that there was only one pack. Chapter 315. Chapter 315, The King's Storage Ring. 549690339. If there were 30,000 crimson-scaled Walevers and 30,000 Master Realm martial artists to form an army, it would be truly terrifying. It would be an invincible army. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. This was just a thought. It was too difficult to realize. The blood-red-scaled wolf was easy to deal with, but it was too difficult to deal with 30,000 Master Realm experts. Now, including the original 60,000 men in the Northern Battlefront Army, Lu Ming had less than 5,000 Master Realm martial artists under his command. Unless it was a force like the 5 great sections. For example, in the mystical sword sect, other than the young disciples, there were many martial artists over the age of 30. The total number of Master Realm martial artists could probably exceed 100,000. But that was the result of many years of accumulation. In the past few days, there was no movement in the Inoue army. It seemed that after that battle, the Inoue army also needed to rest. Lu Ming simply led the blood-red cavalry and charged deep into the plateau to capture the blood-red-scaled wolf. Roar! Lu Ming rode on the blood-scaled wolf king and sprinted forward. Beside him, Xianxia rode on another blood-scaled wolf king and followed closely. On the other side, Qiuyu was also riding on a blood-red-scaled wolf and following them. Qiuyu was in a good mood when she saw Lu Ming. She had a bright smile on her face every day and followed Lu Ming around, just like the little servant girl from back then. This made Xianxia grit his teeth. He kept muttering that Lu Ming was a pervert, making Lu Ming smile bitterly. Roar! The army of blood-red-scaled Walevers whizzed past, heading towards the depths of the wilderness. Lu Ming let the blood-red-scaled wolf king lead the way. After a few hours, they arrived at a huge valley. A whir! Wolf howls rang out from the valley, and then, one after another, blood-scaled Walevers appeared. As expected, there are more. Lu Ming was overjoyed. It was obvious that this was another tribe of the crimson-scaled Wallevers. "Oh!" A loud wolf howl rang out, and an extremely huge blood-red-scaled wolf with a fiendish aura walked out. Whether it was in terms of size or aura, this blood-red-scaled wolf was not inferior to the blood-red-scaled wolf king that Lu Ming was riding. It was obvious that this was the king of the blood-red-scaled Wallevers. "Oh!" The blood-scaled wolf kings under Lu Ming and Xianxia's legs howled as if they were communicating with the other blood-scaled wolf king. "Roar!" After a while, the blood-scaled wolf king growled at Lu Ming. Its eyes were filled with doubt, and finally, a provocative glint. "It seems that strength speaks the loudest." Lu Ming smiled faintly, then his body moved and he pounced on the blood-scaled wolf king. "Roar!" The blood-scaled wolf king also pounced forward. A man and a wolf engaged in a fierce battle. Half an hour later, when Lu Ming continued on his journey, there were more than 5,000 crimson-scaled Wallevers behind him. This was the number of blood-scale Wallevers that had appeared. The blood-scaled wolf king had become Qiu Yu's mount. However, Lu Ming was not satisfied and continued to search the plateau. On the plateau, there were countless red blood Wallevers. They had lived here for countless years. In 3 days' time, Lu Ming had found 5 crimson blood-scaled Wallevers. The strongest group of crimson blood-scaled Wallevers had more than 10,000 of them. The worst only had 2,000. Through the 2 blood-scale wolf kings at the start, Lu Ming's strength, and the pressure from the Moonhowl wolf king's aura on Lu Ming and Xianxia, these blood-scale Wallevers were subdued one by one. In an instant, Lu Ming's number of crimson-scaled Wallevers exceeded 30,000, reaching about 32,000. At this point, Lu Ming had no choice but to stop. This was because the demonic beasts that appeared in the deeper parts of the plateau were too powerful. Some of them had reached 8th grade 4th level, and some had even reached 9th grade 4th level. If Lu Ming and the others continued to advance, they would probably suffer heavy losses. However, 30,000 of them were more than enough. Immediately, Lu Ming brought the blood-red-scaled wolf back to Moonview City. Needless to say, it naturally caused a tsunami-like shock. The Mountain Battlefront Army was extremely envious, while the former Northern Battlefront Army who had joined Lu Ming was ecstatic. Lu Ming was not stingy. He gave a few hundred to Ming Meng. As for the rest, Lu Ming chose the strongest among the 30,000 over men to form a crimson-scaled wolf cavalry. The number of people was 31,000. 1,000 of them were called the Blood Red Guards. They had the strongest cultivation and were the most elite. They were Lu Ming's guards. The other 30,000 people formed a large army. Lu Ming temporarily handed over the management and training to Huai. Huai's mount had also changed to a Crimson Wolf King, which made it easier to manage. Lu Ming was happy and relaxed. Other than sparring with Qiu Yu occasionally, he spent most of his time cultivating. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the Supreme Shrine. He had just refined a few hundred spiritual herbs and cultivated the 10,000 spiritual combat body to increase his physical strength. At this moment, he stopped cultivating. The 9 Dragons Heaven-treading steps is really difficult to cultivate. It has been so many days, but I still haven't completed the first step. However, I feel like I've gained some insight recently. As long as I continue to comprehend it, I'll be able to cultivate it sooner or later. There's still the 3rd palm of the 3 Dao palms, the Heaven's Path palm. I don't have a clue either. If I can cultivate it, it'll definitely become my trump card. Lu Ming pondered. Now, cultivating the true war dragon technique and comprehending force were things he had to do every day. The other thing he had to do was cultivate all sorts of martial arts techniques. Lu Ming felt that he did not have enough time every day. At the thought of this, Lu Ming's hand moved and a storage ring appeared. A king's storage ring, what's inside? Looking at the storage ring, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with strong anticipation. That's right. The storage ring belonged to the martial king that Lu Ming had obtained in the Dongyi tribe's ancestral ruins. Lu Ming had even fought with Xianxia over the storage ring. In the end, Xianxia chose a small jade sword. There was a powerful inscription array on the storage ring. In the past, Lu Ming could not break it at all. He could only slowly grind it down. However, recently, Lu Ming felt that the inscription array on the storage ring had loosened and was about to be broken. Today, I'll completely break it. Lu Ming's eyes gleamed and his hands glowed. Powerful essential qi surged into the storage ring. The storage ring was suspended in the air, surrounded by a circle of light. However, the light screen had become very thin and was on the verge of collapse under Lu Ming's essential qi. Break! Charge! Lu Ming shouted. His war dragon true qi circulated continuously and charged toward the light screen like miniature true dragons. Suddenly, the light curtain emitted a bright light and expanded rapidly. When it expanded to a few meters wide, it exploded with a bang. The inscription formation on the storage ring had been broken. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He grabbed the storage ring and immersed his mind into it. It's so big! His first impression was that the space in the storage ring was extremely huge. Lu Ming estimated that it could fit an entire mountain. Then, Lu Ming saw the mountain-like pile of items in the storage ring. What is this? Spirit weapons, armors, pills, and cultivation technique manuals. Lu Ming swept his gaze and had a rough idea. Chapter 316. Chapter 316. Chapter 316 famous in 2 countries. 549690339. However, Lu Ming was shocked after reading it. In fact, these spirit weapons, armors, pills, and secret manuals were not of a high grade. The key was that there were too many of them. Battle spears and battle swords were piled up like mountains, emitting a cold luster. The armors were piled up higher than a mountain, and the pills in the jade bottles were also piled up like a mountain. There were too many of them. Lu Ming estimated that there were at least hundreds of thousands of sets of spirit weapons and armors. This was simply an armory. Lu Ming picked up some of them and noticed that most of them were second-level spiritual weapons. There were a few third-level spiritual weapons and not many fourth-level ones. This is the energy-gathering pill and the energy-breaking pill. When Lu Ming checked the pills, he was shocked at first, then he was excited and overjoyed. The energy-gathering pill could allow martial artists of the warrior realm or even master realm to quickly increase their cultivation. The origin breakthrough pill, on the other hand, could allow one to break through to the next realm. The grade of the pills was not high. Most of them were level 2 pills, which were useless for martial grandmasters. However, there were too many of them. It was no wonder that Lu Ming was so excited. These items could be equipped with a huge army. How could there be so many low-level items in the storage ring of a martial king? After that, Lu Ming thought about it and understood. The Daoist tribe had once occupied a vast territory and established an empire. Most of the territories of the Blazing Sun Empire, the Inyue Empire, and even the Blood Zhao Empire now belonged to the Daoist tribe. The Daoist tribe used to be a true mid-tier empire, but it was destroyed later on. The Daoist ancestor's storage ring was filled with so many low-level spiritual weapons and elixirs. He must have wanted to build an army in the future and rebuild the Daoist Empire. However, it died before it could be realized. Now, Lu Ming had gained all the benefits. Haha, I've really worn out my iron shoes searching high and low for it, and now I've found it without any effort. Good, very good. If the blood-scaled wolf cavalry and the other soldiers are all equipped, their strength will definitely increase greatly. Lu Ming was overjoyed. At the thought of this, Lu Ming left the Supreme Shrine and gathered his deputy general, and dozens of other people. When Lu Ming used some empty storage rings to store the spirit weapons, armors, and pills separately and showed them to the deputy general and deputy general, they were all petrified. All of them widened their eyes and their mouths. They looked at Lu Ming in disbelief and shock, not moving an inch. It was only after a long while that they finally reacted, and their bodies trembled with excitement. "General, these are all yours." Huang swallowed her saliva. "Of course. Otherwise, do you think I robbed them? All right, these spirit weapons and armors, give each of them a set. Distribute these pills to increase their strength. Pay attention, the 30,000 red blood-scaled wolf cavalry must focus on this. I want them to break through to the martial master realm as soon as possible." Lu Ming instructed. His goal was to make the 30,000 red blood-scaled wolf cavalry all reach the martial master realm. Only then would they be able to display the true power of the blood-scale wolf cavalry. Of course, he only gave 80,000 sets of spirit weapons and armors, and he kept the rest for now. As for the secret manuals, they were some low-level martial arts techniques and battle formations. They were suitable for killing on the battlefield and would not be of use in the short term. Lu Ming did not give them away. Huang and the others went out happily. Not long after, when Lu Ming's men were all equipped with new equipment, everyone in the mountain-suppressing army was shocked. It was too shocking. Lu Ming's weapons were all second-level spiritual weapons and armors. Level 2 was the same as a martial master. If a warrior realm warrior put on a Level 2 spiritual transformation armor, his combat power and life preservation ability would definitely increase by a large margin. As for the elites, they were all equipped with Level 3 equipment. Soon, everyone found out that all of the equipment had been given to them by Tianyun. The eyes of the soldiers of the mountain-suppressing army turned red with envy. They realized that the treatment of the soldiers following Lu Ming was too good. First, they had the blood-red scaled wolf. Now, even their equipment had a new look. If not for the military regulations, they would have been willing to join Tianyun. After Ming Meng found out, he laughed bitterly. From then on, every soldier under Lu Ming was using the essence-gathering pill and essence-breaking pill to increase their cultivation at a crazy rate. During this period of time, the Dark Moon Empire seemed to have remained silent and did not make any other moves. Time flew by and half a month passed. In the past half a month, the strength of the blood-scale wolf cavalry had been increasing at a crazy rate. The Scarlet Blood-Scaled Wolf Cavalry originally had around 5,000 martial master realm cultivators. The rest were mostly 8th and 9th grade martial warriors. In the past half a month, they had all been improving at a crazy rate. Some of the 9th grade martial warrior realm soldiers had been stuck there for a long time, but with the help of the Origin Breakthrough Pill, they managed to break through their bottlenecks and enter the martial master realm. In just half a month, more than 10,000 people had broken through to the martial master realm. As for the others, almost all of them had advanced by 1 or even 2 levels. A pill that could be left behind by a martial king might not be of a high grade, but it was still extraordinary. It was the foundation of the Dongyi martial king's plan to build a strong army in a short period of time. Naturally, the effects of the pill were amazing, beyond Lu Ming's expectations. This is great. If this continues, the 30,000 red blood-scaled wolf cavalry will all reach the martial master realm in less than a month. Lu Ming was overjoyed and he distributed the pills without any hesitation. The pills in the martial king's storage ring were prepared for the 500,000-strong army, and they were never to be used up. At this time, news came from Ming Meng that there had been some strange movements in the Dark Moon Empire. Sure enough, 3 days later, the 600,000 troops of the Dark Moon Empire covered the sky and the earth as they launched an attack on the territory of the Ghost Moon Saber sect. For a time, a great battle ensued. After Lu Ming received the news, he did not hesitate and set off with 30,000 blood-red scaled wolf cavalry. This was the perfect time to test the combat power of the blood-scale Wallevers. This battle shocked the entire Burning Sun Empire and the Dark Moon Empire. The 30,000 blood-red iron cavalry that Lu Ming led were practically invincible. In this battle, the first opponent of the blood-red scaled Wallevers cavalry was the Dark Moon Empire's Grey Wolf Army. The 50,000 Grey Wolf Army was completely powerless against the blood-red cavalry's attack. the 50,000 soldiers of the Ash Wolf army were almost completely annihilated. In this way, 70,000 of the Dark Moon Empire's Ash Wolf army had been destroyed by Lu Ming. They were completely crippled. Soon after, the Dark Moon Empire sent out an extremely powerful legion, the Wild Lion Legion. The Berserk Lion Legion had a total of 100,000 soldiers, and their combat strength was even stronger than the Ash Wolf Legion. This battle was incomparably brutal. In the end, the result was the same. The 30,000 Scarlet Blood-Scaled Wolf Cavalry had defeated the 100,000 Berserk Lion Legion in one fell swoop, and almost all of them had been killed. For a time, Tianyun's name and the Scarlet Blood-Scaled Wolf Cavalry's name shook the Burning Sun Empire and the Dark Moon Empire. Chapter 317. Chapter 317. Marquis Champion, Tianyun. 549690339. In this battle, the Dark Moon Empire had lost two powerful legions, greatly reducing their fighting strength. They had no choice but to retreat. After this battle, the prestige of the Burning Sun Empire's royal family had greatly increased. This was because the Blood-Red Cavalry, Tianyun, belonged to the imperial family. In the imperial capital of Blazing Sun Country, in the imperial palace, in the throne room, an excited laugh could be heard. In the throne room, Emperor Hua was sitting on the dragon throne, and below him stood the civil and military officials. Ah, good. Tianyun is indeed a peerless genius. This battle has greatly impacted the morale of the Dark Moon Empire, and our royal family's reputation has also soared. We have regained our popularity in the hearts of the common people. Hua Jingxing laughed, his eyes shining with excitement. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for finding such a genius. I've forgotten the rejuvenation of the royal family. A white-haired old official came forward to congratulate him. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for recognizing the pearl with your discerning eyes. The other officials all bowed and shouted. Father, Tianyun has made such a great contribution, we must reward him. Hua Qi walked out and bowed. Reward? Of course, I'll reward you. How about this? Pass on my order, I'll confer Tianyun the title of Marquis Champion. He'll be the champion of the three armies, and he'll be able to form any army he wants and recruit talents. Hua Jingxing announced. Many thanks, Father. Hua Qi was overjoyed. Your Majesty is wise. All of the officials congratulated. When the news of Tianyun being conferred the title of Marquis Champion spread, the Blazing Sun Empire was once again shaken. Tianyun's name was remembered by everyone, as he was the youngest marquis in the history of the Blazing Sun Empire. In the Heavenly King's Suppression Palace. The Marquis Champion? Damn it, this Tianyun deserves 10,000 deaths for his crimes. The Heavenly King's angry roar came from the palace. In a certain side hall of the General Star Hall, Lu Yuntian spread out a piece of white paper on a stone table in a small courtyard. He was currently focused on writing. It was a Wu character. Under Lu Yuntian's brush, it was as if dragons and phoenixes were dancing. The force of the brush was vigorous, and there was a powerful aura about it that seemed to be struggling free. Even though Lu Yuntian's cultivation base had been crippled, the Wu character contained his essence, energy, and spirit. He finished writing it in one go. Lu Yuntian let out a long breath. Tianj, I believe that in the future, Ming-Er will definitely cure you and let you return to the martial path. Li Ping whispered as she read Lu Yuntian's mind. She understood how lonely it was for a martial arts genius to not be able to practice martial arts. Ping-Er, as long as you're by my side, it doesn't matter if I can't cultivate. Besides, Ming-Er's talent is countless times higher than mine. I'm satisfied. Lu Yuntian laughed. At this moment, a maidservant in her 20s rushed in. Li Ping had brought the servant girl from the Lu family, and she was very loyal. Chun Xiang, why are you in such a hurry? What happened? Li Ping asked, frowning slightly. Master, madam, good news, good news. The young master has won a great victory at the border. His Majesty has already made the young master the marquis champion, and this has been announced to the world. Chun Xiang excitedly said. What? Lu Yunton was stunned, and the brush in his hand fell to the ground. Li Ping was also stunned. After a while, she finally reacted and trembled with excitement. The marquis champion? Me? Was conferred the title of marquis? Was it true? Is it true? Li Ping asked a few times, thinking that she was dreaming. It's absolutely true. Master, madam, the outside world is talking about this. Everyone knows about it. Chun Xiang said. Ming, has been conferred the title of marquis. Brother Tian, has been conferred the title of marquis. Li Ping muttered. Tears rolled down her face as she leaned into Lu Yuntian's embrace. He was too excited. What are you crying for? This is a great thing. Why are you crying? Lu Yuntian pretended to be calm as he hugged Li Ping. However, his slightly trembling voice could not hide his excitement. 2 days later, the news reached Moonview City. Marquis champion, marquis champion. The roars that stirred the hearts of the people resounded through the clouds. On the great northern plains, tens of thousands of miles away from Moonview City, there was an endless stretch of military tents here, and one could not see the end of it at a glance. This was the largest military camp in the southern part of the Dark Moon Empire, and it ruled most of the southern territory of the Dark Moon Empire. The Yin Moon Empire's south-vanquishing prince, Yin Tianjue, was stationed here. He was also fully in charge of the attack on the Blazing Sun Empire. At this moment, in Yin Tianjue's tent, there were more than 10 people sitting. Yin Tianjue sat at the highest position, looking at a figure in a black robe in the middle of the tent. Yin Tianjue, why did your Dark Moon Empire retreat? Our plan has been thrown into chaos. The black-robed man only revealed a pair of eyes as he gloomily looked at Yin Tianjue. Why retreat? Nonsense, do you know how much we have lost? The entire Wild Lion Legion has been destroyed, and the Ash Wolf Legion is almost done for. There's also the Blood Moon Demonic Tiger Legion and so on. Do you know how much it costs to nurture these legions? Did you know? Yin Tianjue smacked the table heavily, almost shouting. The black-robed man was silent for a moment. This time, it's our fault for not being able to predict the situation. We never expected Tianyun to be so difficult to deal with. Hee, you want to shirk responsibility just because you didn't expect it? You wish. Yin Tianjue sneered. Before I came, I have already received orders that your country's losses will be compensated by our side. However, the plan must continue, or else this loss will be in vain. As long as we succeed, the benefits we promised you will not be any less. The black-robed man said. Continue? You make it sound so easy. But who's in charge of the blood-red cavalry of Tianyun? We can't afford to lose this. Yin Tianjue sneered. The blood-red cavalry isn't scary. What's scary is Tianyun. As long as Tianyun dies, the blood-red cavalry will fall apart. At that time, they can be destroyed with a flip of their hands. The black-robed man said. Oh, what's your plan? Yin Tianjue asked. Assassinate Tianyun. The black-robed man said with a cold smile. Assassination? Tianyun is hiding among the 30,000 blood-red cavalry, and he has an extremely powerful expert following him at all times. How can it be so easy to assassinate him? Yin Tianjue said. Then we'll wait. I don't believe that Tianyun will hide in the military camp forever. Your country is famous for assassination, and I believe that you're more skilled than me in this. This time, we'll also send our best assassins to cooperate with your country to kill Tianyun. The black-robed man's voice was filled with killing intent. Very well. We'll also send out our strongest assassins. We must kill Tianyun in one fell swoop. Also, I'll need to request for reinforcements from His Majesty. I'm afraid that it'll be very difficult for us to launch a large-scale attack in the short term. Xianxia said. It's fine. We can still afford to wait for another month or two. It's decided then. After the black sex people finished speaking, their figures moved and they disappeared. Xianxia muttered to himself for a moment before giving the order, summon the Yuan and K duo to see me. Yes. Yes, one person replied and then disappeared. Chapter 318. Chapter 318. Chapter 318 Rising Wind and Surging Clouds. 549690339. 3,000 miles northwest of Moonview City, there was a quiet valley. Lu Ming's figure appeared outside the valley. Then, Lu Ming moved and headed toward the valley. Lu Ming stopped after about 1,000 meters. In front of him, there was a blood light and a huge blood cocoon floating there. The golden-eyed blood corpse is about to evil Avir. Lu Ming muttered. That's right, the blood cocoon that was 5 to 6 meters tall in front of him was the golden-eyed blood zombie. Previously, Lu Ming had led the golden-eyed blood zombies and the blood-red cavalry to kill more than 100,000 soldiers of the Inuit army. The golden-eyed blood zombies had absorbed too much blood chi and had started to evil Avir halfway back to the Moonview City. They could only find a quiet place and let it evil Avir. After Lu Ming returned to Moonview City and settled his matters, he rushed over to take a look at the situation. I don't know how long it'll take for the golden-eyed blood corpse to evil Avir. It seems that the situation is stable now. I'll go back to Moonview City first and come back to check it out later. At the thought of this, Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the sky. Not long after, they returned to Moonview City. Greetings, Marquis Champion. Greetings, Marquis Champion. As soon as Lu Ming returned to the Moonview City, the officials of the city and the general of the Yuzin army saluted him respectfully. Lu Ming nodded in response to each and every one of them. Very soon he returned to the blood-red army camp. Everything was normal. Hua Ying was indeed an expert in commanding troops. Under his management, the blood-red cavalry and the other soldiers were all training hard. Regarding this, Lu Ming was very assured. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the Supreme Shrine. A huge stone tablet was floating above his head. The only difference was that there were 4 Esilavir chakra rings shining around the stone tablet. That was right. Lu Ming's second blood meridian had advanced. Lu Ming felt that his 9-dragon bloodline had long reached the limit of ordinary level 9, but it had been difficult to advance. No matter how much blood essence he refined, it remained at ordinary level 9. Therefore, Lu Ming had decided to use the blood essence he devoured to upgrade his second blood meridian. He had devoured too much blood essence in that battle, which had successfully promoted his second bloodline by 1 level. His cultivation had also reached the peak of the 3rd level of the martial ancestor realm. I don't know when my 9-dragon bloodline will advance to king class. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. When the time comes, it will naturally happen. Right now, the 9 dragons heaven stomping step is the most important thing. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. After a period of cultivation and the consecutive battles, Lu Ming finally had some progress with the 9 dragons heaven treading steps. Lu Ming took out the 9 dragons heaven stomping steps manual and read it carefully. Then, he closed his eyes and tried to comprehend it. An hour later, Lu Ming suddenly stood up and casually stepped to the side. Buzz! At this moment, Lu Ming's body seemed to have resonated with heaven and earth. His body emitted an inexplicable fluctuation, which was very mysterious. What a strong pressure! At this moment, Lu Ming felt a terrifying pressure in the world acting on his body. He felt as if his body was about to explode from the pressure. Thump! Finally, Lu Ming stepped onto the ground. At this moment, the entire Supreme Shrine seemed to shake violently. The ground rumbled and almost exploded. Whew! After taking a step, Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. The mysterious fluctuations on his body disappeared, and the pressure on him disappeared without a trace. What a strong pressure. No wonder the Nine Suns Supreme warned me that I must break through to the martial ancestor realm and reach the 4th tier of the physical body realm before I can practice the 9 dragons heaven-treading steps. If my cultivation and physical body do not meet the requirements, I'm afraid I will be crushed by the pressure. Lu Ming sighed. However, there was a look of excitement in his eyes. I've yet to complete the first step, but its power is already extremely shocking. The Supreme Shrine is indestructible, yet it's still shaking. If I were to take a step on the ground, I'm afraid the earth would explode. Lu Ming was extremely satisfied with the power of the 9 dragons heaven-stomping steps. As expected of a divine-level martial arts technique, it was undefeatable. Continue. Lu Ming then continued to cultivate, striving to complete the first step of the 9 dragons heaven-treading steps. Time flew by, and another month passed. In a month's time, the red blood cavalry had improved at an astonishing rate. Under the constant supply of pills, the remaining 30,000 blood-red scaled wolf cavalry all broke through to the martial master realm, causing the strength of the blood-red cavalry to rise rapidly. Of course, the consumption was also terrifying. 30,000 people had consumed the pills that were originally prepared for 100,000 people, which was why their cultivation had increased so quickly. Apart from the 30,000 blood-red cavalry, the cultivation of the other soldiers had also increased. The fastest had advanced 3 levels, and the worst had advanced 1 level. The overall strength of Lu Ming's army of 80,000 had improved by leaps and bounds. In this month, the outside world was not peaceful either. It could be said that the wind was blowing and the clouds were surging. There were 2 people who caught the most attention. One of them was Duanmu Lin. After being silent for many years, Duanmu Lin finally broke out and challenged 10 extremely famous gold-ranked disciples of the 5 great sects in succession. He won in a row and won in a crushing manner. He was just short of challenging the geniuses of the Scorching Sun's 6 heroes. Just when everyone thought that he would challenge the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun, he stopped and didn't continue. This made countless people wonder how strong Duanmu Lin was. The other person was even more shocking: Qiu Changkong. For some unknown reason, Qiu Changkong had a conflict with Gu Yun, who was ranked 22nd on the Cloud Emperor ranking list. The 2 of them had a showdown. The result was shocking. In the end, Gu Yun was killed. Qiu Changkong was ranked 36th and last on the Emperor Yun list. However, he had killed Gu Yun, who was ranked 22nd, in a single battle. This was no longer a shock to the Burning Sun Empire, but to the entire Emperor Yun's 36 empires. Qiu Changkong's strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. There were 8 medium empires in the 36 kingdoms of Emperor Yun. Of the 36 geniuses on the list, 32 of them came from the 8 medium empires, and only 4 came from the low-tier empires. The fact that Qiu Changkong could be listed on the Cloud Emperor board was already an extremely shocking thing. This caused an even greater stir. These 2 pieces of news naturally reached Lu Ming's ears. However, after he heard it, he only smiled faintly and continued cultivating. There's movement from the golden eye. One day, Lu Ming was cultivating when he suddenly felt that the demon suppressing token was a little unusual. It was emitting a faint light. Perhaps GoldenEye has already completed its evolution. Let's go take a look and see how much it has improved. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. The golden-eyed blood corpse was already equivalent to the peak of the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm. If it evil-levered further, it would definitely be stronger and would be a great help to Lu Ming. Lu Ming left the Moonview City and turned into a ray of light, heading towards the valley where the golden-eyed blood zombie was. Lu Ming did not notice that not long after he left the Moonview City, a few figures were flying into the sky and following him from the grassland in the distance. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the valley and walked in. In front of him, the smell of blood was extremely thick, and the blood cocoon was filled with blood light. The moment Lu Ming stepped into the valley, the blood-red light in front of him suddenly shrank. Gotcha! Then, the blood cocoon cracked open, and a tall figure walked out. Chapter 319. Chapter 319. Assassination, Unprecedented Crisis. 549690339. This figure was the golden-eyed blood corpse. The only difference was that there were some changes to his golden pupils. They were even more golden now, as if 2 pieces of gold had been embedded in them. Most of the green hair on his skin had faded away, making his skin look blood-red and crystal clear. He looked like he was made of fiery red steel, full of strength. In particular, the aura of the golden-eyed blood corpse was more than 5 to 6 times stronger than before. How could he be so much stronger? This aura isn't just at the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm. Could it be that the golden-eyed blood corpse has already reached the 9th level? Lu Ming's mind whirred and his eyes were filled with surprise. Roar! The golden-eyed blood corpse growled and came to Lu Ming's side. Let's go back to Moonview City, Lu Ming said. Then, together with the golden-eyed blood corpse, they soared into the sky and flew towards Moonview City. However, he had not even flown 10 miles when he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Roar! At this moment, the golden-eyed blood corpse let out a deafening roar and charged toward Lu Ming's head. Chi-chi! Above Lu Ming's head, a dark cloud suddenly split open. 2 pale white sword gleams, faster than lightning, were slashing down on Lu Ming's head. Boom! Boom! The golden-eyed blood corpse collided with the 2 blade lights and its body fell to the ground like a cannonball. Whoosh! At the same time as the 2 blade gleams were released, a jet-black sword gleam pierced through the void behind Lu Ming and stabbed him. This sword was fast, accurate, vicious, and terrifyingly powerful. 9th level Martial Ancestor Realm. 3 9th level Martial Ancestor Realm assassins. Block them! Lu Ming bellowed in rage. 6 ancient shields condensed behind him and stacked on top of each other. Badash! Chi-chi-chi! The 6 ancient shields were penetrated almost instantly. However, this also bought Lu Ming some time. His second blood meridian burst out instantly. He waved his left palm and a huge beast claw struck out mightily. At the same time, he held the demon subduing spear in his right hand and stabbed out. On the spear, there was a strong power of wind and fire. Bang! The huge beast claw was the first to be destroyed by the sword radiance. Then, the demon subduing spear's tip and the sword radiance clashed. Clang! A terrifying fluctuation spread out. Lu Ming grunted and his body flew backward rapidly. He flew for a few thousand meters before he stopped in the air and spat out a mouthful of blood. Buzz! 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 At this moment, 3 figures flashed and appeared in the sky. 2 of them were middle-aged men, wearing blood-red robes. One of them had a full moon embroidered on it, while the other had a chipped moon. They each held a scimitar in their hands. The 2 of them were behind Lu Ming, blocking his way of retreat. The third person was wrapped in a black robe, and his appearance could not be seen. He held a thin and black long sword. He was in front of Lu Ming. The 3 of them had vaguely sealed off Lu Ming's path of retreat. This Tianyun is truly hard to deal with. Even after all this, I still wasn't able to kill him, said the middle-aged man with the full moon. His voice was cold and hoarse, and it was extremely unpleasant to hear. That's a golden-eyed blood corpse. It's so powerful. It seems to have reached the early stage of Martial Ancestor 9 Dan. It's not weaker than the 3 of us, Jiang Chen said. The middle-aged man with the chipped moon said. Roar! The golden-eyed blood corpse roared and rushed out from the ground, blocking Lu Ming. On the claws of the golden-eyed blood corpse, there were 2 deep wounds caused by the blade light. Lu Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze fell on the thin black long sword of the person in front of him. His eyes flashed as he said, "You're from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion, right?" He had seen the sword more than once. "Hee, you're going to die today anyway, so there's no harm in telling you. You're right, I'm the #1 assassin of the Shadow Wolf Pavilion. It's your honor to have me fight." The black-robed man sneered. "The Shadow Wolf Pavilion is actually working with the Inoue Empire." It seems like the omnidirectional sword sect is planning a grand scheme. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. "Hee, you know quite a lot." The Shadow Wolf Pavilion's assassin sneered. "Charge!" Suddenly, Lu Ming shouted and dashed to the left. What a joke! The 3 assassins in the early stage of Martial Ancestor Realm Level 9 were too strong. They were not something he could fight against. If he stayed, he would only die. Only by rushing out would they have a chance of survival. "You want to leave? How was that possible?" The 3 assassins roared and made their final moves. 2 saber lights and 1 sword light pierced through the void and slashed toward Lu Ming. Fast, it was too fast. It was behind Lu Ming in an instant. A 9th-level martial arts grandmaster assassin was simply too powerful. Roar! The golden-eyed blood corpse roared and charged forward without fear of death. However, it was only one person after all. It was no match for them at all and was once again sent flying by 2 saber lights. If it wasn't for its steel-like body, it would have already been hacked into pieces. Clang! On the other side, Lu Ming used all his strength and exchanged a blow with the Shadow Wolf Pavilion's assassin. This time, Lu Ming was sent flying even further away. He coughed up a large amount of blood. One of his arms was covered in sword marks, and he felt as if his body was about to split apart. This move caused him to be even more injured. "Kill! Kill!" The Shadow Wolf Pavilion's assassin shouted coldly. His killing intent burst forth as he continued to charge at Lu Ming. Roar! The golden-eyed blood corpse charged out from underground. "Leave this beast to the 2 of us. You're in charge of killing Tianyun." The Yuan and K duo shouted coldly and charged towards the golden-eyed blood zombie. "Don't worry, Tianyun will die." The Shadow Wolf Pavilion's assassin's voice was extremely cold. The sword light became even sharper, and it cut through the sky. A sword mark that was several miles long suddenly appeared in the sky, as if it was going to cut the sky apart. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming erupted with all his strength. His essential qi surged, he looked up to the sky and let out a long roar, then suddenly took a step forward. A strange wave was emitted from Lu Ming's body. Then, a terrifying force burst out from under Lu Ming's feet. A dragon's roar suddenly rang out. It was as if a supreme true dragon was stepping in the void, crushing everything. After a month of hard work, he had finally completed the first step of the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. Boom! This step collided with the Shadow Wolf Pavilion assassin's sword light. There was an earth-shattering boom and Lu Ming's body was sent flying far away. However, the Shadow Wolf Pavilion's assassin was also struck by this attack, and his body came to a halt. How is that possible? The assassin from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion shouted hysterically. He could not believe it. He could clearly see that Tianyun was only at the peak of the 3rd level of the Martial Ancestor realm, while he was at the early stage of the 9th level. The difference was about 6 levels. It could be said that the gap between them was 108,000 miles. With such a huge gap, it was already a great miracle that she could block 2 of his sword strikes and not die. But now, he had actually blocked his attack. This was simply a fantasy. The Shadow Wolf Pavilion's assassins had lived for so many years, but they had never heard of such a thing. His self-confidence had taken a heavy blow. Die. The Shadow Wolf Pavilion's assassins howled and charged at Lu Ming in a frenzy. Lu Ming's talent made him feel afraid. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming roared. This time, he did not step toward the Shadow Wolf Pavilion's assassin. Instead, he stepped into the void behind him. The 9 Dragons Heaven-Stomping Steps, as a divine-level martial technique, was not only used for attack. It was also a movement technique, and the principle was the same. As long as the operation method was slightly changed, it would be a supreme movement technique. Chapter 320. Chapter 320, The Supreme Shrine. 549690339. Lu Ming took a step forward and his figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already 10 miles away. 10 miles in a step. This was the terrifying power of the 9 Dragons Heaven-Stomping Steps. Moreover, Lu Ming had only cultivated the first step. According to the records of the 9 Dragons Heaven-Trampling Steps, if one cultivated it to the highest realm, one would be like 9 dragons. One step would allow one to travel hundreds of millions of miles, and the power would be unimaginable. Lu Ming was still far from it. "Damn it, you can't leave." The assassin from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion bellowed and chased after Lu Ming at high speed. To a martial grandmaster, a distance of 5 kilometers was something that could be covered in a few breaths. Without thinking, Lu Ming took another step forward. His figure flashed like the wind and lightning, and he crossed another 10 miles under his feet. Suddenly, Lu Ming's body trembled and he spat out another mouthful of blood. He had already been severely injured, and using the 9 Dragons Heaven-Treading Steps had taken a huge toll on him. The pressure from the heavens and earth was also immense, which made his injuries even more severe. The difference was too great. It was impossible for him to fight them head-on, so he could only escape. Whoosh! The Shadow Wolf Pavilion's assassins were in hot pursuit, their killing intent surging like the tide. At the back, the golden-eyed blood corpse was holding Yuan K back for a double kill. "Tin Yun, hand over your martial skill and I'll leave your corpse intact." The assassin from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion shouted. The martial arts technique that Lu Ming displayed was too shocking. He was very envious. If he could get it, what level would his combat strength reach? His killing intent toward Lu Ming grew stronger. "Laughable. If you have the ability, come and get it yourself." Lu Ming sneered and took another step forward. Buzz! Heaven and earth trembled slightly. Lu Ming's body was like a bolt of lightning, streaking across the void. In the blink of an eye, he was 10 miles away, putting some distance between him and the Shadow Wolf Pavilion's assassin. Damn it, damn it. I don't believe that you can use such a powerful martial technique in succession. Today you must die. The Shadow Wolf Pavilion's assassin roared. A giant black wolf rose from his body and chased after Lu Ming with all his might. With every step Lu Ming took, he would catch his breath and take another step. And it was these 2 breaths that allowed the other party to catch up to him. Just like that, one chased and one escaped, and in the blink of an eye, 1,000 miles had passed. Lu Ming's body was bleeding profusely. The continuous use of the 9 Dragons Heaven-Stomping Steps had caused him too much damage. His skin cracked open and blood was flowing out. The true qi in his body was becoming more and more deficient, and he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Suddenly, there was a wave of moisture in front of them. It was a great river, extremely wide, surging on the great prairie. Big river. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He took another step forward along the river. 10 miles away, Lu Ming looked forward. The river split up in front, and it did not split into one, but into a fan shape with 5 forks. It split into 5 branches and flowed towards the entire prairie, giving birth to the creatures of the prairie. "The heavens are helping me." Lu Ming was overjoyed. Without thinking, he plunged into the big river. The river was extremely deep, more than 100 meters deep. Lu Ming sank directly to the bottom of the river and swam quickly ahead. Buzz! In just 4 to 5 breaths, the Shadow Wolf Pavilion's assassin appeared above the river. "You want to escape? In your dreams, kill." That The assassin from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion shouted and slashed out with his combat sword. Dense and sharp sword chi shot toward the river. Suddenly, the water in the river churned. One after another, the big fish were killed. Their corpses floated to the surface of the water, and their blood dyed the river red. Die, die! The Shadow Wolf Pavilion's assassins seemed to have gone crazy as they continuously slashed out sword chi at the river. Boom! Boom! The sword chi continued to shoot out, covering the entire section of the river. At the bottom of the river, Lu Ming was swimming like a fish, avoiding the sword aura. Poochie! However, the sword aura was too dense. One of the sword aura pierced through Lu Ming's shoulder and almost chopped off his arm. Blood was flowing out. Lu Ming snorted and continued to move forward. There were 5 forks in the road ahead. Lu Ming chose one at random and swam down quickly. Above them, the assassins from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion wreaked havoc in the river as if they had gone mad. However, they still did not see Lu Ming. Then he rushed into the river and started to search. After searching everywhere, he could not find Lu Ming. When he reached the fork, his face was completely distorted. He did not know which path Lu Ming had taken. In addition, it was impossible to chase the enemy according to their aura in the river, as the river would wash away the aura. Buzz! He rushed into the sky, looked around and roared in anger, "Damn it, damn it!" Lu Ming followed the river and kept going down. He had no idea how far he had drifted. Lu Ming felt that he was getting weaker and weaker. His vision was turning black and his body was in excruciating pain. He knew that his previous injuries were too severe, and they were completely acting up now. No, I have to find a place to heal. Otherwise, it'll be dangerous. Following that, Lu Ming wiped his face and removed his disguise mask, revealing his true appearance. As for his body, he had already recovered to his original size due to his injuries. After changing into a new set of clothes, Lu Ming continued to drift along the river for a while, in case the Shadow Wolf Pavilion's assassins caught up to him. In the evening, a group of people rushed along the main road by the Su River. There were more than a dozen people, most of whom were burly middle-aged men. They exuded a heavy aura, and one could tell at a glance that they were martial arts masters. 2 young men, a man and a woman, were riding in the front. The man was handsome, but his long and narrow eyes gave people a gloomy feeling. The woman was wearing a long green dress. Her figure was graceful and her curves undulated. She was extremely beautiful. However, the woman seemed to have a lot on her mind and frowned. "Stop! Stop!" Suddenly, the woman shouted and pulled the horse under her carriage to a stop. The others also stopped. "Moing, why did you suddenly stop?" The young man frowned and asked. "There's someone in front," Moing said. Everyone looked forward and saw a figure crawling out of the Su River. After the figure climbed onto the shore, his body staggered as if he would fall down at any moment. The chi is divided into yin and yang. The figure looked at the crowd and suddenly let out a loud cry. Then he fell straight down. "He's just a dying man. Why do you care so much? Let's hurry back to Tiansu City. The young prince came to see you, so we can't let him wait forever." The young man casually glanced at the figure and said indifferently, "I want to save him." After Moing finished speaking, she jumped off the horse and walked towards the figure. "What? You want to save him? You want to save such a piece of trash?" The young man shouted. But he didn't see the shock in Mo Ying's eyes. How did he know? Could he really cure me? I'm the only one who knows about this, but this person can see through it with a single glance. I must save him. Mo Ying helped the figure up as she thought about it. She was slightly surprised when she saw the figure. He's so young. The person who had climbed out of the river was Lu Ming. He had drifted along the river for a while, but his injuries were much more serious than he had imagined. His injuries were acting up, and he had no strength left in his body. What was more terrifying was that the true qi in his body had disappeared completely. He couldn't even enter the supreme shrine. Chapter 321. 321 Chapter 321 Mo Ing Healing. Lu Ming used all his strength to climb to the shore. However, he was exhausted and could faint at any time. However, at this moment he saw Mo Ing and the others. The moment he saw Mo Ing, he didn't know why, but his 9-dragon bloodline started to throb, and he could clearly feel the cultivation situation in Mo Ying's body. The bloodline in Mo Ying's body was definitely related to dragons. He found out that there were 2 kinds of qi in Mo Ying's body, so he shouted before he fainted to attract Mo Ying's attention. Mo Ying would definitely not leave him alone and would save him. He had guessed it right. Mo Ying was very curious about him. Mo Ying, there's no true qi fluctuation on this person, so he's obviously an ant. Hurry up and leave, follow me back to Su Tianqing. If we make the young prince wait for too long, it will be hard for us to explain. At this moment, the young man walked over and glanced at Lu Ming, urging him. Mo Bing. Displeasure flashed across Mo Ying's face as she coldly shouted, if you're in a hurry to return to Su Tianqing, then go back first. Also, I'm not going back to Su Tianqing to see the young prince. I just want to go back. I don't need to explain to anyone. If you want an explanation, you can explain it yourself. Also, this man is seriously injured. If we don't save him, he won't live for long. I must save him. Mo Ying's tone was firm. Phew. Mo Bing's face was livid. He then glared at Lu Ming and turned to leave. Mo Ying sized Lu Ming up and frowned slightly. Lu Ming's injuries were too serious. This person is definitely a martial artist. He might have just exhausted his Zhen Qi. Otherwise, how could he see the abnormality in my body with a single look? However, this person's injuries are too serious. I'm afraid it won't be easy to treat him. Mo Ying pondered for a moment before she took out a fragrant pill and fed it to Lu Ming. The pill melted in his mouth and turned into waves of energy that gushed into Lu Ming's body. A moment later, Lu Ming's face was ruddy. Men, help him onto the horse. Let's continue our journey slowly. Mo Ying ordered. Yes, young Lady Ying. A middle-aged burly man stepped forward and helped Lu Ming onto a horse. He let Lu Ming lie on the horse. After that, Mo Ying mounted her horse and galloped forward at a speed not much faster than a normal person's walking speed. Moing, you did it on purpose, didn't you? You're walking so slowly on purpose. Have you thought about the consequences of standing the young prince up? The young prince is the son of our Inu Empire's Princein. Mo Bing shouted coldly. You keep calling me little prince, but I'm not his dog. I can't see whoever I want to see, and I can walk as slowly as I want. No one can control me. I said, if you're impatient, you can go back first. Mo Ying replied coldly with a hint of mockery. What did you just say? Mo Bing was furious. But Mo Ying sneered and ignored him. Little bitch, you think you're the pride of the heavens just because you have some talent? Just you wait. One day, I'll make you regret what you said today. Mo Bing roared in his heart, but he did not say it out loud. The group of people moved forward slowly. Lu Ming woke up half a day later. As soon as he woke up, he felt a sharp pain all over his body. My body was cut by the sword chi of the Selavir Wolf Pavilion's assassins, and the pressure from the 9 Dragons' Heaven stomping steps had cracked my muscles and bones. Fortunately, my internal organs are not seriously injured. I should be able to recover in a short time. Lu Ming secretly observed his injuries and pondered. Then, Lu Ming struggled to sit up and circulated the true War Dragon technique to begin healing his injuries. In the beginning, not a single bit of true qi was used. However, after circulating the true War Dragon technique a few times, a wisp of true qi began to appear in his body. As he circulated the true War Dragon technique, the true qi in his body increased. At the side, Emoing looked at Lu Ming but did not disturb him. On the other side, Mo Bing glanced at Lu Ming with a cold look in his eyes. So he's a martial artist. This time, it's all because of him that we returned late. When we return to Su Tian City, we will teach him a lesson. Two hours later, Lu Ming had recovered 1% of his essential qi. He took out 2 spirit crystals and held them in his hands to speed up the recovery of his essential qi. The wounds on his body were healing rapidly. At the same time, the internal injuries in the depths of his body were also slowly healing. This was the benefit of having a strong body. His body had reached the 5th stage, so his recovery and vitality were extremely amazing. If an ordinary person suffered such injuries, they would have died several times. After half a day, Lu Ming had barely recovered 1/20th of his essential qi. The injuries on his body were much better, and he no longer felt the piercing pain. "How's your recovery?" Emoing asked as she rode over. "I'm feeling better. Thank you for saving my life this time. I'll remember this in my heart." Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, "This was the Dark Moon Empire. Of course, he could not use the name Tianyun, or he would be killed on the spot. Therefore, he simply used Lu Ming's name. You don't need to thank me, it was nothing." Mo Ying pondered for a while and asked in a low voice, "Young Master Lu Ming, before you fell unconscious, you shouted that qi is divided into yin and yang. May I know what you meant?" "I finally can't take it anymore." Lu Ming smiled in his heart and said, "Miss, you're asking the obvious. If I'm not wrong, your blood meridian should be related to dragons. However, there was a problem during the cultivation process. The essential qi that you cultivate is more yin in nature, but there is yang in your blood meridian. Hence, the yin and yang are not compatible, and you often suffer." Lu Ming also spoke very softly, only Emoing could hear him. Mo Ying's eyes lit up when she heard this. She was extremely surprised and said, "Young master, you can actually tell with one look. There's no mistake at all. My bloodline is that of a cloud dragon. Just like a flood dragon, I have the bloodline of a true dragon. However, I don't know why yang-type true qi would appear and interfere with my cultivation time and time again. I wonder if young master has a way to solivere this?" Having said that, he looked at Lu Ming with a face full of hope. She had already secretly sought out famous doctors and inscription masters, but she could not find a solution. He had been in despair, but now he had hope. "This shouldn't be difficult. I just need to suppress the yang attribute true qi and then strip it away. However, to do this, I'll have to wait until my injuries are fully healed." Lu Ming said. "Really? All right, I'll buy the best pills to help you recover as soon as possible." Mo Ying was overjoyed. Lu Ming nodded. He planned to go to Sutian City with Mo Ying first. He would return to Moonview City after he had recovered from his injuries. Otherwise, with his current situation, he couldn't even fly. If he encountered a stronger demonic beast on the way, he would become the demonic beast's food. That would be too unjust. Not far away, Mo Bing saw Mo Ying talking to Lu Ming and they seemed to be very intimate. He immediately roared in his heart. "This little bitch, she most likely has her eyes on this little bastard. When we reach Su Tiancheng, I will report to the little prince. Let's see how you all die." In this way, Lu Ming slowly rushed to Sutian City while healing his injuries. 2 days later, everyone arrived at Sutian City. Chapter 322. 322 Chapter 322 Recovering to the Peak. The power distribution of the Inu Empire and the Burning Sun Empire was completely different. In the Dark Moon Empire, the royal family was extremely powerful and controlled everything. There were a series of powerful aristocratic families that obeyed the royal family and ruled the mountains and rivers. Su Tian City was extremely majestic and was one of the top 10 cities in the Dark Moon Empire. The Mo family of Su Tian City was also extremely prosperous and could be ranked in the top 10 among the major families in the Dark Moon Empire. On the way, Lu Ming learned a lot of information. For example, Mo Ying was originally a branch family disciple of the Mo family, but she had amazing talent and was heavily nurtured by the Mo family. Now, she was already one of the top 5 geniuses of the Mo family, and her cultivation had reached the one-stage martial ancestor realm. With such a status, the treatment in the Mo family would not be bad. They would have an independent courtyard and a dozen servants. As soon as they returned to the Mo family, Mo Ying brought Lu Ming to her courtyard so that Lu Ming could recover better. In a guest room in Mo Ying courtyard, Lu Ming sat cross-legged. With a wave of his hand, a pile of spiritual herbs appeared beside him. At this point, Lu Ming could finally relax and recover to his heart's content. Immediately, he activated the 10,000 spirit war body and transformed the spiritual herbs and medicines into the qi of 10,000 spirits. The qi of 10,000 spirits seeped into his body and quickly healed Lu Ming's injuries. Lu Ming's physical body was recovering rapidly. A few hours later, Lu Ming was done with the recovery of his physical body. He circulated the true war dragon technique to recover his essential qi. It was already evening when he finished his cultivation. Thump, thump, thump. There was a knock on the door. Lu Ming opened the door and it was Mo Ying. Obviously, Mo Ying had just finished washing up, and her hair was still wet and stuck to her face. He had to admit that Mo Ying was indeed very beautiful. Among all the women Lu Ming had seen, Mo Ying was only slightly inferior to Xianxia, Xianxia, Qiu Yu, and Mulan. She was a rare beauty. Brother Lu, this is the healing pill I just bought. Take it and heal your wounds. Mo Ying took out a few jade bottles and handed them to Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony. He took the jade bottle and smiled. Many thanks, Miss Mo. You're welcome. I won't disturb Brother Lu's healing. Mo Ying didn't say much. After a polite word, she turned around and left. After Mo Ying left, Lu Ming raised his head and looked in the direction of the north. That direction was deep in the Mo family. Lu Ming did not know why, but when he arrived at the Mo family, he felt that there was something deep within the Mo family that was attracting him. To be more precise, it was attracting the 9 dragon bloodlines, making them feel jubilant. What exactly does the Mo family have? It actually caused the bloodline of the 9 dragons to feel jubilant. It seems that I will have to stay in the Mo family for a while. Lu Ming looked in that direction and pondered. After pondering for a while, Lu Ming returned to his room to recuperate. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. After 5 days of recuperation, Lu Ming's injuries had fully recovered and his cultivation had returned to its peak. To be able to completely recover from such a serious injury in just 5 days was extremely shocking. This was completely due to his deity-grade cultivation technique, the true war dragon technique, and his 5th stage physical body. In the past 5 days, Mo Ying often came to visit him, but she did not mention anything about treating her. I wonder what the local customs of the Dark Moon Empire are like? It's rare for me to come here, so I'll go and experience it. Lu Ming smiled. Then, he walked out of Mo Ying's courtyard and casually strolled around Su Tiancheng. Su Tian City was really huge. In the Blazing Sun Empire, Lu Ming had only seen a city bigger than Su Tian City in the Blazing Sun Imperial capital. On the streets, there was an endless stream of martial artists giving off powerful auras, and the streets were surrounded by a forest of shops. There were all sorts of strange items and some of them were the specialty products of the Dark Moon Empire. Lu Ming had only read about them in books in the past. Now that he had seen the real thing, he could not help but buy some. Little bastard, stop right there. Lu Ming had only been shopping for a while when a cold voice came from behind. Lu Ming turned around and could not help but sneer. Wasn't the person who had come Mo Bing? Mo Bing's face was dark as he strode towards Lu Ming with 4 burly men. Who's the little bastard calling? Lu Ming said indifferently. Of course I'm calling you little bastard. Mo Bing said coldly. Oh, so it's the little bastard who called me. Hello, little bastard. Lu Ming said with a smile. You win. Only then did Mo Bing react, and his face turned livid. As for the four burly men behind him, they almost couldn't hold back their laughter. However, their bodies were slightly trembling, and it was obvious that they were having a hard time holding it in. You have a sharp tongue. Do you want to die? Mo Bing's expression was extremely ugly. He stared at Lu Ming coldly and said, I think your injuries have almost recovered during this period of time. In that case, you should get out of the Mo family as soon as possible. Mo Ying's courtyard is not a place you can stay in. The longer you stay, the more miserable your death will be. Oh, was it? I'd like to try. Lu Ming smiled and did not care. Brat, have you taken a fancy to that girl Mo Ying and are trying to get her? Let me tell you, the young prince has taken a fancy to Mo Ying. Whoever tries to get her is going against the young prince, and only death awaits them. Mo Bing threatened. Young prince? Who does he think he is? Lu Ming said indifferently. Mo Bing's expression changed as he shouted, Brat, you're courting death. Break his legs and throw him out of Su Tianqing. Yes. Behind Mo Bing, the four burly men answered in unison. They strode forward, exuding a powerful aura as they closed in on Lu Ming. 9th grade Great Martial Master Realm. The four burly men were all 9th grade Great Martial Masters. Buzz. Buzz. The four burly men attacked at the same time, aiming at Lu Ming's hands and feet. This was to cripple his four limbs in one blow. Bang, 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 bang. The next moment, four crisp sounds rang out, and four tall figures flew far away and fell to the ground. Each of them held an arm and wailed endlessly. It was the four burly men. At this moment, each of them had an arm twisted into a fried dough twist, broken into 7 or 8 pieces. Mo Bing was stunned. He blinked his eyes hard, thinking that he was dreaming. The four 9th grade Great Martial Masters had their arms broken in an instant and were sent flying. He did not even see how Lu Ming had attacked. How was that possible? This dying man that they had randomly met on the side of the road was actually this strong. Could he be a martial arts grandmaster level genius? Did you just say you were going to break my legs? Lu Ming smiled and walked towards Mo Bing. Mo Bing's expression changed drastically, and he could not help but step back as he cried out, What the fuck are you doing? I'm an elite disciple of the Mo family. These servants can't compare to me. If you dare to touch me, I will make sure you can't leave Su Tianqing. However, Lu Ming was unmoved. He walked towards Mo Bing step by step. Mo Bing's face started to break out in a cold sweat, and his eyes were filled with fear. Finally, he screamed, turned around, and ran. Lu Ming sneered coldly. He flicked his fingers and shot out a few streams of energy, which hit Mo Bing's legs. Mo Bing screamed and fell to the ground, wailing in pain. Chapter 323. 323 Help. Mo Bing's legs were broken by Lu Ming and blood was flowing out. Mo Bing wailed in pain, and even his tears flowed out. A large number of people in the surroundings watched in shock. Mo Bing was the genius disciple of the Mo family and was very famous in Su Tian City. Someone actually dared to break his leg? Who is this person? Many people sized Lu Ming up and guessed secretly. What are you shouting for? Now, get lost. Lu Ming shouted angrily. As if they had been granted amnesty, the four burly men struggled to get up, supported Mo Bing with their other hand, and ran away. Lu Ming did not care and continued to stroll on the streets. After strolling around for a while, he walked back. Just as she returned to Mo Ying's courtyard, she met Mo Ying. Brother Lu, how are your injuries? I'm almost done. Lu Ming nodded and smiled. Then that. Mo Ying stammered and stopped. Let's go and take a look at the essential qi in your body. Lu Ming smiled. Good, good. Mo Ying was overjoyed. Not long after, Lu Ming and Mo Ying came to her bedroom. Mo Ying's bedroom was elegantly decorated and had a faint fragrance. The two of them sat cross-legged on the bed. After that, Lu Ming and Mo Ying's palms pressed against each other. Lu Ming transferred a stream of essential qi into Mo Ying's body. Mo Ying's genuine qi was strong and condensed, and it was extremely cold. However, within the cold true qi, there were traces of hot true qi that were intertwined with the cold true qi. As a result, Mo Ying's Jin qi was not pure, which would greatly interfere with her cultivation. Sometimes, the cold and heat would alternate, which was extremely painful. Only by removing the burning genuine qi could Mo Ying's restraint be removed. At that time, Mo Ying's cultivation speed would be even faster. It's indeed the true qi produced by the cloud dragon. It's actually in the shape of a dragon. Lu Ming realized that Mo Ying's cold and hot vital energy had formed the shape of a dragon, like small dragons entwining together. It was very similar to the true qi cultivated from the true war dragon technique, but the dragon-shaped true qi cultivated from the true war dragon technique was more realistic and vivid. After observing for a while, Lu Ming retracted his essential qi. Brother Lu, how is it? Can it expel the yang attribute true qi? Mo Ying asked nervously. This concerned her future path of martial arts, so he was naturally nervous. Lu Ming nodded. There shouldn't be any major problems. The two types of essential qi are intertwined too deeply. It's not something that can be completely expelled in 1 or 2 days. I estimate that it will take about 10 days. It's okay, it's okay. It's worth it no matter how much time I spend. Mo Ying said excitedly. She had already endured it for more than 10 years, so why would she care about 10 days? Thereafter, Lu Ming placed his palm on Mo Ju's spine and channeled essential qi. Roar! A cloud dragon that was as white as jade emerged from Mo Yi's body and roared at Lu Ming. How audacious! Lu Ming's eyes lit up and the 9-dragon bloodline emerged. It was clearly in the shape of a python, but when the cloud dragon saw the bloodline of the 9 dragons, it seemed to be terrified. With a wail, it directly sank into Mo Ying's back and didn't dare to move. Swallow! Lu Ming's palm exuded a powerful devouring force. As he pressed it against Mo Ying's back, the devouring force gushed out. The yang-type true qi in Mo Ying's true qi was instantly extracted and refined by Lu Ming, as if he was extracting silk from a cocoon. Wisps of it, although not very fast, were very stable. Mo Ying's delicate body trembled slightly, and fine beads of sweat oozed out of her body. 2 hours later, Lu Ming stopped. Who? Mo Ying let out a long breath, then carefully observed her own true qi, and then trembled with excitement. It's really stripped, it's really stripped. Mo Ying turned around excitedly and looked at Lu Ming with excitement and gratitude. This time, I've only extracted a portion of it. It looks like it'll take another 8 or 9 days. Lu Ming said. Thank you, Lu Ming. Mo Ying had already forgotten her awkwardness and was extremely excited. The problem that had troubled her for so many years was finally going to be so levered. Then we'll continue tomorrow. Lu Ming smiled. And good. Mo Ying nodded happily. Following that, Lu Ming would spend 2 hours a day to help Mo Ying extract the yang-type essential qi. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed, and the yang-type true qi in Mo Ying's body had almost been stripped away. Mo Ying circulated her true qi, and her speed instantly increased by several times. It was extremely smooth, and she even broke through a realm in one go, reaching the 2nd grade of martial ancestor realm. On the 8th day, just as Lu Ming was stripping away the remaining yang-type essential qi for Mo Ying, there was a sudden noise and screams from outside. Young prince, Miss Ying is really cultivating. Mo Ying's servants called out. Chapter 324. 324 Chapter 324 The Young Prince. Get lost. A few lowly ants dare to block the young prince's way. Are you tired of living? An old man with a big belly shouted and waved his palm. Mo Ying's servants were sent flying far away and fell to the ground. One side of their faces was already swollen and blood was flowing from their mouths. Behind the big-bellied old man, a young man in luxurious clothes with a sinister face walked in. Young prince, please spare my life. This lowly one didn't lie. Miss Mo Ying is currently cultivating in seclusion and has ordered us not to disturb her no matter what. A maidservant in her 20s knelt on the ground and said with a trembling body, "Can't be disturbed? Who did Mo Ying think she was?" The little prince coming to see her was a blessing that she had accumulated over several lifetimes. What could be more important than the little prince? Hurry up and report this, or I'll kill you all. The pregnant old man shouted coldly as he looked at the maidservant with a ferocious expression. Young prince, young miss, she really... The maidservant wanted to continue, but the pregnant old man was already impatient. He shouted, "You're really looking for death." Bang! The pot-bellied old man slapped the other side of the maidservant's face. The maidservant screamed and flew far away. She fell to the ground and passed out. When the other servants saw this, they trembled in fear. Hurry up and call your miss out. Otherwise, she'll be a role model. The pregnant old man pointed at the maidservant and coldly said, "Squeak." At this moment, Mo Ying's door opened. Lu Ming and Mo Ying walked out of the room one after another. When the young prince saw Lu Ming walking out of Mo Ying's room with her, he was stunned. Then, his handsome face contorted, he pointed at Lu Ming and screamed, little bastard, you actually dare to enter Mo Ying's room. What are you two doing inside? Damn it. And you, little bitch, I came here to see you. Not only did you stand me up, but you also closed your door and refused to see me for 7 days. So you're with this little bastard. I'm going to kill you. Hey, who are you? You're barking like a mad dog. Have you taken the wrong medicine? Also, we're both unmarried. We're just hiding in the room doing what we should do. It's none of your business. Lu Ming cast a sidelong glance at the young prince and said indifferently, "You." The young prince was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming actually dared to speak to him in this manner. Did he eat a flood dragon's gallbladder? Also, the young prince really wanted to shout, "It's none of my bird business," but of course, he forcefully held back his words. "Kid, do you know who I am?" The young prince took a deep breath and spoke slowly. He reckoned that Lu Ming did not know who he was. He wanted to announce his name and make Lu Ming feel fear, panic, and fear. Then he would kill Lu Ming and let him know what regret was. "Who are you? Does it have anything to do with me?" Lu Ming said indifferently. "You." The young prince was stunned for a moment. Then he took a deep breath to calm himself down and continued, "You listen well, I am the only son of Jinan Wang, the young prince of Jinan Wangfu." With that, the young prince looked at Lu Ming arrogantly, hoping to see fear, panic, and fear on Lu Ming's face. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Lu Ming seemed to have heard the name of a nobody and did not have any reaction at all. Lu Ming said indifferently, "So it's the son of some dog shit Duke of the South. So the sons of the Duke are all idiots." "What did you just say? You're looking for death, you're looking for death." The young prince was so angry that he was trembling. He pointed at Lu Ming and kept screaming, "Abby!" Mo Ying rushed to the unconscious servant girl and checked her injuries. Then he looked at the young prince angrily and said, "Young prince, Abai was only following my orders. Aren't you being too harsh? Heavy-handed? Mo Ying, she's just a lowly servant girl. She doesn't know any respect, yet she dares to make excuses in front of me. I'm teaching her a lesson on your behalf." The young prince gritted his teeth and forced himself to calm down. "You." Mo Ying's pretty face was livid with anger. "What respect?" You keep saying that others are lowly, but in my opinion, you're just a trash who relies on your father's influence. Lu Ming said indifferently. Audacious, impudent, lowly ant, you dare to call me trash? You have committed a grave crime. Today, no one can save you. If I don't kill you, I'm not a human. The young prince cried out hysterically. Lu Ming actually dared to call him trash? A lowly ant actually dared to call him trash. Rebellious, rebellious. Isn't it? You think you're high and mighty, superior to others, but what do you rely on? Power or strength? Lu Ming sneered. I have power, I have strength, I was born noble, how can you lowly ants compare to me? The young prince shouted. Oh really? Since that's the case, you're nothing but a pile of dog shit in front of me. Lu Ming said. What did you just say? Damn it, kill him for me, I want to grind his bones to dust, skin him and pull out his tendons. The young prince roared madly. Little bastard, die. The pot-bellied old man had been holding it in for a long time. At this time, he roared angrily and aimed a palm at Lu Ming's face. He might be fat, but he was as fast as lightning. His cultivation had already reached the 3rd level of the martial ancestor realm. In an instant, it was close to Lu Ming and was about to slap his face. Brother Lu, be careful. Quickly run. Mo Ying exclaimed. However, Lu Ming stood there without moving. Just as the big-bellied old man's palm was about to land on Lu Ming's face, Lu Ming kicked him. It was impossible to describe how fast this kick was. The kick arrived first despite launching later, and it landed heavily on the round stomach of the big-bellied old man. His stomach sank in like a rubber ball, and his eyes were like dead fish, popping out. Ah! With a scream, the old man with the big belly was sent flying backward like a swollen ball. Buzz! Lu Ming moved and caught up with the pregnant old man in an instant. He slapped him. Pa! A crisp sound of a slap was heard. The old man with the big belly was sent spinning dozens of times in the air by Lu Ming's slap before he fell heavily to the ground. Boom! A human-shaped pit appeared on the ground. The old man with the big belly was lying in the pit, twitching continuously, and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. The entire place was silent. Everyone, including Mo Ying, looked at Lu Ming in a daze. The big-bellied old man in the 3rd level of the martial arts grandmaster realm was beaten up by Lu Ming as if he was an ant. He was half dead after 2 punches. Lu Ming was actually such a terrifying expert. Previously, although Mo Ying knew that Lu Ming was very powerful, she had guessed that Lu Ming should be just a little stronger than her. However, at this moment, she knew that she was wrong. She was terribly wrong. Lu Ming's ability was far beyond her imagination. Good hit. Mo Ying's servants roared in their hearts, feeling extremely refreshed. Previously, the pot-bellied old man had been so arrogant and regarded them as ants. Now they were like dead dogs. Little bastard, how dare you hit my people? How dare you? The young prince reacted and shouted. Chapter 325. 325 I'm stronger than you. Who said I only hit your people? Lu Ming smiled and walked toward the young prince. The young prince's expression changed drastically, and he cried out in disbelief. What are you doing? You dare to hit me? You're going against your superior, you're disgraceful. Pa! Lu Ming responded with a slap. The young prince did not even have time to react before he was slapped in the face by Lu Ming. He spun 3 times before he stopped. He looked at Lu Ming in a daze, completely dumbfounded. Lu Ming actually dared to hit him. In the Dark Moon Empire, the royal family had supreme authority. His father, Jinan Wang, led all the troops in the south of the Dark Moon Empire. It could be said that he was a figure who was second only to one person and above all. As the only son of the Duke of the South, his status was extremely noble. No one had ever dared to disobey him, let alone hit him. He even suspected that he was dreaming. However, The piercing pain on his face told him that this was real and not a dream. Hence, he shouted hysterically, "Arg! You dare to hit me? You dare to hit me? You're dead. Your whole family is dead. No one can save you." Pa! Lu Ming threw another slap at the other side of his face. The young prince's eyes were filled with stars, and he was completely dumbfounded. He forcibly swallowed back the long string of vicious words that followed. "You said that you have power, strength, and are high above others, that you see others as lowly ants and can bully them as you wish. But now, I'm stronger than you, so you're also an ant in front of me. Am I wrong to say that you're a pile of lowly dog shit?" Lu Ming stared at the young prince and said coldly, "Fuck me, fuck me." The little prince's face was swollen like a pig's head. He looked at Lu Ming in horror. No matter how stupid he was, he could tell that Lu Ming was not afraid of him at all. He did not know what to say at that moment. "What's wrong? You don't dare to speak? Where's your courage?" Lu Ming's eyes were like two sharp swords, shining and dazzling as he stared at the young prince. The young prince felt a chill run down his spine. He retreated and shouted, "What do you want to do? My father's army is not far from Su Tian City. If you dare to touch me, not only will you die, but the Mo family will also be buried with you." "Oh really? Then I'll kill you first and see what your father can do to me." Lu Ming sneered. He was not moved at all. He took a step forward and a cold, killing intent burst out, making the scene seem as if it was winter. "Don't! Don't!" Two loud shouts rang out at the same time. One of them was from the young prince. He screamed in fear, almost scared out of his wits. The other one was from Mo Ying. Lu Ming frowned slightly and stopped. "Brother Lu, he is the son of Duke of the South. If he dies in the Mo family, Duke of the South will be angry and the Mo family will be razed to the ground. Please spare his life, Brother Lu." Mo Ying requested. Lu Ming nodded. He looked at the young prince and chided, "I'll spare your life for the sake of Miss Mo Ying's plea for you. Hurry up and get lost." The young prince felt as if he had been pardoned. Ignoring the pregnant old man, he turned around and ran off, disappearing from this place in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming did not continue to attack. It was not that he let the tiger return to the mountain. Just like what Mo Ying had said, he was not afraid of killing the young prince, but it would definitely implicate Mo Ying and the Mo family. "Brother Lu, I've implicated you." Mo Ying walked to Lu Ming's side and said apologetically, What does this have to do with you? It's normal to encounter such brainless idiots everywhere." Lu Ming said with a smile. Immediately after, they helped Bai heal her injuries. Not long after, an angry roar came from a luxurious mansion in Su Tian City. "Damn little bitch, damn bastard, die. Damn it, if I don't kill you, I'm not a human." In a large hall, the young prince's face was twisted with rage as he roared and smashed the tables and chairs in the hall to pieces. On both sides of the hall stood 5 or 6 figures, who didn't even dare to breathe. After a while, the young prince in Jiofeng gradually calmed down. "Little prince, it's all that little bastard Lu Ming's doing. I don't know what kind of drug he used on that bitch Mo Ying." The moment Mo Ying saw him, she seemed to be fascinated. "How hateful." A gloomy voice was heard. It was Mo Bing. At this time, his legs were still wrapped in a thick cast. Clearly, his legs that were broken by Lu Ming had not recovered. That little bitch Ying, I thought she was a chaste woman, but she's just a slut. I wanted to fuck her first since she was dying. It's a pity that such a stunner died just like that. Now she's with that little bastard. I can't wait to kill her." The young prince in Jiofeng said with a sinister expression. "Little prince, that bitch Mo Ying won't be able to live for long. As for that Lu Ming, I didn't expect his cultivation to be so high. How should we deal with him?" Mo Bing asked. "It doesn't matter. I'll send a letter to my father later and ask him to send an expert over. At that time, I'll make him beg for death." Yin Jiofeng gritted his teeth and said in an extremely sinister manner. In the next few days, Lu Ming continued to strip Mo Ying of her yang-type true qi. 3 days later, the yang-type true qi in Mo Ying's body had been completely expelled. Mo Ying was relieved, and her zhen qi became extremely active. Every day, her face glowed, and she looked more beautiful. The Mo family's martial arts practice field was the place where the Mo family's disciples cultivated. Once the Mo Ying yang-type true qi was completely expelled, he brought Lu Ming to the Mo family's martial arts field. In the middle of the Mo family's martial arts practice field, there was a huge stone pillar. The stone pillar was crystal clear like jade, and one could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary item. Brother Lu, this stone pillar can test my compatibility with the Mo family's ancestors' inheritance. The higher the compatibility, the more I can obtain the Mo family's ancestors' inheritance. In the past, before my yang attribute true qi was dispelled, I was the one with the highest compatibility with the Mo family's ancestors' inheritance among the younger generation of the Mo family. Now that my yang attribute true qi has been dispelled, I want to see how compatible I am with the Mo family's ancestors' inheritance. Mo Ying obviously trusted Lu Ming and did not hold back at all. The inheritance of the Mahist's ancestor. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He could not help but look into the depths of the Mo family. That place was the place that caused the 9-dragon bloodline to jump for joy. He wondered if it had anything to do with the inheritance of the Mo family's ancestors. When Mo Ying arrived in front of the stone pillar, she immediately attracted the attention of some of the nearby Mo family members. Is Mo Ying going to test the compatibility of the ancestors' inheritance again? She's already the most powerful person in the younger generation. The inheritance of the ancestor belongs to her, so what's the point of testing? That's right. Her compatibility with the ancestors' inheritance is as high as 5 stars. Moreover, the compatibility is innate and will not increase after a period of time. I really don't understand why she came to test it again. In the surroundings, some of the Mo family's youngsters were discussing animatedly. Mo Ying did not care about this. She put her palm on the stone pillar, and a bloody light flashed on her spine. Buzz! At this time, the stone pillar suddenly trembled and shone with bright light. In the end, 6 brilliant stars condensed. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.